Alright, howdy everyone, how are y'all doing? Welcome to the stream. I see y'all virtually none of you pouring in. Good to see it. Yeah. Um, right. Obviously, I am not Lucius. Gasp. Shock. Lucius is going to be on a bit of a hiatus. Um, Lily's entered a new series of coughing fits and her throat's not doing great. And obviously, having her voice act for a number of female characters would not be too great. And while we could just split the work evenly between Lucius and Gray, uh, I feel that wouldn't be the greatest alternative. So we'll get back to it when we're able to get back to it. Um, I had looked into a number of other games we could do in the interim. There are a few games that I could just have Lucius run solo. I was half tempted to just run another session of Zenless Zone Zero, which I'm currently doing a sponsorship for, which ends tomorrow, so please, anyone who wants to help with that, please do. It's got about 15 hours left. It's at 3 o'clock Central Time tomorrow. Oh yeah, 15 hours left. I got that right off the top of my head, without even looking. What else was I going to say? Yes, so instead of that, Lucius is going to be going on temporary hiatus. It happened to Frederick, so it's only fair it happens to Lucius, even if he doesn't like it. And Frederick is kind of on a semi-hiatus anyways, just because the Tuesday curse keeps fucking him over. So, in the meanwhile, I will be playing Stray Gods, the role-playing musical. I don't actually know a terrible lot about this game beyond its title and the fact that it got tossed my way at some point in the past. I know it's supposed to involve the Greek gods. I know that there's meant to be music that you can interact with, and from there it's sort of a, oh, choices matter, interactive fiction stuff like, Telltale Games or Not Stranger Things. Life is Strange. I also kind of dig the art style a little bit. Fairly comic-like. We'll see how it goes. It also has a number of DLCs, mostly just soundtracks. There is an actual expansion called Orpheus, which is currently sitting at very positive, but has been kind of panned by the fan base. Obviously, I don't have any sort of context. So we'll see whether or not I ever get it once I've actually finished things. I had planned for Lily and Gray to be here at the start of things, but, I guess Gray is sleeping. The poor bun definitely needs his rest. And when he's watching the VOD later, granted, he'll probably skip this part until when I actually start the game. He should not feel sorry. He needs rest. And he's dealing with a lot of heat right now because he lives in a fucking oven because apparently nobody in the UK believes in air conditioning. And when they pop in, they'll pop in. Um, as for any other announcements aside from the sponsorship, um, especially since we missed this Tuesday stream, I am going to try and push for a Friday stream, even if it might be brief. It will be another go of Lies of P, obviously. Going to beat the next boss, and I'm going to try and beat at least one other boss beyond the one we are butting heads against. We'll see how things go. Um, what else? 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 Nope, that's about it for now. Right, with all that out of the way, I have stalled for about 5 minutes. Let's go ahead and get started. for fuck's sake. Right. I'm just going to go this page. This is a little, more serious, though. Apparently it features some heavy themes. It's got alcohol use, violence, PTSD, death, and themes of suicide. Given the fact that it involves the Greek gods, I'm not terribly surprised about most of these, but one of them, it'll probably be, two of them actually, will probably be an issue for a few of my friends. I might add these to the tags later, but when they come up, they'll come up. I'm not going to click on any of these because I think these give light spoilers. So, yeah, it says right there.
Four hours. 4 hours in a rented gym that still smells like socks and childhood trauma. And where did it get us? Other than bored? The band wasn't even looking for anything specific. We just wanted change. We wanted to see who was out there, if they'd show up. Well, they showed up all right.
How dare you? That saxophonist was giving it his all. He was the only one who actually fucking
where
played.
This exact thing happened, except we were on stage and naked.
We were auditioning.
Not all of us. Okay, it was just me. I was naked. I think this went better.
Also, just since I'm streaming and might be reacting to things, or I might bounce things off of Gray and Lily earlier, I turned off the Telltale-esque timer.
I see what you're doing, Freddy. You're just trying to make me feel better.
How about making us feel better? We sat through this too.
I'm so sorry you all had such a rough time. Freddy has a bad idea. What else is new? Okay, let's just wrap this up. Kaz, do you need a ride?
Just to Brian's. I'm, crashing on his couch until I get a new place.
What? You said it'd be 2 days.
You know you like having me around. Whatever.
Have you heard yourself snore?
I was gonna say, if he needs a ride to Brian's, why doesn't he just fucking go with Brian?
Hey, Grace, you okay? I know you've been kind of loose ends since you left college. I was just hoping tonight would cheer you up.
Why does this have a heart? I'm concerned about the fact that this has a heart. Fuck it.
You're always looking out for me, Freddy.
Grace's voice actress also
Feel
sounds
right.
familiar.
Best friends to the end.
Right. I just wish it wasn't always so one-sided.
Okay, good. It doesn't
Hey,
pause
hey,
or
don't-
crash my alt tab.
Don't worry about that. Really, Grace. You'll get through this.
Music is your life. Freddy.
Laura
You're the
Bailey,
drummer,
I recognize that
the
name.
lyricist. All of this was your idea. I wish
Oh,
I
they've
knew
got
where
Troy
I fit.
Baker somewhere in this.
I think you fit. You know that, right?
Yeah.
You coming?
I'm gonna hang out a bit and lock up. I'll see you at home.
Shayna Proudmore.
Like a boat lost at sea.
Moving to music. I'll look through this later.
No sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. Is the world too much, or is it just me? Everything I set upon unravels at my feet. Everything I've learned wasted on a girl who doesn't know how
Classic just out of college blues. Trying to give her a fucking heart attack.
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Or it's just called fucking collab.
I heard you from outside. My name's Calliope. You have an amazing voice. I hope you know that.
Thanks. I'm Grace. Are you here for the audition?
I feels a bit late for that.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Are you now? Well, while we're at a pause point, let me go ahead and get back to looking through this. It's just fucking all over the place, trying to find any definitive... Ugh, Abigail Last of Us Part 2. Unfortunate. But yeah, looking at... She was Catherine in Catherine, I guess. Why is... What? Why is it... Why does Marvel Future Avengers have different roles listed for Black Widow and Natasha Romanoff? It is aware they're the same character, yes? Catwoman and Batman. And Catwoman and Selena Kyle and Batman the Enemy Within. Again, those are the same characters. Supergirl and Justice 2. Yeah, apparently she's fucking Blaze the Cat. Uncredited, weirdly enough, although that's just because it's Mario and Sonic at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games. I don't know if that's a consistent role. Apparently she was a handful of soldiers and the Phantom Pain. But yeah, she, like, over 500 roles. Oh, she was also Fiona in Tales from the Borderlands, which we'll get to at some point. Once we play all the fucking Telltale games. Also, Irif and Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor. I need to finish uploading all that at some point. Fetch and Infamous First Light. I need to get that for PS4. Oh, she was Maka. Yeah, that's probably where I recognize her the most from. Anyways, time to get back to things. After I mute my phone so that I don't get any more notifications. Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay. Did you
that.
bring an instrument or some music?
I kinda bring my music wherever I go.
Yeah, you were the one who was just singing,
All right.
Chica.
Well,
With the fire furious, I have burned my tongue. Grief from all the promises, too many dreams unsung. All the steps I didn't take and paths proved untrue. Is there any path through?
I just gotta say, this feels duetish. This feels like a compliment to the first song.
Though I'm about to rise, you still have your life ahead. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. All things that lose their way can
Random question. Why do all of you have a bunch of fucking... Why do I have stats? I know it's a role-playing musical, but I didn't expect to have fucking stats. Fucking charming. I will be the bard. Well, just to read these, you can be charming. This is Grace with soul and charisma. That implies that she doesn't have soul, the other versions. She tries to do the right thing, and everyone likes her more for it. Kick-ass, in your face. This Grace is very punk rock and not afraid to get reckless and aggressive when it's called for. Or clever. Sometimes you need to think your way out of a problem, right? This Grace is sneakier, smartier, and witty. Fuck that, I'm the bard. I assume this also means there would be different lyrics depending on what exactly you chose. And also potentially different lighting. That was a weird place for the song to suddenly drop.
Wow. What was that?
Your song was just so wonderful. I had to finish it with you. I hope that's all right. I also know what it feels like to be lost.
Also, question, why do people
Feels
have
like
so
you
many
have no
rings?
place to turn.
Like, aside
That's
from
why
the
I had to
piercings,
come
you're like the
inside.
second character, like a ton of different rings. Ah, well, I don't have this as the option since I'm not clever. Thanks, Gay, for letting me know about the options I don't have access to. Theoretically, this does improve replayability, but it's also kind of just like, well, fuck you. It's kind of one thing in, like, a Fallout game when it does something like this. Because those games are not entirely linear, but in this case, well.
It's really weird. I feel like... Have we met before?
I don't think so, but artists often find me familiar.
What does that mean?
It means I've traveled in many circles. May I ask you why you feel so adrift? You're so young. Surely your life is just beginning.
This is like the... Why do you feel adrift, woman fresh out of college, wondering what the fuck to do with her life? Can't be that you're questioning your life choices. Can't be that you're realizing that you're no longer going to school and now you have to deal with whatever work and shit the world throws at you. Ah, clearly you're just... Clearly there must be some other reason.
It would sound stupid.
Try me.
Well... I left school because I didn't feel like I belonged there, but I still haven't found my place. What am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to go? Shouldn't I have figured this out by now?
Those are good questions to ask. I should go.
About the audition. I'm sure everyone will agree you're in, if you want to be, that is.
I hope to see you again, Grace. Perhaps soon.
Yeah, that's not ominous at all.
See you then.
Not sure how I feel about the 2D, 3D. But there are plenty of other games that do it like, you know, fucking Telltale. Well, someone's in a good mood at least. Let's change that.
Did you lose your keys, Fred? I thought you'd be... What the... Calliope?
Whip.
Nowhere else. I'm so sorry, Grace.
Just like, yeah, the first fucking... How the fuck did you get here? How do you know where I live? But let's address the situation. We can ask that later.
happened? Who did this?
It doesn't matter now. I didn't want to do this to you. Not like this. I'm so sorry.
What do you mean? Hey, Calliope! Please, please, come on.
Well, time to get a holy infusion.
What is that?
Well, that's gonna be hard to wash out. Oh, hi.
Oh, I can wait. Take your time.
Fucking nervous.
Is that my door?
That's your question?
Technically, it's my door. Or our door, maybe? I came as soon as I could.
Thanks. I both love and hate that Hermes looks like a fucking teenage pizza delivery boy. He looks like someone who would be running like a bicycle mail delivery. Or a bicycle newspaper delivery.
I think she's dead. We need help. You need to call someone.
Well, I'm someone. I got called. Happens every time one of us dies, you know?
What do you mean you fucking know? You have a lot of fucking explaining to do her.
She really is dead, huh? Man. So, the course is gonna want to talk to you. Sucks, but, you know.
You are far too... I feel like I should be able to use this without being the aggressive. What the fuck is going on? You need to fucking explain.
I don't understand. None of this makes any sense. She's dead, and I don't...
I can see you don't know squat about this, so I'm gonna explain real quick, but then you gotta come with me, okay? When Cal died, you saw a shiny thing come out of her, right? That was her soul. That's what made her a god.
A what?
It's
That's
in
correct.
you now, which makes you a god. Surprise, right? With me so far? Cool. Let's go.
I just gotta fucking leave her dead body there for the cops to discover. Yeah, that's not... Why is there just a plate of chocolate chip cookies?
Where are we?
Sorry to drop you and run, but when an idol dies, there's like 100 different things I gotta do.
No, wait. Where did you bring me? How did we get here?
How do I get back?
Doris can explain. Don't touch anything. Okay?
Wait,
Ah, so probably in the other room. Maybe. I don't know.
okay. Yeah, I'll just wait here and, not touch anything.
Don't you fucking touch anything. Don't you fucking touch anything. Don't you fucking touch anything. No. 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 You do not eat food. Good. Hi.
Our
beloved sister, the last of the muses, has passed on.
Not what I was
To
expecting Athena to
you,
look like, but okay.
Our new sister, delivered to us by dear sweet Hermes. It's, Grace, yes?
Yes?
Oh, my. You have had quite the day, haven't you?
That is an understatement. In which case, I'm just going to assume that the others are the biggest three. But we'll see.
So Calliope is really dead. Even if she's a...
A god?
Yeah, a god.
Yes, we call it passing on, but yes, sadly it happens even to us. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Athena, goddess of wisdom. This is Apollo,
Oh,
god
oh,
of prophecy, dressed for the occasion, as
Fair enough with
always.
the sun symbol.
The wondrous Aphrodite, goddess of love, and the one glaring at you is Persephone, once queen of the underworld.
Uh-huh.
Together, we are the chorus. We rule over the idols, our name for the gods who remain. All of us, hidden in your modern world.
Questions abound. I feel we've kind of established that. All of these are, it's like, okay.
But gods aren't real. They can't be. They're just...
Stories, myths, legends.
That's not quite what I asked, but
If you're
close enough.
real, you'd be all-powerful. You wouldn't be hiding or...
Clearly you have not
Don't
read
pay much
Greek
attention to
mythology.
those old tales about us, Grace. They weren't very true to begin with, and, well, truth be told, we've diminished since those days. That doesn't mean we're helpless, of course. Far from it. Yet, at the end of the day, we too are just people, trying to get by.
Right, and you live here, not in some city in Europe.
You don't even
or-
fucking know where you
On
are.
top of a mountain.
I mean, you're in
Oh, I
a
know,
skyscraper.
I know.
You're pretty
Once
close to it.
we roamed marble halls, and now, fashionably appointed apartments. We have Wi-Fi.
You're
We move with the
acting
times, Grace.
way too nonchalant
We
about
have
this.
to, if we're going to remain hidden and survive. The mortals grow more and more clever with each passing century. Television. I do what I must.
Well, you kind of got teleported. There was an old. I might as well ask, but
You expect me to believe that gods, sorry, idols, have been living among us for
that
what?
is a face.
Thousands of years? You're thousands of years old.
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm not trying to make you believe anything. Not at all. If you'd like to believe this office is right outside your front door, or that we are, I don't know, actors, religious fanatics, by all
I was gonna say.
means. The only thing I do need you to grasp is that you are here. This is real, and like it or not, it is happening.
Which leaves.
Wait, you said, and Hermes said, that I'm a god now too. And an idol.
That is true.
That thing that came out of her that went into me.
We call it an eidolon, the part of Calliope's soul which made her an idol, which now makes you one.
Athena, we are wasting time.
The reason you're here, Grace, the reason why we made you wait so long while we debated, is because we have rules. Those rules mean we can't admit into our ranks a usurper, never mind a possible murderer. I know this will all come as a shock, and I'm so sorry to say it, but I'm afraid you have to die.
The fucking what? Why? Well, that is the roll one.
You want me to die? But that isn't fair.
I know, but consider it from our point of view. A dear sister, someone who traveled with us through the ages, gone.
But I didn't do it. Aren't you supposed to be the goddess of wisdom? Can't you see this isn't right?
Calliope's blood is literally on your hands.
Which proves fucking nothing.
It isn't...
She came into our
So
apartment.
helpless. Maybe we
We
should.
should do as we agreed. Calliope's line would end, yes, but what other option do we have? Let a usurper remain an idol?
Justice has to be done. For Calliope's sake.
You a dumb bitch.
This isn't justice!
Why are you singing? I know this is a role-playing musical, but why are you singing?
Though, a little lost here.
If you are lost, little girl, this bears explanation. Dear child, please listen.
Please listen, we're going to murder you without any evidence or proof, because you were kind of just there.
You have usurped a muse. No recourse to be arranged.
But it's unfair.
I know, but our laws cannot be changed.
But she came to me.
You must realize there are simple rules. If one of us dies, these rules have been the tools that shield
You must know. I didn't
us.
do it. Is it weird this isn't song?
Thank you, Grace.
That the muse is gone. Now that she's gone, I'm afraid you'll have to see. The chorus is in accord. Justice won't be ignored.
I disagree.
Thank you, Apollo.
Did I hear that correctly?
You've been quiet this entire time, Apollo. Why speak up now?
I grieve Calliope's loss just as much as the rest of you, but I can't let you do this.
He's right. What if Grace speaks the truth? What if Calliope chose her? And what if Calliope was murdered by her? What if Grace stole her Eidolon?
You think she
And
would
we'll
know
have to find
any
out.
fucking thing about this and just go, I'm going to murder this person to
Justice.
steal their soul?
Oh, Apollo, I thought we'd agreed this was justice. What would you have us do?
Fucking investigate rather than literally murdering the person who happened to be found next to her, who was fucking grieving her.
There has to be some way to find the truth. Aren't you gods? Couldn't a god, I don't know...
We aren't seriously considering this.
Very well. This one time. I put a motion before the chorus. Do we allow Grace the right to prove...
I want to hear anything
innocence?
from you, Persephone. Your
Yes.
claim to fame is getting kidnapped
so.
and getting stuck in the
Yes.
underworld as someone's husband because you had to eat a few fucking dates.
Fine.
And there we have it.
Well, let's just cut to the quick.
Wait, I'm gonna get some help with this, right? Some direction?
You say Calliope chose you. I would like to believe that. I truly would. You have 1 week to find out what happened, Grace.
Thanks.
What happens after a week?
There will be a trial. If you cannot provide proof of your innocence by then, oh, our original verdict stands.
Can you talk to Calliope in the underworld? How does it work when a god dies? You have pass on. You have to really talk about that. Yeah, you also kind of whisked me away and brought me here. The killer's
Can
fucking
someone
long gone.
explain to me just how I'm supposed to find the truth? I'm not a detective. I don't know anything about the idols.
Well, that's for you to figure out.
I knew you were gonna say that. How did I know you were gonna say that?
We're not going to keep you, Grace. You have much to do. Before you go, however, a few rules. Do not reveal our existence to the mortal world. This includes mortal authorities. They cannot help you. Do not harm
Don't
another
report this
idol.
murder.
Do not leave the city. Do as the chorus commands.
Okay, what if the murderer
Otherwise,
left the city?
Do whatever you must to find the true killer. If they exist.
Oh, that's all?
Welcome, dear sister.
And do help yourself to a cookie.
I don't want to eat your fucking cookies. Hi. Good. Good. We have profiles, among other journal stuff. The characters. We have Freddy. I only called her Farishta. When I'm visiting her house, her mom always makes these deep-fried honey snacks I love. Has been my best friend since probably forever. We used to make up rhymes while we skipped rope. It's been that long. Come a long way from those days. Edge of Elysium is her band, and inviting me in was her idea. I was keen on joining, since I haven't seen Freddy much since I left school, but it's been kind of rough going. I can sing, sure, and when we get a gig, it feels good enough being up there on stage. But is this really my thing? I don't know. Just where so many rates. I know Calliope was one of the muses. Is that the same as making a god? But that's really about it. I don't know where she lived, what she got up to, or who her enemies were. I have so many questions. For one, what was she doing when she found me at the gymnasium? Was she just passing by, or did she plan that? How'd she know where I live? I keep thinking about what Calliope said to me before she died. She seemed so sad. Did she know if this was going to happen? Most of all, why'd she pick me? Hermes is the idol came to collect me in my apartment when Calliope died. I didn't know their name at the time, of course. Athena only mentioned who they were afterwards. I guess they're the god of doorways, maybe. Wonder if they can go anywhere with that power. In a bank vault, on top of a mountain, across the world. Pretty wild to think about. Could Hermes have been involved in Calliope's death? They seem surprised, if not really broken up about. Not that Hermes strikes me as someone who does much deep thinking. They seem more like a kid, although I guess looks can be deceiving. Why'd they have to come when Calliope died? And they did it right away, too. Kinda suspicious, if you ask me. Aphrodite is the goddess of love, and I can't believe it. She has that sparkle when you look at her. Like she's one of those old-timey movie stars. All glamour and presence. If she walks into a room, everyone stops what they're doing to stare at her. Why she's part of the chorus, I have no idea. She seemed kinda quiet and sad, like she's busy writing some teary ballad in her head and not really listening to what's going on around her. If Aphrodite is behind Calliope's death, then she hides it super well. Maybe just naturally learn how to be a great actress after 1,000 years or so. How would I know? I don't know much about Apollo. He's the only guy in the chorus, but he didn't say much of anything until he kinda defended me, I guess. At least he disagreed with the "you need to die" verdict, I guess. I owe him one. If I actually owed anyone for giving me an extra week before they kill me. Not so sure about that. Athena introduced Apollo as a god of prophecy, but I'm not sure exactly what that means. Don't prophets wear long robes and speak in big, booming voices? This one looks less like a god and more like a surfer who crashed on a beach after a party and still hasn't found all of his clothes. Could he have killed Calliope? Can't take anything for granted when it comes to these people. Athena is supposed to be the goddess of wisdom, but how does that work? Is it a power of hers? Does she just know things? She's supposed to be really powerful, but how exactly? Mostly she just seemed like my mom. Or anyone's mom. Maybe that's what she is to the idols, the mom who looks after them and keeps them going. She was all smiles and was even super sweet when she told me I had to die like it would be no big deal. That makes her a scary mom. The kind that demands to speak to the manager when things don't go her way. Because things always go her way. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she's a cool mom. Or maybe she'll keep smiling when she smothers me with a pillow. Because she's thousands of years old and I'm basically nothing in comparison. And maybe she'll kill Calliope, and that makes me an annoyance, because that means her murderer didn't quite take. But then, why give me the chance to prove myself? If she really wanted me dead, couldn't she have just said, nope, no vote, let's nip this in the bud? Athena really seems like the type who'd do that, right? Idols are so confusing. Also, it's a bit weird that we don't have the two dudes on this character list. What did Athena say about Persephone? She's the queen of the underworld? I had to look it up, but that's basically the idol version of hell. Does that mean it's a real place? Like, you die and you go to the underworld? Or maybe they only have its idols. Mind you, Athena didn't exactly say Persephone was the queen of the underworld, did she? She said, once the queen of the underworld, so she isn't any longer. She's also the only idol that Athena didn't say was the god of something or other. I'm going to there's a whole story about that. Whatever it is, it's pretty clear that Persephone hates me, and not just because she thinks I'm murder, because don't they all think that? It feels personal. Those sharp eyes of hers want to gut me and hang me on a clothesline, so I better watch my back. And apparently I'm just expected to walk all the fucking way back to my apartment.
Grace?
Well, body's gone for better and for worse.
Grace.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Hi. Hi. You're kidding, right? When I came home, the door was wide open. You weren't answering your phone. Kaz and Brian are still out looking for... Grace... We thought something happened to you. What? Did something happen to you?
Kind of. Sort of. Decisions. I mean, I'm not supposed to tell anyone.
When you got home, there wasn't a body here? No blood or anything?
A body? What do you mean, like a dead body?
Yeah. A woman named Calliope. She showed up and she was...
You were gone all night. Why didn't you answer your phone? I was calling and calling. This wasn't some
hi.
hookup, was it? Because, you can say it's none of your business, Freddy.
Well, to fucking excuse you. I guess we're just going to fucking ignore it.
It was definitely not a hookup. I'm allowed to say that much, I think.
Allowed to say? Like you're a secret spy? Have you been a secret spy this whole time? Because if you have, that's pretty cool.
Hi there.
Who is this, Grace? Why does he have horns?
And goat eyes.
Honestly, your guess is as good as mine.
To answer your question, my dear, you see the horns because I allow you to see the horns. That's crazy, right? As for who I am, I've been known most often as Pan. So you call me that, if you must call me anything.
Pan, of the Greek gods, Pan, right? But he's some kind of cosplayer?
The days of idols being called gods are well behind us, I'm afraid, but I assure you, I am the real article. I can offer our newest idol a helping hand. Or perhaps two. You do look lost, don't you?
Okay.
So we can just talk about this in front of Freddy.
Haven't you? Darling. And here I drop my glamour and everything.
Look, I was told
It's
explicitly not to do
I
this.
was told we're not supposed to. Talk about it, that is.
Freddy, you're out of the loop.
What? Grace, tell me.
The prohibition is against revealing the idols to the mortal world. She's not the mortal world, is she? She can be trusted, can't she?
Ah, lovely.
Why do I have a
Technicality.
feeling that I'm gonna regret not leaving with Brian and Kaz?
Oh, I can guarantee it.
Thanks.
Okay, Freddy. Have a seat. Let's talk.
Why did this take multiple hours?
Huh. That's it?
Huh? I guess. Do you believe in this, Grace?
Textures are kind of glitching in the background a bit.
Sure, but I had proof. I traveled through a magical door.
Which sounds extra cool.
I was a little distracted.
Well, I have a million questions, but I can ask them later. The important thing is that I am here to support my best friend.
Thanks, Freddy. I guess.
What did I ever do to deserve a friend like you?
You sat next to me at lunch period, dummy.
Oh yeah, right.
My friendship comes with all sorts of benefits, up to and including the tracking down of supernatural killers.
Oh, does it now?
Such darling camaraderie. It brings a tear to my
Yeah, it's just kind of hanging around for the past fucking 3 hours.
Of killers?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You wound me, dear lady. I've come to offer advice to our newest idol, a foundling who was set adrift most cruelly.
Seems rather convenient, you showing up with advice. How did you even know I existed?
A little bird told me, if you must know. Very useful, those little birds.
He's not gonna tell you, Grace.
Either the owl or
There's
the
not
fucking
much
Hermes.
to tell. Among the idols, news travels swiftly. We are a tiny village of godly busybodies. I heard of
Yeah,
your
that seems
arrival,
right.
and I know how obtuse the chorus can be. So here I am. You're welcome.
So you're here purely for my sake then? Like a charity case?
My dear sweet girl, as far as you're concerned, I am the god of charity cases.
I feel that's
But
not
you're
quite the same.
Are you? Pan was the god of lust and mischief. Doesn't sound too charitable to me.
Ah, yes. The old tales of the gods. Such antics, such fantasy. Pay them no mind.
I mean, theoretically, he's... Why can I ask that again?
You know, you could be the killer, for all I know.
Come to mislead you, perhaps. How fiendishly clever of me. Well called, darling.
And maybe even true.
Poor, poor Pan! To be eternally maligned and mistrusted. Alas, and alas, and alas. I doubt there's a line of idols waiting to offer you advice, Grace.
To be fair,
Whether you accept
coming to
it or
help
not,
us
you
and
decide.
rub the rest of the chorus the wrong way may very well just be mischief.
I still don't trust you. Nobody does anything.
Okay, it
for
is
free.
different.
Now. Who said I was doing anything for free?
Here we go.
I have not, however, asked for anything. As of yet.
We're not gonna tell him to elaborate? Okay.
Okay, I'll bite. What's your advice? I have to admit, I don't really know where to start.
Well, I'm not normally one to run amok telling others how to live their lives. But have you considered using your powers?
Fucking how?
My powers.
Music, art, passion. You are the last muse, and all these are now your province.
Oh, so it's fucking us who made the chorus start singing, okay. Fucking notifications. I think something apotheosis among it is...
When I was talking to Athena and the others, they all
Pause.
started singing. Does that mean that was me?
Let me guess. Music swelled as if from nowhere. Lips quivered, souls were laid bare.
Yeah, I guess.
And yeah, that was you.
Well, alright.
Okay, but how does that
So are
help
we
me
a
find
fucking
Calliope's
living
murderer?
zone of truth?
Allow me to expedite the process of understanding. Now
Bad
then,
touch.
close your eyes. You hear that? It's coming from you. When you sing, what emotion does it summon?
Oh, we are the background music, I guess.
I don't know.
Unearthly chorus
You
indeed.
open your eyes, you look into the crowd, and you feel.
You gotta choose another fucking stat.
Powerful.
Nope, okay.
Grace, you know that you're lost now. You've been given powers you don't understand. I'm the guy who can help you. All that you hear is at your command.
Wait.
No, it's okay, Freddy. This is all me?
I know this sounds like a villain song.
Singing.
Now?
Why not? Time's a wasting.
How the hell did you find me? This is the weirdest night I've ever had. And you say I have powers? How could this possibly turn out bad? Am I doing it now?
Brilliant.
I don't follow. Are those really actual horns? And this singing is so hard to swallow. Can you hear me, Grace? What's going on?
Lost girls, you all love your lost girls. A rescue that you can't take home.
I won't say you need saving. You're not drowning, you're waving. And you two, are you dating? It's so titillating.
Grace, we gotta be careful. Has he slipped something into our drinks? Spouting crap about powers. He could be dangerous. What do you think?
Hold around.
Can we all loosen up now? Remember, this madness is happening to me. This music makes sense to me somehow. But pulling me round is not what I need.
Is that gonna be here all the time?
How dare you? You don't know me.
If she has to be, pass me some wine.
Grace, is this how you let strangers speak to me?
Lost girls, you all love your lost girls. A rescue that you can't take home.
I went for the middle option, but I guess it didn't take.
Little stray is perfectly fine on her own.
Okay. What happens now then?
How about a solo?
Backing yourself.
You're sure about this?
Grace, I love it.
Okay.
I never knew I had that in me. That said, I'll never do that again.
Grace, you're starting to comprehend. Let me show you more, or show me the door.
Good idea. I just sang soprano.
The showing or the door part?
My body's shivering, blood is thickening, skin is shimmering. You guys are bickering. Lost girls, lost.
I can sticking with Freddy here.
Love your lost girls. A rescue that you can take home. You can see we're at home.
I see what I see, kid. Freddy has no idea, kid. You'd be far better off on your own.
I don't know about that.
Really? Now you're just being silly.
A little.
The muse isn't feeling the gravity. Or do you refuse and, like ostriches, happily stick your heads in the sand? Grace, I could be your right hand. Freddy, you better leave her alone. Let me do what I do, or she'll sink like a stone.
Lost girl, I know I'm not a lost girl.
How we did it so.
This is all new, and I don't know what to do. Should I stay with my bestie? This goat's getting testy. Won't be lost on my own. I'll always be home. Sorry to break it to you, Pan, but I'm not a band.
If I have to choose between the two. Sorry, man. I appreciate your help.
That's your choice. Humdrum mortality.
How about trusting in those who love her instead of those who want to use her?
Oh my, such drama. No matter how you employ it, Grace, this is the power of a muse, drawing out that which lies within. I trust you can see how that might be useful in your investigation.
Yeah, Song of Truth just much more evident.
I'll make them sing a song of confession.
Exactly
That
so.
sounded a little
How
more
easy did it,
maniacal
right?
than I expected.
I draw out the truth, not make them lie or do something they wouldn't.
Oh, you will be a natural at this, I can tell.
He's still being fairly honest and helpful, even if so. Gotta respect that, at least.
She elicits. She inspires.
Look, Creepo, Grace already told you to take a hike.
Don't be rude,
So
Freddy.
she did. Allow me to get to the point then. For all
Imagine
your
we just
powers,
pulled
you
out
still
fucking
need a
gun.
place to begin your search. And this I can provide. An address. In the city. Where Calliope was staying, I do believe.
Her address? Thank you, that's perfect. Thank you.
Now this I consider a favor. One I hope you'll remember in future dealings.
Within a reason. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. Just don't expect anything more than a scratch back.
That's perfect. We can look for clues there. What this Calliope was doing, who her enemies were.
I should remind you there is an element of danger. A killer is on the loose, no?
Then I'll definitely need backup.
You'll be fine. After all, what's a mortal to do that you cannot?
I can speak Hindi.
Ah.
Okay, fine. I get it. I need to find Kaz and Brian. Just tell them you're okay. If, not the other stuff.
Then I guess I'll go check this place out on my own.
So glad that's settled. I'll let you get to it. I've drinking to resume.
Uh-huh. So the stories meant absolutely nothing. Absolutely no credence whatsoever. There is an element of trying to time things without cutting everything off into songs, but I do like how that goes. Anyway, we probably have something for Pan, theoretically. Oh yeah, we do. It does consistently update too. Oh, and apparently Freddy has been studying Greek mythology. I love it. Yeah, we have a whole lot of places to check here. Woo.
Oh, it's open. That's not a good sign. This is Calliope's apartment? I don't know what I was expecting, but not this. Hello? Oh, sure, Grace, good job. Just announce to the killer that you're here. I better have a look around.
Okay. Well, let's just go down the list.
Damn, look at that. That's beautiful. How do you even get one of these?
Yeah, real lovely.
After Calliope left the audition...
The roof painting reminds me of the theater.
Did she follow me? Did she come here?
Not exactly what I was expecting when I looked at the light fixture, but okay.
Did she paint that? Looks like it belongs in a museum. Andy Warhol, yeah, that makes sense. I wonder how many celebrities she knew. Right. These aren't... Do I inherit these as the new muse? Is that even okay to ask?
Something slightly annoying is that when I click on these, it kind of teleports my mouse around. Like, you can see how it quickly goes there, and then when it just goes into this, it kind of teleports it over to the left side of the screen for some reason.
I want to believe this is just an ironic photo of Elvis, and she wasn't, like, his muse, or...
What would you have against her being Elvis's muse?
A giant harp. Of course there's a giant harp.
To the upper left it goes. instrument.
So many instruments in here. Did she play all of them?
Quite possible.
I don't see anything useful down here. Maybe there's something upstairs?
I mean, you've looked at a number of things, but you haven't exactly examined anything.
Keep it together, Grace. It's just your average, everyday.
There were only 3 muses, you know, not 9. Whenever they found someone who made something truly masterful or created a new art form, they'd pass on their eidolon, take a new name. You see, that's how the mortals became confused. They got it wrong. Like they got almost everything about us wrong.
Sure.
What are you doing, sitting here in the dark?
What does it look like I'm doing?
Preparing your villainous monologue?
I'm grieving. For a dear friend. If I may ask, how did you find this place? And what are you doing here?
Well, I would go with the straightforward truth, but seeing as we have a character choice.
I'm looking for help. To save my life, remember?
Yes, I should apologize for that. Our ways must seem strange to you.
Yeah, just kill whoever happened to be nearby the corpse without any investigation. No wonder there's so fucking few of you left.
What they were doing.
It still isn't. I still need help.
I can't help you, Grace. I wish I could. You deserve better.
Can you tell me about Calliope? I barely knew her, but she seemed...
She was a beautiful soul, if troubled.
Troubled?
She thought the idols had lost their way. She argued with us, with all of us, that we needed to change.
I mean, given you don't seem to agree with them.
Years. I hadn't seen her home before today.
And how did you find her up?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Well, that's great, but we're the one with our neck on the line, buddy.
Why can't you help me exactly? Pan said there's no specific rule against it.
Well, there you go, name dropping
You've
Pan.
already met Pan? How odd. It's not that I'm forbidden to help you, Grace. It's that you don't want my help.
Of course I do! You have to know more than me about almost everything!
My help will only make things worse.
How is that possible? I've been sentenced to death.
And without my help, you stand a chance of avoiding that fate.
This room is a mess. Did you do this?
With this?
Because it's meant to be sort of a favoritism-like
And you
thing,
don't
only
think that was an
defending us
illicit
because there's
fringe?
souls in us or some
I
such.
didn't think much of it. I came here to be reminded of Calliope, not to search through her things.
Well, we're here to search through her things.
That end, it's cleaner than my place.
So you didn't mess up the room, but someone must have. There could be a clue.
No, nothing that I've seen. All this mess, as you put it, is likely the result of her projects.
Her projects?
When Calliope got an idea in her head, she would obsess over it, sometimes for months, even years.
Fair enough.
I don't know what she was involved with lately, but this... for her, this is nothing.
So let me get this straight. You'll speak up for me, but you won't lift a finger
I mean,
to help.
the fact they spoke
You
up for
want
you
me
is
to do
quite a
more.
bit.
You keep saying that, but it doesn't make any
Yes,
sense.
please elaborate a bit.
If you didn't want to help, that'd be one thing. But insisting I don't want you to? Why not?
Plus, he just got a prophecy. Who knows? Maybe his help is self-fulfilling.
I can't do this.
Well,
I can see this is hard for you, I really can. But I don't understand.
You don't know what you're asking.
Do I have to beg? For whatever reason you helped me before. My life is still on the line.
Nope. Song time.
I haven't sung in centuries.
Well.
According to Pan, I can't force anyone to do anything.
Bring it out, 'em gravelly tones.
Phantom pains from a missing friend, feeding thoughts, thoughts that never end. What did I do? What didn't I do? Here she is, only in your head. Long gone fights, but they're never dead. What did I do? What didn't I do?
What did you do? What didn't you do?
Cause and effect. The earth shook and my instinct was protect. She said, come, there's waves to ride. I stayed shut inside, and that's where she and I would disconnect.
What? Why would it? What?
You held fast. What's that about?
Stubborn me thought I'd wait her out. Usually she'd come back to me. You see, she'd return. We'd do that old dance, knowing both there was not a chance that I would change. But she never came.
Cause and effect. There's damage even when it's indirect.
There's definitely different sounds depending on which path you go through, even if it's not your chosen path.
Lose battles out of pure neglect. Cause and effect.
But I've tried.
Never with me. We haven't tried.
Let's see.
But if it's too hard, just say.
It is, but it's okay. Perhaps there is some change we can effect.
That hidden voice will always play. On loop, it will always say, what did I do? What
On it goes. Time to start up.
a song you can't erase, but you can make a time.
May have done something, may have not done something. No way you can fix and move on without getting on and getting up.
Very well, I'll help. Though I'm uncertain what you expect me to do.
You're the one who
Called you
kept
the god
fucking.
of prophecy, didn't
Yeah,
she?
dude.
Isn't that telling the future?
This is something I'm slightly worried about.
Prophecy is the last thing you need, Grace.
Just thank you. Can you explain why in solid words? Stop talking around the issue, please.
It'd be helpful if you could explain why exactly? This is all new to me, remember?
Yes, of course, that's true.
I mean,
It's so easy to forget.
I'm going to lean towards once the prophecy is out is
simply to be told what might happen.
Yeah.
It's to be told what will happen. To know a prophecy is to be bound to its outcome.
that was my concern.
Only in ignorance is one free to choose.
What? That makes no sense. If you tell me I'm gonna fall into a hole.
Then you will.
No, but I'll just avoid holes. All holes, any hole.
And the act of trying to avoid them is what will make you fall. Worse, prophecies are never crystal clear. Sometimes you won't understand the full meaning until it's too late.
Okay, is there anything you can do that isn't prophecy related?
Not directly, but yes, possibly. Come with me. There's someone I'd like you to meet.
I'd still like to investigate the room, but okay. Off to the beach house.
This is where you live?
Oh, yes, sometimes. And excuse the mess. I don't get many visitors.
You know, you're depressed.
Don't
It's
worry
fine.
about
I'm sure you
Three
can get cleaned up.
brothers, I've seen a mess or two.
Well, you're being kind. I admit I hadn't realized how bad it was.
You said I'm here to meet someone?
Ah, yes. Do you know what an oracle is?
I thought the goal was well, yes. I thought the goal was to fucking avoid prophecies.
Someone who tells the future?
Not quite. They serve as a channel of sorts for my powers. This allows them to offer insight, knowledge they have no earthly means to possess. There's always been one. Over the ages, no matter where I go, one manages to find me.
Meaning there's an oracle here.
Hi, how you doing?
There is.
Is she a neat?
What?
I've brought someone to see
Oh
you.
yeah, that's definitely a neat.
How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not a magic fortune cookie. Is that what Paul told you? Oracle's my handle. And even if I was the Oracle, I'm certainly not his Oracle.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Oracle.
Huh. Well, she's got better manners than the last lady you brought here. But at least that one had a casserole. Do you have a casserole?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
How dare
Look,
you?
I'm sure he told you all sorts of nonsense. I use computers. I'm a hacker. That's it.
I ask very little of you, Oracle. Your help here would be appreciated.
How much of this does she actually know about?
Fine. Get your abs in a twist. Okay, so Paul brought you all this way just to see little old me. What's on your mind, sis?
I didn't actually catch that she'd been calling him Paul.
You keep saying Paul. Do you mean Apollo?
Yeah, I know. Apollo, if that is his real name, says he's a god of prophecy, blah, 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 blah.
But you don't believe him.
Believe him? Who'd believe that? It's super weird, but he's a decent guy, so he can be Apollo if he
There are
wants.
people
but
surely called Apollo.
I just can't call him that.
Do you live here?
I crash here, yeah. Better here than home.
She showed up one day, as the oracles do. Naturally, she is welcome to stay as long as she likes.
And see the way he talks. I thought maybe he was a creepiverse, but nah. Paul's aight.
You still fucking crash here with your weird cardboard ass like a laptop.
Praise.
He'd be more alright if he did some laundry.
Your laundry?
Tell me, is Apollo always so...
Incredibly emo? Like a sack stuffed with sad?
Oof.
I am standing right here.
Don't get me wrong. It grows on you after a while.
Grace, surely this is not what you came for.
Oh, I don't know. It's cute watching you get all flustered.
Well, it's hardly productive, is it?
See, there you go again.
Hey, let's try not to flirt with him
Get
too
a
much.
room. A
We
different
don't
room.
need him to rebound off his dead girlfriend onto us, who now has the soul of his dead girlfriend.
So you're an oracle who uses the internet,
I just
huh?
felt that the other two options
Like I
weren't great.
said, it's my handle, and yeah. It's a sweet setup, huh? Some of it's even legit.
The parts I purchased for her, presumably.
Bargain for, fair
How much
and
money do
square.
y'all have?
And I keep telling you to get me an Ethernet cable.
I don't know what that is.
It's the
How?
21st century, Paul. And your 21st century Oracle needs her some download speed, okay?
I'm having to just leave it there, just a stare of confusion.
I'm looking for information about someone named Calliope. Can you help?
I keep pulling up a pink-haired
lady from that apartment I
VTuber,
sent
some
Paul
kind
to.
of Grim Reaper.
Yeah, I've been checking that out.
What did I tell you?
I looked it up. You could do the same if you learned to use the computer. Here, hold up, I'll show you. There. The apartment was originally purchased 2 years ago by a holding company, Core with a K Enterprises.
Oh. Oh, I see. That would be Persephone.
Of course.
You weren't expecting that?
I wasn't aware Persephone and Calliope were friendly. Certainly not friendly enough for Persephone to give Calliope an apartment. The good news is that Persephone is easy to find.
I
can
feel
take
like
you to her if you like.
I can get you to the underworld. In which case, yeah, it may just be more personal. It's like, how dare you get my friend's soul?
I'm thinking she won't be happy to see me.
Persephone is rarely happy to see anyone.
Great! We're all done now.
Thank you for your help, Oracle. Please, do try to get out from behind your screens at least once today. Perhaps go for a walk.
You don't want you going
Yeah,
blind.
sure, will do. Leave a tip on your way out.
And get her an Ethernet cable. Isn't that a promising business card? All within a same fucking city square. And of course, she has an underworld. She has a nightclub called fucking Underworld. When isn't there? When is there not a nightclub called Underworld or some variant thereof? Like in any of these games.
Welcome to the underworld.
Wow. How have I never heard of this
Oh, there's
place?
fucking Pan. Get his
Persephone
drink on.
keeps it a secret, while still managing to draw a crowd every night.
Yeah,
Don't
there's
ask me
someone
how.
new.
Here in the underworld, idols
Yeah,
can be
there's
themselves,
Hermes.
even if they don't look human.
Yeah, that's not weird at all.
Do you come here often?
Oh, no. Persephone and I aren't friends.
Is she friends
Yeah.
with anyone?
Not many, no. Except Calliope, apparently. If we're to find Persephone in all this, we'll need to split up. Have you considered what you'll say to her?
All these percent. Yeah, good fucking luck.
I'll figure something out. I can be persuasive when I want to be.
I'll sing.
I'm just not sure even you could sweet talk Persephone.
Is that a challenge?
It's the truth. If Persephone really was friends with Calliope, talking to you might be the last thing she wants. You need to be prepared to use your powers, as you did with me. Come find me in the crown if you need anything. Otherwise, be careful, Grace.
I need to get this game to not... I need to get OBS not to track my mouse in this game. Because it's starting to bother me. There we go. Capture cursor. Goodbye. There we go. What else can we talk to Apollo about, pray tell? Oh, of course it's fucking arrows. No, he's first on the list. What other information, pray tell, can we get from the guy we were just fucking talking to?
But it's as if Persephone left instructions to thwart me. Every staff member I approach screams and runs off.
What?
I hope your search has been more successful.
That's a very odd thing for the staff to do.
It might help if I knew more about Persephone.
It couldn't hurt. What would you like to know, exactly?
Yes.
What's Persephone's story? Her name rings a bell, but I don't...
No doubt you've heard the tale of how Hades, lord of the underworld, kidnapped a young
Did they get
goddess
divorced?
and made her his wife.
That sweet young goddess was... Persephone.
Mm-hmm. Her mother, Demeter, was so enraged she blanketed the world in ice, rendering it barren and infertile. Zeus was forced to act. He decreed that Persephone would be shared between Demeter and Hades, and thus the matter was resolved. Well, you asked. That's her story, as the mortals tell it.
So tell me, how much of Persephone's legend is true?
Well, let's see. Hades did kidnap Persephone. That certainly did happen. The idols almost went to war over it until Zeus intervened and ordered Hades and Persephone to wed.
Yeah, of course.
Quieted things. At least until Persephone killed Hades.
Ah, for fuck's sake.
Wait, so Hades just kidnapped her, and that was okay? Does this stuff happen a lot with the idols?
Not since the days of the Titans, which I barely remember. It was the first time one idol had killed another.
The Titans, though, we killed so many of them, and there was that one guy we should probably not talk about.
The idols were mindful of what Persephone had been through, but that would be a lie. Persephone was punished for the murder, the underworld taken from her, and we all stood by and let it happen.
Okay, better question. Who's in charge of the underworld now?
And honestly, I can't blame her.
Have the idols changed much, you think, since those days?
Well, you know the saying, the more things change, the more they stay the same.
Wait, Persephone killed another idol.
Oh,
you didn't fucking kill her?
Time ago, yeah.
What about all of Athena's rules? Wouldn't Persephone have been, I don't know...
Executed? The murder of Hades is probably why we now have that rule. Back then, we heard Persephone had usurped Hades' throne, but we couldn't believe it. It just wasn't done. Now, of course, I look back and think we should have seen it coming. Oh, the benefit of hindsight.
Why didn't you see it coming? You're the god of prophecy.
When I look, I learned long ago not to.
Yeah, that's fair.
So what happened to Persephone after...
The murder? She survived, like the rest of us. She got older, and when we came to the New World, I think she would have left us if it was allowed. It isn't, so instead she did as she pleased. She started a cult, became a crime boss.
Of course. She struck me as a crime boss.
It was after her last transition, but honestly, I have no insight into anything Persephone does.
So she's basically just become a Hellraiser in spite. Okay.
You don't come here often, I'm guessing?
Never. I'm sure Persephone only sent the membership as a formality. I doubt she thought I'd ever use it.
Don't you ever have fun? No drinking or dancing in Apollo Land?
Apollo Land?
Once. When I had the muses to keep me company.
No. No. I want to say that, but also, I'm not just gonna... We have already pushed a little bit. We don't need to push that much harder quite yet.
I didn't mean to remind you.
It's alright. I'm okay.
Good.
I'll get going. I still need to find Persephone.
I'll keep trying as well.
Well, let's avoid Eros for now and talk to the people we've already talked to. Place-wise, because how do we even fucking know he's up there? What are you doing with that poor waiter, Pan?
As I live and
Are you
breathe,
Pan?
if it
That seems
isn't
about
our
right.
dear Muse.
Hi, Pan.
Tell me, have you decided to leave your troubles behind and join us in the land of shadows and revelry?
Yeah, what a fun fucking week that'll be, and then we get beheaded.
I should thank you for the address. It's what led me here.
No need to thank me. You'll owe me. Remember, how you managed to stir the sun god from his oh so tiresome gloom, I cannot imagine. Nicely done.
I like him. It took some convincing, but at least he's helping me without asking anything in return.
Truly, how do you function with such naivete?
Do you know something I don't?
Yes. I'm sorry, was that in question?
Yeah, that's her. What do you think Pan is doing here?
I'm guessing it's a total coincidence that I'm running into you here.
It must be.
The god of booze and revelry at
a
a nightclub for gods.
Well, did you?
Do I look like an oracle? I am here to listen to thrilling music and meet delicious people. My tastes are simple.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of simple tastes, my glass is empty again. The service here is appalling.
You were just manhandling a waiter.
I assume you're a regular at this club?
And why would you assume that, dear Grace?
The horns, you...
What,
Do you know
what did the
Persephone
horns
well?
have to do with
There
it?
is no knowing Persephone well. She won't have it. Not anymore.
Not anymore?
Long ago, we were all very different. Over the span of ages, however, even mountains erode.
The things you say, the things you don't say. You don't make yourself seem
The things you do, the
trustworthy,
things you don't
you
do.
know that?
Trust is for the weak and the penniless.
Still not helping.
Why, Grace?
Or just say something intimidating and weird.
I, Pan, am some sort of scoundrel.
That's probably what Gray would call you, yes. No, I'm not flirting with Pan.
It's more that I'm stating it outright.
Rejected twice in a row. How will I ever recover from such insult, I ask you?
Uh-huh.
I don't know what to tell you, Grace. Even an idol needs to get by.
There's my move.
You must know why I'm here.
Oh, and there's
right?
Saigoku. Hi, Saigoku. Thanks for popping in.
seek our
Get to work
sweet-natured
safe and hope it goes well.
Can you help me find her?
Earlier I wasn't good enough, but now, I see how it is.
Look, you're on the bottom floor.
By all
We could ask someone else.
I'd love to tell Persephone that the source of her rage has intruded on her domain.
What if I asked you really nicely and batted my eyelashes, like so?
It says without blinking.
Oh, no. Not my one true weakness.
I could also flatter you, tell you how shiny your horns are.
All right, all right. Never let it be said that flattery gets one nowhere. Let me know when you're ready and I'll take you to Persephone.
I really appreciate it.
Do keep that in mind after you've spoken to her.
Well, let's stick to the bottom floor for now. Then we'll move on to Eros.
Whoa, you're here. I mean, you gotta be somewhere, but you're here.
Hello, Hermes.
Sorry about running off on you back at the thing. Didn't really have a choice, but sorry anyway.
You're not much like the other idols, are you?
New?
You don't really know a whole lot about what he all
Maybe
is like.
like a year? I've lost track.
So you just got made into a
idol
Hermes.
stuff.
You aren't the
It's all
Hermes.
cool, but
Which means the
mostly I
Hermes
do
died, which is
whatever
sad.
Athena asks. Athena says one day I'll sit on the chorus. That'll be sick. Can you imagine me in charge?
No. Why not?
Why not? Maybe you can shake some dust off the other idols.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of dust.
You're right about that.
I don't think Athena would let me clean anything anyway. She won't even let me touch her spear.
You've only been an idol for a year? How did that happen?
Probably same way it did with you.
Oh, the old Hermes died in your arms and then they accused you of his murder?
No. Well, yes. I mean, no, not like that. But yeah. I was there when he died. We were friends and I was having trouble at home and he helped me out. I miss him.
Can I ask how he died?
He didn't want to be here anymore.
Ah.
You mean...
I'd rather not talk about it.
That's
I'm
fair.
him now. It's all good.
Other two
When
questions don't
Calliope
need to be
died,
asked.
you were right there. Within moments. How did you know?
I told you. I got word, so I came.
From fucking who?
How did you get word?
Look, when an idol dies, I have to be there. So I just know. It's a Hermes thing.
Okay, sure.
To take the body, clean up the blood, that sort of thing?
Oh, that too, yeah. But that's on Athena's orders.
To keep the idol's secret?
Sure. Can you imagine the questions? I don't know how he hides so well as it is.
Especially when you're in a nightclub for you fucks without hiding anything.
This is probably a stupid question, but... Do you know who might have killed Calliope?
Ugh, why would I know anything about that?
When you came to the apartment, it seemed like you knew her.
Oh no, I only met her once. She didn't live with the rest of the idols or hang out with us very much. She seemed nice though. Angry, maybe. But I don't know who'd want to hurt her.
It sounds as if she didn't much like the idols.
It was more like how you can't stand your family sometimes, even if you still love them.
Relatable. Yeah, well, okay, I
See you
guess we're leaving
around?
off of that.
If you die, then for sure. But don't die.
I will try avoiding that. Like, aside from the fact that he is clearly a character, why the fuck are we coming up to talk to this guy? He's on the second floor. We are explicitly going out of our way to approach this random ass dude.
Didn't figure I'd see you here, though. Oh, excuse the manners. Name's Eros, god of sex.
These two questions. Why are these questions?
Wait, did you say that you're the god of sex?
Desire, really. Sensuality. Attraction. Why? Were you expecting a chubby little flying baby with a bow and arrow?
No.
I wasn't...
I actually preferred Cupid, but Pan had to be the trickster. Spread all those stupid stories.
I'm... sorry?
Why? It's not your fault. Just another grudge I get to carry around forever.
Well, you seem slightly pressed, but you're nice enough.
You know Aphrodite, right? I only met her the once.
Sure, she's my mother. You know how it is.
How would I know? New here, remember?
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry. I wasn't thinking. You hear a lot of idols talk about each other like that. You know, mother, brother, sister, grandfather. None of us are actually related. We just played a family for so many centuries, it may as well be true.
Well, I mean, originally they were related. Mostly. Which also means that that may not be the original Aphrodite, and you might not be the original Eros.
So Aphrodite is your mother, but not really.
That's right. A long time ago, she took care of me when I needed taking care of. The mortals, they just assumed. These days, well...
Not they actually know the fucking story of Eros, but...
We're not as invulnerable as we used to be. Least of all, Aphrodite.
The god of sex at a club. Looking for someone?
Once I might have, sure. Now I'm just here to see it happen.
See what happen?
Look out there. See all these people. The hope, the anticipation, the connections, they bounce off each other. To me, it's like lightning.
Fair enough.
There are worse ways to spend a night out.
Just people watching.
Mortals once begged me to make it happen.
Not a voyage, just people watching.
Now I only inspire sex. Not the same thing.
No,
It's just as well. People should find true love the hard way. They'll value it more.
True.
You seem a little
You don't have to wear
distracted.
that, man.
Is everything okay?
Of course it is. Sure. Not obvious, huh?
Yes.
Truth is, I don't come here that often. No, it's hard to get away. I just want... Nope, never mind.
By all means, elaborate.
Even idols have their bad days, huh?
Bad weeks, bad months, bad centuries. But who am I talking to? You're the one with your life on the line.
I'll see you around.
Count on it.
I'm good. Well, again, you seem nice, but... Why can we talk to Apollo again?
No luck yet, I'm afraid. And why is the music here so loud?
Relatable.
I thought she was just mad at me, but everyone seems afraid of Persephone.
Noticed that, did you? Persephone is angry with everyone, and has been for a very long time. I've told you why. But it's more than that. She does not let go of a grudge. 1,000 years could pass, and Persephone will remember what you did like it was yesterday.
So it seems.
I found someone who will bring me to Persephone.
Finally. I'll be right behind you.
You're coming with me? But I thought...
She seems even angrier with you than she is with me. I might be able to mediate.
We'll see, I guess.
Alright, I'm going to run and use the restroom before we talk to Persephone, so let me go ahead and show up the excuse text. And a 3-minute ad, and we will be back shortly. Right, back. I didn't actually check the timer when I had set the commercial, so I'm going to wait 1 more minute or about 40 more seconds. Gives me time to double check to make sure I don't have any Discord or Twitter notifications. And drink some more tea. There's the gray. There's my good boy. There's my bum. Hopefully you managed to get some rest. That's for my bunny. Alright, back to... Yeah, considering how hot you feel, apparently. Glad you got some rest, at least. And do you feel up to hopping into VC, or do you just want to watch from the chat? It's fine either way. Okay. Maybe get some... Ow, I just poked myself in the eye while going to wipe my eyebrow. Maybe grab something cold to drink, like some water or milk first, yeah? Maybe a little snack. Let me go ahead and cast this Discord since Gray will be joining. Hey, Empty. Hope you're doing well. How is the kitty? Well, Gray'll have that as the second thing he does once he's in the call. You are cat girl, yes. Unless you're secretly a dog. Yes, I asked how you were doing. You are Goober. And I'd imagine you're getting up around this time, so that's relatable. I'll, for the people who are popping in, I'll give a brief rundown after Gray has done his recital. Speaking of. There's my good boy, there's my good boy, there's my sleepy little bum-bum. There. Did you get yourself something to drink?
Yeah, I just got some milk.
Good. Anyway, you have been called upon to recite the titles of Sir Nils.
Oh, God. Major General Sir Niels Olaf III, Baron of the Bouvet Islands, Commander-in-Chief of the Norwegian King's Guard. Also mascot, also King Penguin.
Long may he reign. Good play.
Sir Niels for king.
You redeem a hydrate redeem just after I literally finished off a bottle of water. But I'll take a quick sip from this one, which also is pretty close to being finished off. Thank you.
Just preemptively doing the redeem.
One can also hydrate himself with milk.
Milk's good.
Yes. We hear Stanma. I say, looking over to the chat at Lily. Right. Anyways, Stray Gods, the musical. One of those all myths are true but not really type stories where the gods exist just in a slightly different fashion than we expected. Basically, one of the muses came to us after some auditions. Were interested in us. We sang a duet. She left. Then someone killed her. She got to her apartment. She died and passed a part of her soul onto it, and now we are the muse. And Lily, you are being looked at, firstly, because you are utterly adorable and should be perceived that many times, and secondly, because we stand milk and you are a cowgirl. At any rate, due to our proximity, the gods have arbitrarily decided, oh, we must have been the ones who killed her, so we've got about a week to clear our name.
Gods are stupid.
Yeah. Currently...
I suppose it's nothing new for these sorts of myths.
Currently, the ones that we know of are Athena, Persephone, Apollo, and Aphrodite, who make up the chorus, who are effectively in charge of the remainder of the gods at the moment. Also, they're all called idols, because of course they are in the role-playing musical. There is also Eros, who is in the upper left of the master there. There is Pan, who is in the lower left. There is Hermes, who is in the middle of the dance floor, and obviously there's Apollo. Not all of the quote-unquote idols are the originals. Some of them also got their powers passed on and inherited names in a similar fashion. The only one that's been confirmed for so far, though, is Hermes. Oh crap, raid. Howdy, y'all. How y'all doing?
Oh my god.
We got a raid. I really need to update the raid thing. It's just so rare that I never think about it. Oh.
I'm not awake enough for this.
Poor bum. Let me just give it a shout out. Oh, you are also playing Stray Gods. That would partially explain the raid. Howdy, y'all. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to my humble stream. I'm Atom Andrew. Currently, I take the form of a score bunny and a detective outfit. Don't question it too much. And yes, this is my first playthrough. Ignore the fact that the sound plays again. I still don't know what causes that. I may never fix it. Stream's going well so far. People are gradually starting to funnel in since they're actually fucking awake. Upsides and downsides of starting to stream at midnight central. Few bits of information for the first timers to my stream. Firstly, aside from myself, I tend to have co-hosts, Lily, my lovely cowgirl doll girlfriend, and Gray, this cute little bun. He's such a good boy, and also he is Scottish.
Thank you.
Secondly, I have some characters that I effectively roleplay as, depending on the day and the content of the stream. Usually it's myself on Mondays and the odd Friday, Frederic, a Thunderbird Harpy with anything nostalgic or more Kitty on Tuesdays, and Lucius, a vampire count on Wednesdays with anything mystery-based, mature, visual novels, etc. He's currently on hiatus because Lily's throat is recovering before we return to Ace Attorney. To answer your question, though, I chose Charisma. Because I'm a bard made in D&D, and I could not choose Charisma. Incidentally, since I was filling everyone in on things, since everyone's filing in, as part of the role-playing RPG thing, you also effectively choose a characteristic at the start, which can affect some choices that you're allowed to go with. There are occasionally pop-ups, sort of similar to the Fallout games, where if you have a trait, you're allowed to take a particular speech option. It also comes up in certain segments, which are where the musical section comes in. As a muse, you can basically cast Zone of Truth, but it becomes a musical. Thank you for the follow, Joey. Hope you enjoy your time here, and hope to see you around. Yeah, that's her. And also, Grace is Laura Bailey. Not that anyone here has actually heard her voice, except for maybe Lily, because we've been on the street for the past couple of minutes.
I stand Laura Bailey.
There is Charisma, which is mostly just acting as the heart. There is Kick-Ass, which is punk rock explicitly, and is, well, mostly just more forceful. And then there is Curiosity, which is more wisdom, clever, quippy based. In the musical sections, you can also sort of freely choose between the three in relation to the lyrics and how you're going to push the situation. And it does affect the music to a degree, aside from just changing the lyrics. But we'll get to that when we get to that. Let's see, what else? Apollo may or may not have been dating the past muse, Persephone. Pan is kind of helping us, but we'll owe him a favor. Eros is kind of a surprisingly chill dude and just kind of a people watcher at this point in his life. Not in that way. And Persephone hates our guts. She hates everyone's guts. She also killed Hades.
Alright.
Yeah, as opposed to the story, the change in her story is apparently she just killed Hades at some point, and then got stripped of her role as Queen of the Underworld. And then she just kind of became a general hellraiser, starting cults, nightclubs, becoming a crime lord, etc., etc. To answer Joey's question, I'm kind of leaning towards Freddy at the moment, just because, well, yeah, childhood friend. I was nice to Apollo. I ain't going anywhere near Pan or Eros, for obvious reasons. Anywho. Is the stream all right in Discord, by the way, before I start clicking buttons?
I assume so. It's just a still.
Well, is the music coming through at least?
Thing. Yes, I just had the volume very low.
Good. Okay. Oh yes. Just since, obviously, as you can see from the thing on the bottom left and from that one bot pop-up, I am running a sponsorship for Zenless Zone Zero. Mobile devices only. Details below. It ends tomorrow at about 3:30 Central. I'll mention it again at the end of the stream, but I'm not just gonna keep going on about the sponsorship. Just figured I'd bring that up now. And that's fair. A bunch of people here have been on Critical Role, but a bunch of voice actors are on Critical Role. I still have yet to watch or properly listen to Critical Role. Aside from, like, the occasional TikTok-esque short that pops up on YouTube.
It's a big time investment if you want to watch/listen to the whole damn thing.
Oh, yeah. I would listen to more D&D podcasts, but I listen to podcasts so rarely considering my mixed time, and if I'm listening to podcasts, I'm going to be doing catch-up work with the No Sleep podcast. Listen to the No Sleep podcast. It is a great podcast. They do various horror stories, sometimes anthologies, sometimes one-offs. They have some great readers, some great authors.
I will take your word for it.
Meanwhile, Gray's fan of the Magnus Archives, and Lily's fans of Friends at a Table.
I haven't listened to the Magnus Archives for a long time.
Anywho, let's go ahead and talk to Persephone. Also, one annoying and weird glitch that something that's both a feature and an annoyance. Whenever you click on one of the options when these pops up, it automatically puts your cursor down at confirm. But the first time after you've inspected something and go back to the screen, when you click on something, it'll instead send it to the upper left of the screen.
Oh, weird.
I turned off the mouse cursor tracking in OBS, so you can't see it, but it's a little... Anywho.
Yeah.
We have a once queen, always bitch to talk to. Hey, how you doing?
If you're angry with anyone, Persephone, be angry with me. It was I who...
I will deal with you later. I was willing to leave you be, Grace. To wait until your guilt was certain. And yet here you are, in my domain, uninvited. Why?
We're the +1 on 2 accounts.
Mercy? Are you here to challenge me? Should I be afraid?
Are you afraid of singing for audiences?
This isn't a challenge, Persephone. I have questions.
Questions for me? Good. Because I have questions for you. Do you really expect us to believe that Calliope chose you? What's the real story? Did you stumble across her as she lay dying and desperate? Are you an accident?
I mean, does that piece of the soul just leach into whoever happens to be nearest? We didn't even fucking know what a god was until she showed up.
Hand over her eidolon?
Persephone, this isn't...
You have every reason to try to prove your innocence, Grace. But I have no reason to help you.
For once, I'm kind of... It's a shame I didn't have that. But yeah, like Fallout, it shows up when you have the option, but you can't do it. Which does encourage repeat playthroughs, I will say. Just so you can figure out, okay, what might that option do? What would happen if I had chosen that? I'm not jumping to asking Paulo for help yet, though.
You knew Calliope.
We all knew Calliope.
She was staying at your apartment.
You knew her. Better than I or anyone else suspected.
Are you implying that I had something to do with her death?
Prove you didn't. That's how idols work, isn't it?
I'd rather not smash them all, but... Well, alrighty. Oh, but getting right to the musical section, quick.
You hear that? You're in my house, little muse. You want answers? Fight for them.
Bring it on, cigarette earring, bitch.
Lost little girl, you shouldn't have come here. And I sure didn't know
You were saying, Lily.
to make new friends.
There have been a number of these sections.
The shadows drawing near, and you all alone. We both know how this ends. Let's see how far she bends. We all know how this ends.
I will say, when I looked at the Steam page, I had assumed that the musical sections would be closer to like a rhythm minigame, not like this. Not that there was anything that showed like a rhythm minigame, but no, you just actively choose an option in the middle of a musical and get lyrics and cutscene based on that.
Love what you've done here, this place comes up well. You've nailed the theme, it really feels like hell.
Is that a compliment or an insult?
Clientele, just as well, that's a 5-star review. Let's try the easy way. Hear what I have to say.
They get younger every year. Little big shots that drift through here think they're bringing something new through the door. And you've heard it 1,000 times before. Honey, I've heard it 1,000 times before. Honey, I've heard it 1,000 times.
Why would I come down here and start a brawl? I'm just running out of time is all. If it's true that I'm just lost and small, why you keeping your guard up?
Now she's lifting rifts from pen.
Says the one who stole the Lost Little Girl lines from an earlier song.
What a stock dime a dozen troubadour. Honey, we've heard it 1,000 times before. Oh, we've heard it 1,000 times.
Says she's heard everything before, and she can't be excited anymore. But maybe there's 1,000 brand new songs been right in front of her all along. Let me hear you. On the left now. Come on. Now that's what I call a show. Every single one of them a star. Hey, maybe it's you who doesn't know.
Well, now you know, Lily.
Dance and stamp your feet as your skin rots off in sheets. You'll be back at my door, deep below the floor.
Just come here to forget how it ends.
I'd rather not let her win, but it is her club. I don't want to upstage her. I just want to give her a fucking talk.
Thinking that you're playing them and they don't understand. Hear that? Silence. When he dragged me down there, that's all I heard. Not a single protest, not a word.
I mean, no disrespect.
And instead of despair,
Here for your help.
killed him right there.
I'm stepping down. This is your crown. If you're here, make a sound. Not a lost little girl. She's your queen.
Well, everyone else seems to
Well,
approve at least.
You won.
So it appears. If what you told the chorus is true, why do you think Calliope came to you that night?
Why is that specifically a blue option? Considering, not that anyone else was around, but considering the way she had talked to us and the fact that we sang a fucking duet with her. To answer Joey's question, though, well, I am enjoying the game so far. I've heard it does have very positive reviews on Steam, and it's only like $10. But I have seen some mixed messages about it. I may grab it regardless of whether or not I plan to stream it, just because of the fact that Humble Games has gone through a restructuring. I don't know if it'll just be suddenly yanked off of Steam. I should certainly fucking hope not. I did hear it was short though, despite being like, what was it, $10? So we'll see. If I do end up getting the DLC, I'll probably stream it on an off day like Saturday or Sunday stream rather than on a Wednesday stream. But that's just because Wednesdays generally belong to Lucius. And yeah, we'll see if they make any more. Just do whatever the hell's going over at Humble Bundle. I'd originally heard that they were fucking doing away with the entire game division before I just heard it was mostly just restructuring, but I don't know. Anywho.
Maybe she thought I could help her. She must have been nearby when whatever happened.
I see. All right, Grace. Come with me. Calliope came to me years ago. She'd grown tired of arguing with the idols, tired of being branded a troublemaker. She couldn't watch the idols wither away without a fight. I knew how she felt. So I gave her the apartment.
What did the apartment have to do with that?
So you must know better than anyone what she's been up to.
Not exactly. Calliope and I haven't spoken for at least 2 years. After I heard the news, I went to the apartment and turned it upside down. I had to know the truth.
That would explain why I was missing.
I didn't find anything. Nothing to say what she had been involved with, or gotten into, or who she might have been fighting with.
I don't know. That sounds suspicious.
I hoped I could find evidence, something that made sense. But no, it was only you.
I made sense?
At the time, but now that I've seen how clever you are, I'm beginning to wonder if Calliope didn't choose you after all.
If it wasn't Grace,
Well,
that
for
means
someone who
someone
apparently
else
holds
was
eternal
behind Calliope's
grudges
death.
and never changes her
Someone could
mind,
keep their
it appears they've actually managed to make something of an impact.
One of us.
Just like, does it have to be an idol? Can someone have just fucking shanked her, shot her, or
Does it
something?
have to be an idol? You thought I killed Calliope. Couldn't it have been some other mortal?
Despite how we might look, it's not a simple matter to kill an idol.
It was difficult enough to believe you had done it. If another
And
mortal
yet,
killed
you
her,
accused me on the fucking
somehow
spot.
Escaped detection. We found nothing, no evidence of a battle.
You looked?
Of course we looked. What do you think was happening while you waited? If Calliope was attacked elsewhere, even magic revealed no trace of it.
Anything was happening while we waited? You didn't fucking tell me anything, lady. You just accused me of murder or raped me, had me in the get-go.
Did Calliope have any enemies? The way you talk about her, she must have. What?
Silence.
What am I missing?
Calliope had a way of making people angry. She could be argumentative.
Yes, but enough to make enemies who wanted her dead?
Not that you or I know of, apparently, but that doesn't mean they didn't exist.
All keeps coming back to Athena. She did rub me a little the wrong way from the beginning, but I'm not sure if I would just fully jump to her. Granted, someone stirring up trouble. Who knows?
Wait. Did you say magic?
You can battle me through a song in a world of your own creation, and yet magic is beyond belief?
Well, sure. I just thought...
We have our powers just as you have yours.
I can grow a field of corn like nobody's business.
Some would say our powers are also
Sounds
magic,
so
but
proud.
true magic is a different and older power. Hecate's domain.
And it was of no use here.
We shouldn't rule it out. We haven't tried.
I don't know, maybe Persephone gets all her money from the fucking cornfields.
What about Pan? He showed up at my place out of nowhere, right after I left the chorus.
He did what?
I have to wonder what his angle is.
He has one, that's for certain. Though I've never thought of him as a killer. It would be too messy.
Still, we should consider the idea. For him to show up so quickly is odd.
Well, someone has to suggest it, just all we're pointing fingers
What
at
about
everyone.
Athena? She seemed awfully insistent on declaring me guilty, don't you think?
Athena? No, Athena follows the rules.
Well...
Athena has one goal, and one goal only. To protect the idols. And that included Calliope.
Okay, well, she thought what
She'll
Calliope
eventually
was
drive
trying
us
to
all
do would
mad with her
harm the
vigilance,
idols.
But break her own rules? I don't see it.
Couldn't we go to Athena with this? If you've changed your minds and you're both part of the chorus...
Look, you still have to
Athena would
fucking
be sympathetic,
find
but
out who did it.
The die has been cast.
There's still a god
She
killer
won't
out
go
there.
back on the edict, not without clear evidence.
Oh, now you want evidence?
She acted on the information she had. If we want to sway her, we need something better.
Incidentally, while not exactly Greek gods, on the topic of trials and evidence, there's a fun little flash game called Socrates Jones that I feel that many people should look into. Basically, it has you debating against a number of philosophers, basically in order to argue the case for not dying, among other things, as well as trying to disassemble some issues with their philosophies.
That sounds like more brain power than I have.
Maybe I'll stream it at some point. I feel like I may have streamed it at some point way in the past, back when I was streaming on a fucking Chromebook.
Wow, that's an ambitious use of a Chromebook.
Yeah, it works. I streamed a number of Flash games, and I think a few times on emulators. I've been streaming for a good long while, which is depressing to think about, so moving on.
For all I know, either one of you could have done it, and you're just playing along.
Apollo is capable of many things, but lying? He was never any good at it.
Whereas we know how capable you are of murder.
It was the one time.
Okay, this isn't...
The one and only god I killed deserved it.
Right. Sorry I brought it up. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. You know the idols. Don't you have
Could
any
you
ideas?
maybe give me a list of who's
Told you I
left?
wouldn't be of much help, Grace.
Did you now? That's unsurprising. When are you ever of help to anyone but yourself?
Says the woman who forced Grace to challenge her rather than answer a simple question.
Calliope died, Apollo. Calliope, who came with us all the way from the old world.
You think I don't know that?
So
you
what the hell is that
forgetting what the
plant
muses
she
meant
has
to
in
me?
that background?
Please, both of you. None of this will help Calliope. I know you both miss her. I know you cared about her, but she's not completely gone. A piece of her is in me. She came to me for help, and I don't want to die any more than she did.
Nope. Back to singing.
Calliope, I'm listening now. Tell us what end you were doomed to.
Calliope, blinded by fire, one match did you strike that consumed you.
How could you blame her? What could she have done to earn such a fate? You are blinded.
God of the sun hides from his own eyes. What would you know about fate?
You say that you knew her, she was family to us, yet you don't hesitate to accuse her. Oh, queen without a throne, go bitter with fury. Not everyone seeks to betray you.
Stop this.
There is something missing. We're
'cause there's more to seek.
Apollo, your help is not needed here. Go ahead and abandon another muse.
How could you throw that gauntlet at me? Could your heart shrivel any further?
You abandoned me to a
terrible
terrible fate.
You replay your injuries
It's
till
far
it's
too
too
late.
late.
You know how far I've been before I
trapped.
snapped.
This is not about you. Enough! This helps no one.
There he is, God of the Sun. Aren't you a queen with all that that means? Stop looking for a fight. These old wounds, they distract and blind you. You can't.
Gradually giving Apollo the push he needs, and get you out of your own rut.
Follow him or stay.
Well, if I have to choose between them. It is. Meanwhile, none of these is the wise and cunning choice, apparently.
I can believe that.
I note this specifically because earlier you had to choose between your best friend or fucking Pan. Pan was the wise choice, and your friend was the charismatic choice.
Persephone will never let this go.
I'm not fucking flirting with Apollo.
What the hell was that? You were one step away from full thunder and lightning.
No, that's Zeus.
Old habits die hard, especially around my family. That's why I've tried to avoid my fellow idols for so long. I don't like who I am when I'm with them.
You'd think
there's
being
my
thousands
mo-
of
there's
years
my
old
good
would make
girl.
idols more mature.
See,
And
isn't she
it's-
cute?
Oh, I've forgotten 10 lifetimes
Oh.
by now.
Not
Perhaps
at all.
my maturity was in one of those.
Such a good girl.
At least coming here was useful. You have a better idea of where to start looking, right?
Hey, again, can one of you fuckers maybe give me a list of how many of you are still alive? Is it only the Greek gods? How about the Roman versions of you? Do those come into play? Are those just part of the Twisted Stories?
I mean, only Hades is confirmed dead, right?
Well, there's also Hermes, which is why there's a new Hermes.
Fair.
And where is that?
I need to give it some thought. This won't be easy. If another idol is behind this, they know as well. They had a plan.
So you don't know where to look next.
I need time to sort it out. Just be patient, Grace.
Be patient, he says to the person who's got a week to live. Unless you fucking help me with this.
Why does she have a week to live?
I cover this, but because they basically think, they thought, that she killed a Calliope in order to steal her god powers or some shit, even though absolutely nothing pointed to that aside from her just happening to be near the body.
I know just the man for the job.
Yeah. Clearly, you know you need. Well, there was an owl in the room, but I don't think that quite works. But
Not quite a phoenix.
But yeah, she happened to be nearby. They did some investigation of their own. They could find no fucking evidence, so they just decided, well, let's kill her just in case. And then Apollo decided, yeah, no, let's maybe not. But since they'd already decided anyways, they basically gave her a week to figure out an investigation. Thanks.
Murder just in case. Very understandable.
She also can't leave the city. Okay, but what if the killer left the city? So far, the only evidence we have is that we have no evidence.
Does not seem like compelling evidence.
somewhere between one who knows nothing can understand nothing, and whatever that the one quote is in regards to true wisdom is knowing that you know nothing.
I mean, that
Think
is
of Greek
basically the quote.
philosophers.
I thought you'd decide that getting me into the underworld was enough.
What? Bring you to Persephone and then shrug? Not my problem now?
What I meant to say is...
Incidentally, I had figured it would be the case, but he's not helping us by giving us a prophecy, because once you know the prophecy, you're bound to that prophecy.
Asking people for help.
It's all right.
So it's a Bruno situation.
Certainly know that tune.
I mean, half of Bruno's stuff wasn't even an actual prediction. It was just him being quirky or pointing out that people need to stop
but
fucking around.
That is what everyone thought Bruno's predictions were.
You eat too many sweets. You need to take better care of your pet. Hey, sis, I'm sure the day will go well. And let me joke about the rain. Nah, shit, you caused a fucking hurricane. Bruno was right to fucking off and go. His family was crazy.
I have to ask, is Athena really not an option? She
We need a
wouldn't see
movie about
Lucy
Jorge.
At all?
I respect Athena. She has dragged us into the modern age, sometimes
Which one was
kicking and
Jorge?
screaming. She's why we're alive. But if I said that her need to keep us safe didn't drive her to extremes,
Just Google it.
I'd be lying. You represent a risk, Grace. To her, that is more important than any notion
To
of
explain it
compassion or
would
justice.
not do it justice. Like, how high risk do you wonder?
Well, that's harsh.
Perhaps. To be responsible for the lives of so many for so long, it is no small burden.
Forgive me if I can't help wishing she would lighten up just a little.
You're not the first to wish that, but I doubt she's apt to listen. I'm sorry.
Is there anything I can do in the meantime? Someplace I can look?
Don't you want to relax? You haven't rested since this began.
Relax? Who can relax?
Thank you, Grace.
I've been sentenced to death, Apollo.
Fair point. Even so, go home, Grace. The next time you see me, I'll have a better notion of what to do.
Fine. But I'm holding you to that.
Fridge.
Hey, Freddy. Have you been waiting up this whole time?
Yeah? A goat man sends you off into the night. Your life is on the line. And I'm gonna, what, sleep?
Yeah, that's fair.
What if you were taken prisoner, kept in a cave by a cyclops, or I don't know, turned into a tree? I was worried sick.
You were worried about me? Aw.
Well, you're my best friend in the whole world, Grace. Plus, you know, what would the band do?
Right, the band. Where are Kaz and Brian anyway?
I told them you were fine, which isn't a lie, because technically you are. Now tell me everything that happened.
Yes, I'll take 3 hours like last time.
Huh. Persephone runs a club called the Underworld. That's a little on the nose.
So I'd asked this previously, but is there any kind of game with nightclubs that doesn't have a nightclub called like fucking Underworld or Hades or some shit? Bed of Sticks.
I mean, I'm certain there are, but Afterlife
I'm not sure.
from Mass
Think
Effect
so?
comes to mind.
It doesn't seem like he's lying, but he's hard to read.
Famous last words.
Definitely a theme.
Tell me about it.
So, what are your options? You need to go back to Apollo's place, right?
I could go back to the underworld. Make sure Persephone isn't taking my decision personally.
Oh, and, there's this. Pan left a card, says, "Come by Olympus."
Of course.
I doubt he means the mountain in Greece.
That name keeps coming up. The idols live there, or at least most of them do.
Sounds cool. Even if Pan is there.
Still not a fan?
You know how some people just set your teeth on edge? That's Pan. I can't help it. But it doesn't matter. I said I'd help, and
Feels like
that's what
he's
I
the
would
kind
do.
of person who feels like he's
Come
got
on,
his
me,
fingers
Grace.
in pies, but I
Thanks,
doubt
Ray.
he's responsible.
The muse? Oh, the embodiment of inspiration. Can you believe it?
Yeah, kinda.
I should talk to Apollo or go see what Pan wants, ignoring the fact that we had talked about going back to Super 7. Also, apparently it's day 2. What happened to resting? Theoretically, this also means there will be 7 acts if it's just 1 act per day. Well, let's finish the conversation with Persephone, I suppose.
As I recall, Grace, when I said stay or leave, you chose to leave. If it wasn't clear, I don't give second chances. Or did you have some other reason for darkening my doorstep?
I feel we should not apologize for Apollo. It's not really our place.
Couldn't be here for the cool music and a drink? I definitely need one.
Am I supposed to believe you're here to blow off steam?
Why not? Don't you ever? Ooh, here I thought I could drink. Lady, you have my respect and admiration.
You'll have an idol's fortitude in time. Now, however, I need to call our little evening to an end.
I'm not flirting with Persephone.
I don't suppose our bonding
Why
time
not?
changed your mind
No.
even a teensy
Persephone's
little
hot.
bit?
And
No.
here's the ulterior motive at last.
Can it be both? I like both.
You
I
may
like both.
please step on me, kind of what?
Down,
Let
girl.
me be frank. I need my allies to be all in. You're not, and you never will be. One last word of advice before you go. If you want to survive, don't look to anyone else for help. Not Apollo, not Pan, not even me. You walked away from my offer, and I respect that. Make your choices and live with them.
Well, alright. Well, at least she can tolerate us. Well, I guess let's go ahead and see what Pan has for us.
I'd say hello, Grace, but I'm afraid that look on your face might be catching.
I just... What is this place?
It's a garden, darling. Surely even mortals have them.
This
It looks kind of
building,
green.
all those people I pass getting up here. Are they all idols?
Oh, at least some of them. Welcome to Olympus, dear Grace. Our home hidden away in plain sight. Marvelous, isn't it?
How many idols are there? I've met, what, less than 12?
Oh, I don't know. 20, 30. Our numbers have dwindled so much I've stopped keeping track.
I didn't know there were that many gods.
We're not all equally legendary, it's true. Some idols were barely worshipped, others not at all. Indeed, not all of us are idols. Some are merely immortal. Hangers-on, if you will. You'll meet them all, given time.
Idols live here? I mean, Calliope didn't, obviously. Apollo doesn't either.
One must have special dispensation from Our Lady of Wisdom, Athena, before they can take up a private dung heap like Apollo's.
Am I gonna have to give him my apartment?
That's rather putting the cart before the horse, darling. First, you must outlive the weak.
Right. Good point. I've passed this part of the city 100 times. I've never seen this building. Was it always here? Or...
Our Lady Hecate provides glamours that allow certain things to go unseen, such as my glorious horns. Olympus is the same. Those invited see it. Those who aren't see exactly what they expect. It's not anywhere as grand as in the old country, but it serves its purpose.
Fair enough.
I don't know, Pan. Olympus seems pretty grand to me.
As if mortals would know any better. This isn't the first time you've been here. I'm sure Hermes took you to Athena's dreary office.
That's here? Huh.
Where fucking else would it have been?
Almost as dull-witted as the original, but biddable.
You asked me to meet you here?
I did. Though I feared you might decline, considering your rather callous rejection earlier. Regardless, my pride is intact, as is the favor you owe me, which I now wish to collect.
Oh, sure. I'm totally in a position to help others right now. Lay it on me.
Here's the thing. A friend has begged for my help, and you're far better suited than I to offer what he requires.
Elaborate.
I'll give you a key to reach the reliquary where he resides. You help him, and then we're even. If that's not enough incentive, the reliquary is also where you'll find the lovely Hecate. A sorceress of her power could aid your quest. What do you say?
I mean, fair? What exactly kind of favor is
This
this?
person I'm to help. What does he want? And why can't you do it?
Well, Grace, there are some things you're better equipped to handle than I.
That is not elaboration.
As I understand it, is a delicate matter of the heart. One that requires a muse's hand.
A matter of the heart.
What, did you think I was sending you to rough someone up? Set something aflame? Don't be absurd. The man has an issue with his love life.
Why do I have a
Even if
feeling
you
it's going to be
can't help him,
arrows?
I'll treat the effort as worth the favor.
This Hecate, do you think she could help me?
If she's of a mind. She is the goddess of dark magic, the creator of all our marvelous glamours. If anyone can help you, it is she.
And if she's not of a mind?
Then she won't help you. Grace, that part is up to you. I can't be expected to do everything, can I?
What is this reliquary? Doesn't that have something to do with the bones of saints or something?
Not those relics. Our relics. The relics of ancient gods. Magical treasures collected over thousands of years. Books, mainly. We store them in a faraway place so no one unsavory can get their hands on them.
How far away,
Unsavory
Brito?
like you?
Yes, we can't leave the city.
Unsavory
Also, that was
most.
rude.
Athena has decreed that these
Look,
relics are not to be
Pan
used
may
by
be
any
somewhat
save
unsavory,
Hecate
but
and
it's not
herself.
like he's Zeus or something.
A rather dull waste of so much amassed knowledge and power, but who am I to judge? I'm not leader of the chorus.
Have you met Zeus?
No.
If these relics
No sign.
off limits,
Or of Hera.
does that mean they're dangerous?
Some.
Sure.
But I'm not asking you to chase after any of that nonsense. In fact, I'd advise against it.
But what if one of those relics could help me?
Did you forget the don't touch clause?
My, such an adventurer you are. It's possible, but ask Hecate first. She, and I mean this with complete and uncharacteristic seriousness, is not an idol you or anyone wishes to cross.
Yeah, that seems fair.
So that's it? Fix up someone's love life? Nothing trickier than
You
that?
say as if fixing
Oh, the
someone's
way
love
you
life isn't
talk,
tricky.
Grace. It makes me blush.
Well, it's just
I
that...
Among
trade
the
in willing
trickiest
favors,
things,
Grace.
perhaps.
If I didn't, no one would want to do as I ask, and then where would I be? I may seem untrustworthy, but allow me to reassure you. If I wish you harm, you will walk into that harm knowingly, and with open arms.
Thanks. So I'm not flirting with fucking Pan.
Okay, okay. I didn't mean to insinuate anything. I just have no idea what you're getting me into.
Nothing more than you can handle, Grace. And you can handle a lot more than you know.
I'm not sure that's true.
There you go, making my point for me.
I'll think about it. But no promises.
Marvelous. The gentleman
given
you
no
seek is
choice
named
but to think about it.
Asterion. Lovely fellow, quite harmless.
I feel I recognize
I'll send a package to your domicile that
I have
contains
kind of
directions
talked
and the
about
key you'll need to reach the reliquary.
He's the vampire in
no
Baldur's
promises.
Gate, for one
Well,
thing.
if you
I feel
decide
they're
to go,
unrelated.
Grace, you'll still need all those things. Say hello to darling Hecate on my behalf, will you?
I mean, sure, I feel she'll be
Asterion
happy,
was a king of Crete and the foster father of Minos.
but- Ah. Well, Apollo wanted us to wait, so it's his turn to wait a bit. We've been given a task. Okay, I guess we just found a fucking door and a... I guess we're here
I
now.
opened that shipping container. I was expecting, I don't know, rats.
Yeah.
Instead we have...
Does this count as leaving the city?
It's hard to say. Weren't we going to some kind of library?
Yeah, Pan said there would be books. You like books,
Books
right?
you're not
I
allowed
do
to
like
touch
books.
without permission.
See, there you go. Apparently this reliquary place has all the
I-
books you could ever dream of.
I feel like you should
Oh,
not have just jumped to, let me bring my
Ooh, I
mortal
bet it has
friend
relics.
along. for the ride.
I want a wand of
That'll be fun.
fightables.
You are such a nerd.
Speaking of, how much do you actually know about Hecate
I mean,
and
the
this
fact that she
idol
knows
you're
more about
supposed
the
to help?
gods is a little helpful.
The idol we're here to help is named Asterion.
And you know who that is, right?
No. Should I?
That's the Minotaur's real name. You know, big bullhead, horns, lives in a giant labyrinth.
Pan did not mention that.
Why am I not
I
surprised?
know, maybe we could find him a nice leech boy.
This Minotaur. You don't think he might be dangerous, do you?
Well, traditionally he eats people, but he was also supposed to have been slain by the hero Theseus.
Well, not so slain after all. Pan says he has a problem with his love life.
Maybe he needs to stop eating all his girlfriends?
Oh, that's a fair point.
Okay, I knew that sounded wrong the moment I said it.
I tried not to go there.
Do you know anything about this Hecate? It's
I-
not a name
how-
that rings bells.
Is it fucking that?
Let's see. Well, she was the goddess of witchcraft, the really dark kind.
Oh.
But she's never really portrayed as evil. She was more of an outsider, lived alone, off in her little corner of the underworld. Do you
That's-
think
that's where we
could
are.
be? Oh, that is so cool. Oh, I bet knowledge is important to her. It could be an angle if you talk to her.
Yeah, I feel cunning would have been useful in this situation, but oh well.
I'm so glad I brought you, Freddy. I wouldn't know the first thing about any of this.
Nah. Well, I hope it's actually helpful to tell you these things.
Why wouldn't it be?
Because it could all be wrong. I would have never pegged Apollo for a surfer dude with confidence issues.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, good point.
he seems the type.
Definitely doesn't
Maybe
seem
we
so
should go inside
unbelievable.
instead of standing out here in the fog.
It's more
I
than
wonder how his cows
A
are doing.
mist potentially full of monsters.
In we go then. Are you really planning on doing that favor for Pan?
Well, we're fucking here, ain't we?
Meddle in love lives? Sweet Talk, the goddess of witchcraft? Freddy, who are you dealing with?
The master meddler and sweet talker.
Damn straight.
I look forward to seeing you in operation. There's no way at all this could go poorly.
Cue a very particular Steven Universe, so.
I guess the Titan thing is literal, huh?
Mortals within the reliquary. Who permits this intrusion, this sacrilege?
Not quite a
This
voice I would expect,
knowledge
but
is not meant for the likes of you. I shall grind you into the dust from whence you came.
real nice lady.
I am really sorry if we startled you. My name is Grace. We've never met before, but, I'm the new muse.
And I'm Freddie. Big fan.
If I broke
Idiot.
a rule, I
Oh,
apologize.
wait up, alright.
Pan didn't mention anything about that, I'm afraid.
You are Grace?
Hi, how you doing?
Then Calliope is dead. Is that now? I thought that was not for another 11 months yet.
I mean, that's fair, but I feel like most people try and stay away from her. Yeah, lots of information past,
Yeah,
present, and
that's
future.
now.
I can
Or
see Kingdom
very
News.
recently, anyway. I guess you don't get much news here in wherever this is.
It is between places, crafted by my own hand from the ether. Here in the books are written all things, past, present, and things that are yet to occur.
All right, never mind, Freddy. You ain't to touch. You are not to touch any of these fucking books.
Yes, it's right here. Calliope joins Grace's band. They become friends. Months later, there is an
Yeah, that's not quite what happened.
automobile accident, and
An accident? No, that's not what happened.
are you saying the books are wrong?
Correct. That's not what we've gone with, but
They're wrong about this. Calliope was murdered just a few days ago.
That is impossible.
I don't know what to tell you.
You will explain. We will both sit and you will explain. There will be tea.
thank you.
Curious.
Well,
It is
if
clear
there's
something
tea.
unanticipated has occurred, something outside the realm of fate.
Is that even possible?
Well,
It is.
I
but
mean,
I must follow the threads back to their source to find the origin of the deviation.
the way Paulo explained
May
it,
take
you're
years
only
of
locked
research.
into your fate if you specifically know about it.
That is unfortunate. If there is nothing else, I must ask you both to leave so I may begin at once.
I mean, she clearly seems to feel differently, and I would presume she would know better.
So far, asking questions hasn't irrevocably fucked up all the other text choices,
Is there
so.
no way to speed that up? Whoever's behind it might be the murderer.
Such threads are not so easily untangled. I must consult the Moirai, if indeed they are not the ones responsible.
The Moi what?
You might know them as
Yeah,
the
she's,
Fates.
I assume she's got their
They, or
faces
any
on her
beings of a sufficiently cosmic nature
dress.
have the
Question
power
mark.
to undo the order of things.
That does not sound good.
Certainly not. They are also not beings I can summon at a whim to solve your mystery. I am sorry.
Well, she seems polite about it, at least.
Actually, I came here to speak to Asterion. If, he is here.
A visitor for Asterion? How strange.
So what kind of tea you think they're drinking?
Oh,
Ambrosia.
Are we doing guests? Is that a thing? I didn't know.
Wow.
Well,
okay.
alrighty.
Freddy was right.
That is
As if there
certainly
was
one way to
any
take it.
doubt. My old friend, this is Grace. She is our muse from the line of Calliope, and it is she who asked for
Sounds like you would be doing Minecraft Let's Plays.
I'm here on behalf of Pan. He owes you a favor? Something
I mean,
to do
you aren't
with...
wrong.
Pan? Nah, never heard of him.
Asterion, of course you know Pan.
No idea what he'd want. No, sir, no favours. Nah, not this Minotaur.
There you have it, Grace. I believe now is the time when you leave.
But there must be some mistake.
There is no mistake.
Well,
Not
there certainly
this time.
was in your
Are you
book.
sure about that? Because I'm not going.
You could be a little more coy than telling Hecate, I'm not going.
Did you hear that? Pan sends me all this way and Asterion won't even talk to us?
Maybe there's another Asterion?
Yeah, more likely Pan's got me chasing my tail. This was pointless.
Well, I don't think we're getting back inside. Do you have another plan?
Yeah. Time to fucking sing.
I don't know if my powers will even work on Hecate. But it's worth a shot.
Ooh, a musical number. Do you think this one could be...
Maybe you should sit this one out.
Do you hear what I'm hearing?
Oh, hi.
Oh, you're still here? I had to run the entire... Oh, that's a long way, innit?
You're getting increasingly British.
I'm so sorry.
I was going to mention it. I figured that maybe the love thing is between them two, but... The fact that he calls her Kate should tell you everything you need to know.
Maybe now you can tell me what this big favor is.
Come on, isn't it obvious?
Thank you, Freddy.
What you said about Calliope, I can help you. I really, really can. It has to be you. I am so in love with my dear sweet Kate. I just don't know how to tell her. Please, help me tell her.
So it's a bit weird that we're calling him Minotaur in the subtitles rather than his actual name in this case.
Let me get this straight.
Yes, given you know it, a little odd.
That Hecate.
Oh, mate, Kate is... She's just the best. Like, she knows everything, and she always smells so good. Like, she's so nice to me, and she doesn't even have to be. Oh, we got stuck in the tower together because we can't live in the mortal world. I know I could make her happy. Well, I want to try. Oh, won't you help me?
Quite elaborate, but if there's anywhere else to get stuck to. We'll circle back around to that.
Are you really the Minotaur? Like, the monster who roamed a maze and ate people?
And is supposed to be dead?
Well, my father locked me up in a labyrinth, but I never ate anyone.
Oh.
He was too British for the Greek world.
Except Theseus. But he was a bellend.
Increasingly British.
Do you really call Hecate Kate? Off topic, I know, but I have to ask.
Well, sometimes she has to go into the mortal world for a short time and do things for Athena.
Uh-huh. And...
Well, she had to make up a magic disguise, a new identity. And I thought she should give it a proper name.
And you suggested Kate?
Yeah, she really liked it. She said, "Thank you, Asterion."
have you tried, I don't know, talking to her
The
about how
very
you feel?
smitten Minotaur.
I take that as a
was
no.
that a scream? That was more of a
I don't
yelp.
have the words. I've tried. Every time I end up knocking over a table,
It was an
or
evil-
killing a cat, or talking
You
about
did
how
what?
sometimes meat has that grisly texture I don't like.
You killed her cat? Oh, no.
It was a small cat. I panicked.
All cats are
That's not
small
clear
compared to you.
words, right? Really not good.
Okay, so you're in love with Hecate. What is it you think I can do?
Sing.
A muse
Give
knows
advice.
about poetry and the heart and how to make words beautiful. All I want
And
is
look
to
at me,
ask her,
I'm
but
British.
I need good words. Please say you'll help me.
I do this and you'll help me in return, right?
You say that, but you're on here on behalf of
She's
Pam,
not allowed to
and
say
repaying
anything about what
his
happened at
favor.
the tower. But she never made me swear. Maybe she never thought anyone else.
Loopholes.
But I'll tell you. Even if Kate doesn't like it, I'll tell you.
If I do this first.
If you help me, any trouble will be worth it.
I feel like him telling you what's in the books would be a very bad thing.
I don't know. Doesn't this feel a little weird?
Which part?
Helping him woo her with
You
my
can't force
powers.
anyone to do everything. It just
You heard
it
what
helps them
Pan
open up.
said. You can't make anyone do anything they don't want to do. You can only make them say what's in their heart.
Yeah,
I can't help but wonder... What do you mean? I can't help but wonder if there's going to be a part with the whole open up your heart bit where a bit of Calliope starts singing through us.
Hecate might say no. You know that, right?
Well, she probably will. I mean, she's Kate. And I'm me. But just once, I'd like to be able to ask her, to say it out loud instead of thinking it. I'll still help you. No matter what she says. I promise.
Okay, I have an idea.
You do? Well, you do?
You, my bullish friend, are gonna sing your little heart out.
Grace always has the best ideas.
What's a giggle snort of our
I'm not great at
stealth
words.
saw?
I'm more of a dancer.
Just speak from the heart.
This raises more questions that we don't have time to answer.
You cast a spell on me.
Of course, that's why he leaves it.
Literally, obviously. But I feel in summary, you and me are meant to be. 'Cause you put a hex on me. You didn't give it to me directly. I'm not
Oh my
blaming
god.
you
Let him work it out.
metaphorically. Shit, can someone help me?
You know what? Yeah.
Right off the bat, I'm done. 'Cause you've gone all quiet, it's deafening silence. I'm just joking, having fun. So let's ignore that bit before.
I knew this would
This is
come.
adorable.
It was written, a confession unbidden. You say that you're smitten, perhaps you're possessed. I have one request. Is this real how you feel, or is this part of some elaborate jest?
It's not, my love.
My love?
Don't mock him.
You've cast a spell on me.
Alright, we're back to this.
It's a feeling that's killing me. But let's say categorically, oh Katie, it's just you and me.
Let's have
I
him
think
have
we
this for
need
now.
to leave him to do this himself.
It's perfect for this minor tour. And
We'll push if we need to. Maybe we should
Oh
stop
god,
him
maybe don't bring that.
I saw this day long ago.
It's very impressive.
What to do, I do not know. I was dismissive of any true kind of love of my own. Yet I'm not alone. You have always been true. It is all too.
I don't mean to confuse you, my love.
My love. Oh, God.
Is that too weird?
I have yet to decide, Asterion.
Then,
Keep it together, Asterion. Don't lose it.
Hecate, you've cast a spell
Back on this.
me, and I'm ashamed of what your magic has done to me. I could have kept my mouth shut, now it's agony. And you've gone all weird, and that's what I feared. Someone please rescue me.
A slight touch.
Freddy, you gotta step in.
Me?
Yeah, you're just as qualified as I am.
Hecate, I'd say he's really put himself out there. No, he cannot undo. It's a brave thing to do. Wish I had his daring. I'm saying that I've missed out before. Last chances rushed out that exit door. I could never let my heart be heard. And it's withering. Now I'm reconsidering.
I have always counted on you to speak to me honestly. You're at my beck and call. I've never thanked you at all, and yet you still love me. I let travelers know which way to go, but it bothers me. My own path I forego always seemed apropos, yet where has this led me?
Maybe one step across the line will weave its own spell in given time.
The thought with which I must contend is, can I love my best friend?
Yes. Just decide.
I cannot do this, Asterion. The pain you feel now is nothing compared to what would come.
But the pain I feel now, Kate, it's killing me.
I can take it away. You need only say the word.
Do it.
Wait!
I have to do this, Grace. I want this.
I call on the heralds of an ancient darkness to guide this sweet creature off this treacherous road.
Wait, this is not a happy ending.
In all of creation, love is most leaden. I beg of the cosmos to lighten his load. For he
Unfortunately, the game is not letting us stop it.
but will not be enough. Your love was never a lie. It is simply no longer true. And I know, in my heart, I am rescuing you. The arrow of Eros I forced to undo. I put a spell on you.
It worked. I don't love you anymore. Well, no offense, Kate. I still like you and all, but
Once a month, I shall place a glamour so that mortals will see you simply as a man. You may go out into their realm and look for the love you so desire.
I am. Thank you, Kate.
I mean, it doesn't simply fall back in love with her once again.
But it's more than I deserve.
If I had known you felt so, dear friend, I would have offered it long ago. As for you, Grace, I thank you for arranging this diversion, however it came to pass.
Didn't you know this was gonna happen ahead of time?
Yes, but it was also written that I would be surprised by Asterian's revelation. So I was. Those are the rules.
That is seriously weird.
It was also... what is the word? Fun? Rarely does revelry find its way into the reliquary.
Greek stories not always have the funnest of outcomes, but I suppose it could be worse.
You know, there is a way to repay me. I still need to find out who killed Calliope.
I fear I am oath-sworn to discuss no matters that occur within these halls.
But all I need is...
If there are revelations from my investigation into the abnormality, you shall be informed. Come, Asterian, there is much to be done. I will need my pens, a sample of blood, and you will need to dig up my cat.
Well, that's gonna be awkward.
Wait for me outside, yeah?
How long are we supposed to wait? It's been over an hour.
How long do you think it takes to
I doubt the
dig up
Minotaur will break his
a
promise.
grave?
Say, when I tell you.
Whew. You still here? I'm sorry. Kate had a lot to say.
Are you sure you're okay? I mean, she made you fall out of love with her. Isn't that weird?
Oh, no. This is so much better. I just couldn't remember where I buried the cat. Right, so, I suppose you want to know how Calliope broke into the reliquary that night.
She
Should've
did
what?
No, we didn't know anything about that. Do you mean the night she died?
Oh, well, I thought you already knew. Yeah, the night Calliope died, she broke in somehow. Thing is, we know she didn't take anything or even touch anything. I just remember the alarms, and I chased after her.
Did you say the reliquary has alarms? Like burglar alarms, cameras?
Oh, no, nothing like that. It just has a lot of protections. You know, magic.
Which didn't go off when we came in.
Magic, actually.
Oh, well, it's just meant to keep the dangerous stuff from being touched. It was set off, so something happened in the reliquary. We just, don't know what exactly.
Right.
How do you know Calliope didn't touch or take anything?
Kate knows everything in the reliquary, right down to the last book. She's been looking, but she can't figure if anything was touched. It makes her
Still
so
calling her
mad
Kate.
not to know. And it made Athena pretty mad too.
Athena got involved?
Yeah, when Kate finally told her, Athena wants Kate to keep investigating, but it doesn't look good.
You chased Calliope, but did you ever catch up with her?
No. If I'd have caught her, I'd have brought her back and Kate would have gotten answers out of her. All I know is that she was hurt, bleeding bad, but I don't know why.
Yeah, so it happened
I
before
wanted
she
to help
came
her,
to us.
but she got away in the fog. Then I ran into Medusa.
Wait, what? Medusa? Here?
Yeah. Well, she's not normally here. I think maybe she was chasing after Calliope too.
I agree, we're gonna have to go talk to Medusa.
How could Calliope have been wounded?
I don't know. Maybe Medusa did it. Probably not, though. You know, I never saw Medusa near the reliquary, just out in the fog, so she never even got that close.
So whatever happened to Calliope happened inside the reliquary?
I guess. But we don't have anything that would attack anyone. Especially not an idol.
So someone else. But they did it inside the reliquary.
If so, they vanished after.
So theoretically just idols and idol adjacent.
What was Medusa doing here?
She was chasing after Calliope too, I think, but she wouldn't say why. I asked.
Seems pretty convenient. Her just out there suddenly.
Yeah, that part's weird. I've never seen her near the reliquary before.
Couldn't Medusa have broken in like Calliope did?
Yeah, but I chased Calliope from the reliquary. If Medusa had been there, I would have seen her.
Those alarms don't go off if someone breaks into the reliquary? They don't detect intruders?
Well, normally nobody does that.
Calliope did. Someone else could have.
We got it.
Yeah, but the alarms are just to protect all the books and relics. That's it. Whatever Calliope did here, it was enough to set off the alarms. That's all I know.
What relics are there? Maybe Calliope was looking for one but couldn't find it before...
Yeah, that I'm not supposed to say.
Do you have the Golden Fleece, the Shield of Zeus, the Sword of Damocles? Is it suspended?
You know a lot about that stuff for a mortal.
So it's all real?
Calm down,
Can
Freddy.
neither
And I
confirm nor deny
should certainly
any of
not
that.
hope
All
that
I
it's
know
not
is that
suspended.
nothing got used and nothing got taken.
Athena knows what happened here the night Calliope died?
Yeah, Kate told her a day or so later, I think. We didn't know Calliope died that night, though.
What? Athena didn't mention it?
Just that she was heavily wounded.
Not that that's weird. She's, well, she's not the chatty type, you know? She came in all quiet and cool, wanted to know who was here that night and what Calliope might have wanted. She swore Kate to silence. Not me, though. Guess she's not as smart as Kate.
This means Calliope came here the night she died. This is where she was attacked.
But we don't know by whom.
We know Medusa was here. She might even have been involved.
Well, she's super scary, but, you know she works for Athena, right? I thought maybe that's why she was here, but Athena said she didn't know about it.
That does seem suspicious.
If that's all you need, then I have to go. Kate will be so mad if she finds me gone. Good luck, Muse.
You okay there, friendo?
I'm just thinking about Calliope. What happened to her here? Whatever she was trying to do, she probably didn't succeed. She ran from here, dying, maybe straight to our apartment.
Because you were her last hope.
Yeah. What if she hadn't made it? She must have known...
One thing at a time, Grace. You'll figure it out. I know you will.
I guess so. Next thing is to go back to Pan. Tell him his favor is done.
I'd be surprised if he somehow already knows.
Sorry?
You're just lucky, Grace. Luckier than you think.
Did something to set off the
You can do what you
alarms
have to,
without
and I'll
theoretically
meet you back at
touching
the apartment.
anything.
Okay.
I guess we're going straight back to Pan. No options.
Pan! I hope you're here, because I don't know where else to look for you.
How about the fucking nightclub?
Of course I'm here, Grace. Where else would I be but amongst the trees and the wild things?
Among the wild things in
I
a
really
nightclub
must
where we
thank
apparently
you,
did
by
not
the
check.
by. Asterion is simply over the moon, and he's already repaid me with this select tome from the reliquary.
Is he allowed to do that? You are aware of what a favor is. You usually just like, what?
You're welcome. You might have warned me what his love life issue was.
What was it? Asterion wouldn't say.
You really didn't know?
It was exhausting trying to get the poor fellow to admit as much as he did. At any rate, you seem to have worked it out. I trust you got what you needed. More grist for the mill of your innocence, as it were.
It's quite the coincidence. The place you sent me just happens to be the place Calliope was attacked.
He's
That
got
is
lots of
quite
little
the
birds.
coincidence. You must be very grateful.
It's just hard to trust a coincidence that big.
You have no reason to be suspicious. I know nothing of what happened to Calliope at the reliquary. I suppose the question at the heart of this is, do you believe me?
I don't want to flirt with him, but really, I feel like that is basically the option to go with.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? This tit-for-tat back and forth.
I'll enjoy it if you're enjoying it.
Well, I'm not enjoying it.
Oh my, aren't you a delight? Even if you haven't answered the question, don't think I didn't notice. I've never lied to you, Grace, and I never shall. If you're looking for innocence, however, well, I'm afraid that's one thing I cannot provide.
What if I discover you're lying to me after all?
You'll do what you do, and I'll do what I do, and we'll see where that takes us.
Fair enough. I'm not going to that option.
That's my cue to go, isn't it?
Yeah, we need to talk to Apollo. He has helped us where he
There are
has.
always alternatives, you know. If I can make a suggestion, live the high life. Throw caution to the wind.
We gotta wait till
That's your
it.
suggestion?
That was a weird
Why
glitch in
not? It's the
animation there.
same as when I first met you, Grace. You can enjoy being an idol. Simply follow my lead.
Yeah, no, I'm not
Answer's
good.
the same as the first time. No thanks.
Can you blame me for trying? Come, dance with me, Grace. One more time before you,
One more time, you said. We've not danced with you quite before. We have
Before I
sung, but
die. You don't
That's
have
also
any
a fair
hope for
point.
me, do you? You're just taking what you can get before it's over.
you'll want to find Medusa, I suppose.
She was at the reliquary, but
almost seems hurt by
you
that.
already knew that.
You'll find Medusa at a dingy little club appropriately named the Viper's Nest. Give her my regards. But do be
Talk
careful
about
if you
on the
call on her,
nose.
Grace.
Yeah.
Medusa is a
Mouse on the nose says
hideous
Underworld
monster
and Olympus.
and should be treated as such.
Oh, it's about time we... Why is Talk with Freddy a side option here? Well, time to go back to finally track down Apollo. Also, we've moved on to day 3 at some point.
Ah, Grace, you're back. That's good. I was just about to call you.
Or you're not.
He means he wants me to call you because Paul here still hasn't figured out how to use a phone.
That's not true. I know how, I just don't like them. They're confusing. Anyhow, I've been contemplating our list of suspects, and I think Pan is someone we need to consider.
At least one thing about... At least one thing regarding Rick Riordan's series did kind of better in regards to various old gods, rather than just somehow being hopelessly out of touch with tech. as if they didn't evolve with all the fucking shit, is the fact that they just can't use tech because it just fucks up around them. As opposed to, as if phones are confusing.
I have no idea what you're referring to.
Which specific part?
The part you were literally just talking about.
You've been recording this books?
Yeah.
The Lightning Thief? I forgot what the actual series is called. Percy Jackson.
Oh, okay.
I never actually read those.
No, neither have I.
I read through the main series at my school library. There was also the whatever the next series was with the Egyptians, but
Hell if I know.
there was also the Meh movie. That is. Long story short, among other things, tech just started fucking up around anyone related to the gods, rather than them just being hopelessly out of touch.
Fair.
Wait. You don't like phones?
I just don't like talking to people I can't see.
That's a bit
Nope,
more
it's
fair
the
than
ringtones.
they're
They
confusing.
scare the crap out of him. I kid you not.
Oh, that's
I'm
adorable.
not frightened. Only a child would be frightened. They're just very loud.
He did say something similar at the nightclub,
Can we
complaining
return
about
to
how
the
loud it
subject of
was.
Pan, please?
Why Pan? I thought you'd rejected him as a suspect.
Persephone did, but I've had time to think it over. Pan is a schemer, a traitor in favors. He always has been. His sudden appearance in all this cannot be coincidental.
You think he could have killed Calliope after all?
Perhaps. Or he knows who did and is trying to turn it to his benefit. He always knows more than he pretends.
Let me offer an alternative to your Pan theory. What about Medusa?
Medusa? What have you been up to, Grace?
Right, let me explain.
3 hours later.
Well, if Asterion is
You
right,
think I might be doing a
Medusa
bit
was
with
at
the
the
3
road
hours
at the
later, but
same
no,
time as
seriously, the
Calliope.
first time that she did a recap for Freddy, it showed a clock passing by like 3 fucking hours.
Medusa.
Wow.
You think I shouldn't? How else will I find out why she was there?
I wouldn't suggest seeking her out, no. There must be other ways to ascertain how she's involved. Pan is, I believe, still worth looking into. He may even know something about Medusa.
It's making me want to play Hades.
Aphrodite is holding a party of sorts.
Getting
one you
me in a
should
Greek
attend.
mythology
She is
mood.
closest to Pan.
Well, you're free
Indeed,
to play
she
for the
knows
24
almost
hours
all
stream.
the idols.
Just in order to
If
do
anyone is up
that.
to something, she's bound to know.
I mean, I really still end up doing that since nobody else has said they want to do it.
I still haven't played it.
What do you
It's
mean
really
by
good,
a
you
party
should.
of sorts? I mean, I'm always down for a party, but
It's more of a remembrance than a party, really. It's difficult to describe.
that's awfully vague, Apollo.
It'll be easier to see for yourself. It's nothing you can't handle.
You know Aphrodite better than I do. Can't
Not only
you talk
does
to
a
her?
very mechanically good roguelike,
Well,
but
talking to Aphrodite isn't something
got
anyone
great
does with much
writing,
success these
very
days.
good
Well, if that's the
characterization
case,
for pretty
what
much
makes you think I'll
everyone.
get anywhere?
And
There's a standing
you can
invitation
pet
for the
Cerberus.
Muse to attend this party. Calliope never went, so Aphrodite will be thrilled to see you. Trust me.
You know what else you
You
can
can
do
get
in
her to
Zenless
talk.
Zone Zero? You
I
can
wouldn't
pet and
suggest
take pictures of cats. And you can set your weekly activity to taking pictures of cats.
That's true.
Wouldn't it be
I
better
mean,
if
that's
we checked out
pretty good.
Medusa instead?
And they have varying
Trust
positions.
me, this will be safer.
I'm not helpless, you know.
I'm not saying you are. I'm just suggesting you go to this party first.
Okay, I'll go. Eventually.
Perfect. I will see you there.
Yeah, we'll talk to Fredegers.
Paul, you should see this. The names you wanted me to look up are getting weird results.
I don't
Weird how.
doubt it. I was hoping you could.
Get over here!
No worries, Paul.
If they're getting weird
I'll see you
results, why are we
later.
leaving? Now let's go touch base with Freddy first.
Hey, hey, so what's the news, Miss Muse?
Miss Muse.
Well, does a muse have a proper form of address? I just want to hear what exciting adventures you've been having. Everything else okay, though?
I can think of an
Do we know who
obvious
the killer
pun,
is
but I will
yet?
not utter it.
Not just yet, no.
Okay, well, let me know if there's anything I can do. If I have to hustle to become your high priestess, well, so be it.
You know what I find weird? That the idols have managed to remain completely secret all these years. Sure, they have magic and whatnot,
Would
but
be
in
very
all this
funny
time,
after that
nobody's found them
comment
out.
to just be
Athena
like,
is
well, I'm
that
heading
good.
out.
Who says nobody has found them out? The way I see it, it's like UFOs.
Okay, I have to hear this.
Okay, so you could have real evidence that UFOs exist and that governments have covered it up and people still wouldn't believe it. Why? Because they'd get laughed at if they admitted it. Imagine the headline. Greek gods exist and are living among us. What website would even run that?
Yeah.
Weird conspiracy ones. Yeah, you're right.
The conspiracy websites.
Exactly how much do you know about the Greek gods, Freddy?
I know my Greek mythology, but what I've read clearly doesn't line up with who they are today. Or who they ever were, maybe.
Still might be useful.
Perhaps we should tell her
There's
about
gotta be
Hermes.
some truth to those stories, right?
Maybe? Who do you want to hear about?
Well.
What about Apollo?
Okay, so the prophecy stuff checks out. Apollo was god of the sun and light, but also kind of enlightenment in general. He's always talked about as this beautiful and cultured god involved with the arts and the muses, kind of a Renaissance man before the Renaissance.
He's clearly had a rough time since those days.
Well, he was also a giant horn dog, Grace. I can list off like a dozen men and women Apollo has had as lovers, and there's probably more.
Weren't they all like that, though?
I mean,
Yeah.
Apollo's no Zeus. He never assaulted anyone as a swan. And no, they
Yeah, that's
weren't
fair.
all like that. Our sun god had a reputation.
I know most of the Greek gods, with like maybe one or two exceptions, have a reputation of being horny.
Tell me what you know about Persephone.
Honestly, she's the least like her stories. Usually, she's either a victim or just the wife of Hades, or both.
And that's it? She was kidnapped by Hades, end of story?
Pretty much. Her mother was so angry she created winter. But otherwise, Persephone was just your average sweet and virginal fertility goddess.
You're right, that doesn't sound like her at all.
Well, she can crow
Must be
corn.
hard to be defined by this one thing that happened to you thousands of years ago. I'd be pissed if everyone thought my story ended there.
Well, she is pretty pissed. That much is true.
Well, maybe she should have done something rather than forming cults and becoming a cry boss. And angsting at everyone.
She did do something. She
Pan was some
murdered Hades.
kinda lust god, right?
Yeah, you think rumors of that was spread amongst
Pan's
the
a god
Greeks.
of the wild, and I guess that translates into a sort of lustfulness and earthiness, humping nymphs in the forest sort of thing.
And you don't like him.
Honestly, he's exactly what I'd expect him to be. All the stories say he's a lech and a beast. The Christians equated him with the devil. Weirdly, he's also the only god who's supposed to have died, though it's never really clear how or why. Anyhow, there's a great statue depicting Pan having sex with a goat. Next time you see him, you gotta ask him about it.
If it is an option, I might, but...
Do you know anything about the Muses? Or Calliope in particular?
Yeah, for starters, there were supposed to be 9, though I guess there are some sources that said there were only 4, maybe 3. Each of the muses
Yeah,
had
apparently
her
they just kinda
specialty. Did you know that
pass
Calliope
the
is supposed to be the
torch
muse of
from
epic
one to another.
poetry? She inspired the Odyssey.
Wow. I don't even like poetry.
Sadly, there's a
and
nice
said her
musical
singing
based on the
voice
Odyssey
was
going around. It's called Epic the
unmatched.
Musical, and all of you should
Get
listen
that
to it.
part right, at least.
Did she also lead the ancient Greeks in giant choreographed dance numbers?
No. but she once turned a bunch of snobby princesses into magpies, so there's that.
What about Athena? Is she really supposed to be the goddess of wisdom?
Sure, but mostly that's meant as tactical knowledge. Athena wasn't all sweetness and light. She was a warrior goddess. She was also the goddess of heroes. There are loads of stories where Athena helps guys like Odysseus or Jason or Perseus.
No female heroes back in those days?
Yeah, I guess not. Women were the weaker
You know,
sex, which maybe
as
is
an
why Athena
aside,
was portrayed as being vindictive.
it's weird how among all the
Medusa
other
and her
fantastical
priestesses, she
Greek
turned
names,
people
there
into
was also
spiders,
just
struck 'em blind,
Jason.
started the Trojan War. It's the whole thing.
Not being as wise as advertised is on brand for her, then.
Odysseus! Perseus! Jason.
Yeah, it only doesn't sound mythological because it's stuck around,
Yeah,
unlike
just
Perseus.
because we happen to use it. I mean,
Yeah.
Just how many of these gods are there? From what I've heard, lots of idols live around here.
Well, there are tons of minor gods in Greek mythology, hundreds even, depending on how you define them. Oddly, there's never any mention of the word idols in relation to them. Maybe it's like how people worshipped idols?
I sort of assumed it was related
Also,
to
Freddy, why
Avalon,
do you dress like a
Which is a
pimp?
Greek word, but I think it means ghost. An image of someone after they die.
like her outfit
Makes
is cool.
sense.
Me? I'm more amazed at all the big names
Green
missing.
Carmen
Not just Zeus
Sandiego.
and Hades, most of the
Yes,
Olympians seem
pretty
to
much.
be gone. Makes you think about what's been lost, but also what might still be out there.
I don't know. I feel it will have been brought up if if Hera had finally gotten rid of Zeus, but
You think there might be other gods out there?
Well, there are all those gods the idols say wandered off. We don't know they're dead for sure, right? They could be living it up in Australia. Who would know? Then there are all the other mythologies, hundreds of cultures.
thank
each
you
with
for
their own
for asking the
pantheon.
real
So what's
questions,
so special
Freddy.
about the Greeks? That only their gods are real, right? All those other pantheons could be living
Yeah,
in
that's a good
secrecy,
question.
just like the idols.
Like in Rick Riordan's
And that
books.
means they're hidden from each other too. Oh, they could be everywhere and no one would know.
It's like a whole other secret side to the world.
Yeah, it's cool, right? I hope I get to meet Ganesha one day. Or maybe Lakshmi?
I wonder how much of those stories are true.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
I mean,
I'm
if you
giving
were
you
in
the
this
quick
kind of
version. There are
situation,
reams of
that kind
textbooks
of
out there
excitement
covering
is
all this, but
understandable.
even they rarely agree with each other.
Really? Nothing definitive?
I don't know, maybe Jesus is living
Ancient
with
Greece
Buddha in
was
modern Japan.
3,000 years ago, Grace. Not much information survived all that time, if it was even
could say?
valid to begin with.
What are Kaz and Brian up to? You didn't tell them anything, did you?
It's
Give
kind
them
of
I told them you
Anubis.
came
Give
home,
them ear
that you're okay,
stretches.
but that you're having a moment. They send their love.
Should we tell them, do you think?
no.
What for? They have their own problems. Plus, Brian can't keep a secret to save his life, and Kaz is officially homeless.
Is he still crashing on Brian's couch?
Grace, you do know that Brian doesn't have a couch, right? Just some giant beanbag thing.
Is he still crashing on
Where's
Brian's
Cassie?
giant big bag thing?
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cute. They'll tell us when they're ready. But right now, it's best just to not mix them up in this.
I mean, they could have separate beanbags, possibly.
Does this mean they both crash on the beanbag?
I presume so.
I should really apologize about the band. This kind of puts a dent in your
Look-
plans, doesn't
Look, if
it?
you die, it ain't your fault.
You're right, Grace. How dare you sabotage my dreams? I am so mad I could spit.
You know what I mean. Nobody could have seen this coming, sure, but it's always been something with me.
Well, as I see it, there are two ways this goes down. One, neither of us gets back to the band. It was just a thing we did for a while before I founded a cult in your name. Or two, we get back to it and the band now has the Muse as its lead singer. Edge of Elysium becomes the coolest and most appropriate band name ever.
That's why I
still really
appreciate
like
the
that
Grace,
record
you
player.
can't be the source of all the drama and
That's
name
an
the band.
extremely
That's the rule.
convenient band name, given they knew nothing about this.
Okay, that's enough questions for now.
Underworld,
Sure,
the
I can talk all
Viper's
day.
Nest.
You know I can.
I'll check back with you soon, Freddy. Time for more mystery solving.
I mean, yes, but Elysium is very specifically Greek.
Yeah. Well, we will go to Medusa's place, but first we have a party to go to.
Fancy party? Check. Bunch of strangers? Check. Grace totally not dressed for the occasion? Check. Now, if only I knew what I was supposed to be doing here.
Grace, you made it. I'm so glad. I was beginning to wonder.
You didn't say this was a fancy party. I feel a little underdressed.
Grace, look at me. I
I
didn't
mean,
even button up my
Apollo's
shirt.
walking around with his titties out. It's fine.
Yeah, we totally need the ab view at a fucking
I
wake.
think someone died.
Grace.
Of course.
I should have told you about this earlier. I've been putting it off.
I don't like the sound of that. What am I missing?
You don't have any of Calliope's memories, right? No deja vu recollections that aren't your own?
No. Should I have?
Not right away. For a while, you won't remember anything. We call it the veil. In time, the veil will start to lift, slowly at first, but...
Looks like I might be right about that, a musical number where she starts coming out, type thing.
Seems like the sort of thing you should tell a new idol.
Well, you might be
New
dead a
idols
week,
are
who
usually
knows?
chosen. You would
It
know
would be
about
helpful
this
to
already.
remember it now, given you're, trying to solve her
Calliope
murder.
was murdered.
Yeah.
Well, remember how old we all are.
Could you just wait until that happens and then
So the veil
Zone of
is
Truth musical
gradually to
number?
protect you. Eventually, it's like a flood. It becomes difficult to separate what's you and what's them, and all who came before them.
It's a punk option, I'll be fine.
You're saying I won't be me. I won't be Grace. Will I start calling myself Calliope?
Maybe. Eventually, most of us do, but most of us were chosen.
I'll explain to Hermes, now that we were able to ask him about
I
that.
didn't choose this.
I understand. Take some time to let it sink in. If you like, we can talk about it later.
What does this have to do with the party?
Aphrodite hasn't been the same since we came to the New World. She has horrific memories of what she endured during the war. Passing on her Eidolon is a way to forget, for a while.
Ah.
That's what this party is for.
She doesn't have any other options? Therapy, pills, social media?
If you think she hasn't tried all those things, perhaps you could ask her about them.
It just seems extreme, doesn't it?
Social media only makes that kind of thing worse.
Yes, it is. It is, however, an extreme situation. For idols, our memories can become a prison. This is how Aphrodite chooses to escape.
By sticking someone else with the same decision to eventually make, and the same burden.
Do you support what Aphrodite is doing here?
It's not my choice to make, Grace.
Yeah, but you must have an opinion.
Eventually, you will remember what we experienced during the war, and eventually you will remember that what Aphrodite experienced was far worse. If this is the mercy she requires, I will not tell her she should not take it.
This isn't the first time Aphrodite's done this. She's held this kind of gathering before, right?
This is her fourth, I think, perhaps fifth.
So every time the veil, whatever you call it, when it starts to lift...
Aphrodite's memories return, and eventually it is too much. We gather to pay our respects and to honor the past, while she still remembers it.
Wait. Calliope refused to come to these parties. That's what you said.
She refused on principle. Everything Calliope did was on principle.
I think I can understand the
She
notion.
believed Aphrodite was indulging her sadness, wallowing in it. She thought Aphrodite should try harder. It was a point of contention between them. Aphrodite will be grateful you're here. Trust me.
Okay, so What did Aphrodite want Calliope to do? What did she want me to do?
Well, knowing Aphrodite,
all that voice
she'll want
language,
to
huh?
make a production of it all. She's not here just yet. Until she arrives, I suggest mingling.
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 Yeah, mingling. Talk to Eros. Or we can talk more if you like. Just try to relax, Grace.
Sure, yeah. Relax. That's what this party is for, right?
Yeah, we have so many options, so many people to talk to.
Yeah, we can't speak to any of these other people standing around.
Of these potential fucking suspects.
Hey, Eros. Nice to... Oh. Okay.
Aphrodite will be so happy you're here. It means so much, you have no idea.
I
Apollo
don't
told
need
me
to ask
Calliope always
if he's
refused to
okay.
come to these things, right?
Yeah, no matter how much Aphrodite begged. Every time she does this, I don't know how to handle it. I almost want to run upstairs and demand she stop. Remind her that this never works. Sorry, I shouldn't unload on you. It's been a bad week.
Well, if we make a production of it, it will come out.
Hey, I understand. This can't be easy.
She's the one who is suffering. I shouldn't be complaining. I just hate this.
So the star is something different than a romance option, I assume.
Yes, there are, as far as I'm aware, 5 different options. The normal options, the romance options, which are denoted with a heart. Well, and technically the break-off romance option, like we saw with Pan. And then there's those tied to the quote-unquote class that you shows at the start. I forgot the actual term, but I believe Joey had mentioned it earlier. No, it was fucking the guy titled Elysium. Characteristic, but yeah. Which are like the heart, the devil horns, and the light bulb.
Is it okay if I ask what happened? I don't mean to pry, but I'm new. I really don't know.
No, it's okay. I wouldn't usually talk about it, but I know you don't mean any harm. What happened is that Brother Ares happened. He missed out on the first world-spanning war, you see, so he was damned if he'd miss out on the next one.
Oh, did he miss out on the first?
Jackbooted mortals, so full of themselves and their supremacy. And he told them about the idols. Then they came for us. Took us completely by surprise. Some they killed, but Aphrodite, her they captured.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh.
Aphrodite was captured, but she's here now. So she must have escaped.
She didn't. Do you know the name Hephaestus?
No. Should I?
God of smiths. He could make anything, any tool or weapon. He was Aphrodite's husband, and he adored her. When he found out the mortals were torturing her, he went mad. He was determined to save her.
Wait, they tortured her?
Nothing extreme, I'm told. They were too frightened, but they were also determined to wring every last secret out of her. So, who knows how long that fear would have lasted. Thus, Hephaestus made a deal.
With the, jackbooted guys.
No, with their enemies. That's what saved her.
Then this deal is how
I haven't
That's responsible for the new.
Survived.
I'd assume.
It's what brought us to the new world. Hephaestus saved us all. We never saw him again. That was the deal. He would leave, make their precious weapons, and never look back.
I feel like
Aphrodite
ending
got to say
a world
goodbye.
war and saving everyone
funny,
is far from the
because
worst thing
Aphrodite
that could
didn't even
happen.
like Hephaestus when they were married. She seemed
If
to
it
resent
is
every minute
not
they were together.
exactly without its cost.
But now he's all she can think about.
Is there no other way? Does Aphrodite really need to...
To die? I've asked that so many times. She's tried magic, drugs, psychotherapy, meditation, everything we could possibly think of. For a while, she'll deny anything's wrong. It all seems fine, and I start to hope. Maybe this time will be different. Then the nightmares begin, and the memories return. More with each passing day until... I hate it, but I see her agony. I can't deny her this.
Just getting straight to the heart of the matter. The main issue of this is it isn't simply passing on, it is passing it on to someone else.
Maybe I just don't understand, but... Isn't this... like suicide?
Some of the idols have committed suicide. They let themselves die without passing on their eidolon.
What happens?
What you'd expect. They're gone. Forever. Mother says she can't do that. She won't.
This is actually worse,
Not
I
until she sees
think.
Hephaestus again, I suspect.
Yes.
Not that what's happening here is anything casual. She still has to die for a while.
What is my part in all of this? I'll help if I can.
Aphrodite loves drama. She always has. She wants us here to... well, to remember. To celebrate our history. She'll ask you to use your power as part of the celebration. Could you use it to inspire her?
Certainly
I can't
gotta
force
try.
anyone to do anything they don't want to, Eros.
That's not what I'm asking. I believe that deep down, she doesn't want to do this any longer. She must see it isn't working. She just needs the strength to try. Or I hope that's all she needs.
I'll try, if you think it'll do some good.
I don't know if it will. I just find it hard to believe it could get any worse.
Famous last words.
Tell me about it. Do whatever you think is right, Grace. And thank you.
I know all these people, Grace. For as long as I can remember, I've known them. Yet sometimes I feel like I don't know any of them at all. Or they me.
Thanks for popping in, Empty. Hopefully things go well on your end. And I'll certainly try.
Yeah.
Certainly a sobering thing towards the end. But yeah, see you around.
I spoke to Eros. He's pretty broken up over all this.
Oh, poor Eros. Each new successor, his hopes rise up once more. And then he watches the new Aphrodite crumble. Piece by piece. Only to start all over again. It's so different from the olden days. Once he was the eternal disaster, and Aphrodite kept constant vigil over him.
Maybe he feels like he owes her.
I think he's followed her into a dark void, and somewhere, deep down, believes he deserves no better.
You don't enjoy these family gatherings, do you?
Are they family gatherings? Like the sort mortals have?
You call each other sister and brother and mother.
Well, yes, but
And you've been together like 100 times longer than I lived with my family.
Found families
All
are
I
a
miss is a
thing.
drunk uncle everyone has to apologize for.
Now I feel they have a few of those.
That would be Pan. But yes, I feel very much out of place.
This is not the time to flirt. Even if I was trying to flirt with Apollo, now is not the fucking time to flirt.
Why is that exactly? Wouldn't you feel more like you belonged after 1,000 years together?
So we
These
need to
assumptions
start
over
asking the
centuries
important
bring great
questions,
wisdom.
such as, where are your
Don't
cows?
they?
We get older. We have more to forget. We hold grudges longer, but wiser. No. Not so far.
I should get back out there.
Well. Now, just since I don't want to step away in the middle of things, I need to use the restroom, so I will be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
Back, and we should be back.
Welcome back.
Gray, you here?
Yeah.
Okay. You doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see this through.
My family
Having you all here, gathered once again to see me off, it moves me. More than I can say. My loves, my darlings, my dearest friends. And you.
It bothers
Oh, my
me that
dear
people are
sweet
still
lady,
chattering in the
I dare
background.
not hope that you, with all your troubles, might sing me to my sleep. Yet here you are. Yet here she is. Huh.
It's lovely to meet you, Aphrodite. Properly, this time.
Ah, yes. Poor Calliope. Such a loss to us all. I shall miss her dearly. To have come so far, only... No, it doesn't bear thinking about. It's too much.
Is this Grace, my lady? The new muse?
Oh, what manners I have. Grace, Grace, meet the lovely mortal woman who shall tonight become the new me.
Hi, my name's Venus, and yes, it really is Venus. Nice to meet you, Grace.
Of course it is.
Do you understand what the deal is here?
Hi. I have to admit, it'll be weird watching this happen the proper way.
Because I'm chosen?
Yeah.
That's
I
not
wasn't.
how I will phrase
not,
that,
Not
but
like this, anyhow.
Yeah, Lady Aphrodite told me. I'm so sorry, that sounds awful.
There will be so much time for you lovelies to speak later. Now, we must prepare for my departure.
yeah, about this. It's like, well, first before that.
Are you sure we can't talk first? I really need your help, Aphrodite.
I know you do, my dear. I wish I could be there for you, but I'm afraid my time is up.
That has a
Since you've
decision
shown
you are
such
making.
kindness in coming, I will ask Eros to make himself available to you afterwards.
How
There's
generous.
nothing I know that he does not. He is my son, my truest friend, my longest love.
Won't he be a little distracted?
Eros has been through this before, Grace. He knows what must be done.
I just want to say, I'm really sorry that this happened to you, that you need to do this.
A babe in our dreary world, and yet already possessed of such earnest purpose.
Weren't you opposed to this, Grace?
Apollo! Oh, you've come after all.
You didn't say I wasn't against it yet.
I've had a great deal of time to prepare. I assure you that would not be the case. As for you, Grace, have you gathered the true purpose of tonight's gathering?
I feel like
really
these
sure why we need
options
all-
should be reversed. Also, as an aside, it just randomly does this. It's weird. I wonder if it's like some sort of way they handle freezing the cutscenes, or if it's just some weird focus issue. Like, occasionally there's just like this sort of pulsing effect where everything is gonna, well, boop, boop, boop.
To ease your suffering? To forget about what happened?
And escape into the soothing blackness. To swim in Lethean waters, at least for a time.
Does it help?
I don't know. Each Aphrodite
Well,
before me
the fact
begged
that you're
for mercy.
remembering it,
This
clearly
is all I
it
can
is
do
not.
for all of us. Even so, tonight is not about the pain. It is about honoring the memory of what was while that memory still persists. Go, enjoy the gathering, Grace. Tell me when you're ready to begin.
At least we can talk to the Chosen Obey.
I should apologize, Grace. Saying that I was chosen like I'm somehow more special. I really didn't mean it that way.
That's not where we were going.
I hope you can. I'm sorry.
It looks like I'll be doing that a lot. Lady Aphrodite said I'm ready, but I don't know.
Having second thoughts? If so, now's probably the time to mention it.
I would never do that to Lady Aphrodite. I'm just nervous.
That's understandable.
If I can ask, what does it feel like after it happens? Do you feel different?
I was so scared at the time, I didn't know what to think. I had no idea who Calliope really was.
You didn't remember anything? About her? Who she was? She was just gone?
Yeah. Isn't that the point of all this?
I just wanted to be sure. Sometimes it doesn't seem like it could be real.
Your name's really
Yeah, let's break the
Venus,
ice
huh?
before we get to the rest.
Everybody asks me that. Even the other idols. Maybe that's why Lady Aphrodite noticed me in the first place. She says it was fated to be. I say it's because my mama was a diehard hippie.
How do you know Aphrodite exactly?
So I was working at this homeless shelter, right? A couple of years ago, and she came in with one of the older residents. And she was there in this, like, amazing dress. And she's sitting with this guy and really listening to him. Like, they were old friends or something. I just thought, what is someone like her doing in a place like this? So, I just went over and introduced myself.
That's it? Just like that?
Yeah. She came back to the shelter a few times, but by then, I guess she'd taken an interest in me instead.
Are you really okay with all this? You know what's gonna happen, right?
I saw a lot of people in crisis at the shelter. I knew something was wrong with Lady Aphrodite. She's in so much pain, Grace. She won't let you see how much. Eros called me one night desperate. She wouldn't stop screaming. She didn't know where she was. She's a good person, Grace. A good soul. She deserves mercy.
The issue is that this isn't all this is about.
But don't you feel this
As much
is
as
wrong?
comparisons are being
I mean,
drawn.
You're ending your life. It's like some kind of murder-suicide pact.
I don't think of it like that. Lady Aphrodite is not committing suicide, and I'm not being murdered.
Aren't you? Your life is ending. It's being taken over, swallowed up by Aphrodite's grief.
I'm becoming part of something bigger. Something amazing. Or maybe you're right. It'll be terrible. And I'll end up in so much pain I'll regret it.
The issue is that
So why
theoretically
go through
you'll
it?
end up at this
Because Lady
exact
Aphrodite
point.
needs me.
And then history will repeat.
Maybe, just maybe, if I'm added into the mix of all the people she's been, maybe things will be different.
Fair point at least, but still.
Back again.
I don't think I'll have a chance to talk to Aphrodite. Not before, you know.
Ah, I was hoping she might have spared a moment.
What should I do?
You have two choices, Grace. Either you do as she asks and sing her to her rest,
At which point Venus won't have Aphrodite's memories yet.
or you somehow convince her to remain with us and hope she's grateful.
And doesn't regret it. Or get angry at me for ruining her party.
Do what you feel is right. It's a risk either way.
Well, we can't force someone to do what they don't want to
Have
do.
you spoken with Venus? She seems really...
Nice, earnest, a genuinely good person.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's not an accident. Ever since the war, Aphrodite has sought out the kindest, the most innocent souls to be her successors. She chooses them because she believes
kindest,
that over
most
time,
innocent souls
it
to
might
ruin.
make her a better person. a more worthy person.
Wouldn't it be better if she chose people who were, I don't know, more resilient?
I suppose that depends on your definition of strength, Grace.
I should get back out there.
Once again, let's move ahead.
I have tried so hard, fought for so long, but in the end, I must bid you all farewell once again. But before I go, I would like us all to remember the sacrifices that brought us here to this strange new world. This time, it is with the help of our lovely muse that we shall be guided. We let them rise. We let it happen. We waited far too long. We thought we shouldn't intervene. We were wrong. We were wrong. Since the beginning we were hidden. We held court from up above. 'Twas the golden age of reason, and I the queen of love. But a plague of hate was spreading, and there were vultures standing by. Before we fell to our knees begging, we fell from the sky. We let them rise, we let it happen. We waited far too long. We thought we shouldn't intervene. We were wrong, we were wrong. We sought shelter from the shadows, but were soon ripped from the dark. Those mortal souls that ended us were jealous from the start. They hunted me for power to fuel their psychopathic cause. And once they fell before me and worshipped,
There's the symbolism of the lighthouse again.
they chased me down and threw me in a cage, held me prisoner for so long. I thought I'd win their hearts again. I was wrong. I was wrong. I see you have the power. It's a poisonous reward. My virtues only scorn me when I was once adored. Loved by every mortal, then ripped from paradise. No one suffered greater till he made his sacrifice. The man that I ignored saved me when I fell. Yes, the husband I abhorred rescued me from hell. I thought it was a joke when it was said to me. He struck a deal with our enemy's enemy. Made a secret weapon so my captors let me go.
Yeah, not quite as settled anymore, but yeah.
Freedom leaving just a memory. And this love I'll never know is what he gave to me.
Definitely a difficult choice here.
Yep.
Sticking with blue for now. I feel this is not the time for jazzy blues finger snapping.
I can see everything. It's interesting why you
Totally
feel
what-
so blue.
It's like what-
Because of the horror show from long ago. There ain't no getting through. A husband who sacrificed and paid the price for you to be free. Wherever he is right now, you'd think somehow that...
Excuse me.
Sorry. I'm on a roll. I don't pretend to know the mind of a god. That's something I never thought I'd say. I'm not the only one here who wants to know. Is leaving now the only way to go?
I'm confused. Who are you? Thank you for sharing, little one. You're 80 years overdue. Now take your seat, you've had your fun. I think you'll find I'm a god. Making note of the staggering lack of help. And so no matter what you think you know, this ceremony.
Why is listen to Apollo an option?
Aphrodite, I know just what you mean. The pain has brought me so low. There's no end in sight.
Yeah, this is fine. Bring in the rest of the family.
If you can't move on, you got to move on. If we can't move on, you got to move on. If you can't move on, you got to move on.
All of my agony, the brutality,
obviously left me kinda dazed.
You know my memory
I could possibly
is killing me.
potentially cause a little change, but you're the kind of a god who'll do whatever she wants.
Apology accepted.
That's not where I was going
Yeah,
with this.
I don't know why you picked Mercy.
That's
What
not the
she
type of
thinks
Mercy.
this is.
And making your acquaintance a graceful exit seems the only way to go. The only way to go.
Normally I wouldn't, but I'm seeing if I can reload that, because that is not where I was trying to go with that.
I can't even fathom where you were trying to go.
Not to that type of Mercy. Ah, great, no password. Going to choose the same
I'm
everything
pretty
else.
sure this entire section that Mercy has specifically been talking about that.
It's like I'm playing Fallout 4. That's not what I
Yeah.
meant for them to say. There are different kinds of Mercy.
From up above, 'twas the golden age of reason, and I the queen of love. But a plague of hate was spreading, and there were vultures standing by before we fell to our knees.
Especially since we had just used Compassion to pull in Apollo, I didn't expect the next Compassion to be, nah, fuck it, just give up.
We waited far too long.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't get that interpretation at all.
We were wrong. We sought shelter from the shadow.
I don't know what else could be meant by Mercy in this context.
Those mortal souls that ended us were jealous from the start.
Even if it seemed like an odd transition to you.
To fuel their cycle.
Like I said, there are different kinds of Mercy.
And once they fell before
Yeah, I mean, sure.
worshipped all I was.
A different kind of mercy to herself. Different mercy to Venus.
In a cage, held me prisoner for so
Self-love is something that needs to be practiced.
I thought I'd win their hearts again. I was wrong. I was wrong. I see you have the power. It's a poisonous reward. My virtues only scorn me when I was once adored. Loved by every mortal, then ripped from paradise. No one suffered greater till he made his sacrifice. The man that I He struck a deal with our enemy's enemy, made a secret weapon so my captors let me go. He gave up his freedom, leaving just a memory, and this love I'll never know is what he gave to me.
Going the same options up to that point, obviously. Still such a fucking switch in some genre change.
I can see everything. It's interesting why you feel so
It's certainly a shift in mood.
show from long ago. There ain't no getting through. A husband who sacrificed and paid the price for you to be free. Wherever he is right now, you'd think somehow that...
Excuse me.
Sorry, I'm on a roll. I don't pretend to know the mind of a god. That's something I never thought I'd say. I'm not the only one here who wants to know. Is leaving now the only way to go?
I'm confused. Who are you? Thank you for sharing, little one. You're 80 years overdue. Now take your seat, you've had your fun. I think you'll find I'm a god, making note of the staggering lack of help. And so no matter what you think you know, this ceremony is the only way to go.
Aphrodite, I know just what you mean. The pain has brought me so low. There's no end in sight. How do we fight? If you can't move on, you got to move on. If we can't move on, you got to move on. If you can't move on, you got to move on.
Not to mention the fact that the Mercy felt like less of a giving up than, do whatever.
Mercy for me was definitely siding with her plan. The blue is, well, I mean, I guess I can't force you. The red is, I am determined to change your mind.
I also feel this is a rather sudden changeover. I expected a little more input from everyone else.
Yes, that was definitely weirdly sudden.
It's like, no, live, bitch. Okay, I guess I will. What?
Yo, it was literally one line between I'm killing myself and you know what, I'm good.
Like, I expected us to at least bring in arrows.
As someone who speaks to suicidal people on a regular basis, let me tell you, the shift is not that easy.
It's like, wow, it was that easy.
Is it true? You've chosen to...
I wish I was telling you.
Live. I have chosen to live.
Well, there really is a party now.
I'm so sorry, Venus. I made you so many promises, dearest, and I won't be able to keep them.
My lady, all I ever wanted was for you to be happy. If this is your wish,
I mean, if anything, this
I'll
is
be with you
the
at
best
every
case scenario
step.
for her plan was,
I as
hopefully
well.
I'll prevent you from
Always.
doing it when you are baked.
I hope none of us regret this choice in the days to come. But thank you.
This is the only way you'll get through it. Together, as a family.
Not the way I will
If
phrase
there's any
that,
chance,
especially in
Mother,
case anyone does
any
die,
at
such
all.
as the immortal, but hey.
This is it.
I know, my loves. I hope you're right. Now then, Grace. You needed my help. No doubt regarding Calliope's death. Have you any suspicions as to who might be responsible?
Well, I've narrowed the list.
I don't know that we really have narrowed the list.
Yeah, just someone at the reliquary is about as much as we've narrowed it. I'm still suspicious of Athena.
I'm not sure. Calliope was attacked at the reliquary, so it had to be someone who had access.
So that's where she went.
What's that look?
Calliope came to see us that night. She was agitated, frightened even, but she wouldn't explain why.
She said she had a plan. That must have been the reliquary.
She was frightened, so she knew this was gonna happen. It wasn't a surprise.
Well, it may have been
Unless
a
she
bit of a
was
surprise.
talking about something else.
That seems unlikely, love. If only we'd known she intended to go to the reliquary, of all places.
I thought she meant, you know, one of her usual plans.
I'm afraid I can't offer much help, Grace. Few have access to the reliquary. I certainly do not, and I don't know who does. If Medusa was there, I'd ask her why and how. There are always motives lurking within her motives.
Come now, Mother. It's time you rested. It's been a long night.
If I don't, I suppose you'll both gang up on me again. Very well.
So, did they have anything helpful? I see. Then you still intend to seek her out.
I have to. How else will I find out what she knows?
I still don't like it.
I feel like you could say you could protect me in a non-flirty way. I mean, he is a god, and this is Medusa.
I'll see if I can find out.
Look, same as Baldur's Gate 3. There is a time and a place for flirting.
Probably ask around.
Uh-huh.
Are you all right, Grace? You seem troubled.
What you said earlier about Calliope's memories coming back.
That wasn't how I wanted you to find out. I'm sorry. If you like, we can talk about it later at my place, after you've had some time to digest.
I might do that. Thanks.
You really are amazing, you know that? Every hurdle, every piece of unpleasant news, you just keep on going. I don't know how you do it.
Because we don't, we die. You know, pop up somewhere.
Usual. Beauty, youth, supernatural resolve. I got it all.
So it seems.
She says with bags
I
under
just
her eyes.
wish I
Ever
could see
growing
the world
ever.
through your eyes. Next to you, I feel very old.
What? Why are these the options?
Is it really that bad? Being a literal god, young and hunky forever?
No, it's not that. There are good things, yes, but they come with the not-so-good things as well.
Such as?
Such as having the gift of prophecy, and never being able to act on what you see. I tried, and it only made things worse. So instead, I tried to not want to try, and that's still not better.
Why are the options fuck you, fuck off, and fuck me?
There are many variant fucks you could give.
Hate to break it to you, Apollo, but there's about 1,000-year difference between us. You are old.
Yeah, let's go with the I'm not Calliope one.
Maybe you should just try getting out
Yeah,
there.
I mean, at least that
There's
one
plenty even
is
you
kind
haven't
of
seen.
jokey.
Yeah, you're probably right. I suppose you'll be headed home.
Or to look for Medusa, yeah.
Then I'll see you soon. Take care of yourself, Grace.
And we moved on to day 4. To Medusa Slayer.
Well,
Shut up about the rats. No.
This must be the Viper's Nest. Scariest part of town, no sign. Just that one dude glaring at everyone. Well, I'm here now. Just another day in the life of an idol.
Oh, there you are. Man, this place is
Why do you have a
gross.
mace?
I think someone peed on me.
Freddy? What are you doing here?
What, you
Did-
thought I wouldn't notice you skulking?
Did you buy the
off?
wrong kind of
Maybe
mace
you
at the
bring any
convenience store?
equipment, Grace?
Questions.
Freddy, please tell me you don't think you're some kind of adventurer.
I'm sorry. Are you not about to head into a
That is-
monster's
that
lair
is not
at great
capitalized like
personal
today.
peril? What else would you call that?
This is technically
You're
better.
such a dork. I adore you.
Good, because I'm not about to let you wander in there without backup. Who knows? Maybe the stuff I know about Medusa might actually apply. Well, that'd be a switch.
Do you
Does
think
the
she
stuff
actually
you know
turns
about
people to
Medusa
stone?
suggest that a
Let's hope
mace will
not,
be
or this
helpful?
could be a short visit. Or a really, really long one.
I'm serious.
Perseus used a mirror to reflect Medusa's gaze back at her. Oh, maybe you could use your phone.
Now, you think we
You
can
think
get
that'll work?
non-standard game over?
Unless you brought a mirror, Grace, it's all you got.
Okay, I'll bite.
Did you not bring
What
a
do you know
mirror,
about Medusa?
Miss Prepare?
Well, you know, she was human once, right? And she was cursed.
Apollo mentioned it, yeah.
Cursed by Athena. Or so one of the stories goes, anyway.
But doesn't she work for Athena?
Hey, don't look at me. My knowledge of this stuff stops at a few thousand years ago.
She was once human, but she's definitely a monster, right?
Yeah, one of the worst. But you know, so was the Minotaur.
Asterion said she was scary.
Yeah.
I have a feeling she's not like him.
Then I guess you need to be prepared for the possibility that she is as bad as the legends say. Though some of the stories also say that she was wronged by Athena and that what was done to her was an injustice.
And Athena just
Well,
follows the rules,
I mean-
right? Okay, enough talking.
I feel like that's
Time to do
fairly
this.
core to the story. Yeah, I don't think that's some versions.
Maybe. You're here
Like,
to help?
as far as I recall,
Always.
wasn't she
Gotta
like
help out.
raped in 9/10 of the versions?
I'm unsure.
Like, unless I'm thinking of another myth, I think in most of the myths she was like raped in someone's temple and that pissed whoever's temple it was off.
There's also rape in most of the myths, so you know it's easy to get confused.
Swan assault.
Yes.
Yeah, well, let's see if we can get entrance.
It doesn't hurt to try.
If the direct approach doesn't work, we'll try something else.
Grace, you're not... of course you are.
Hi there.
Viper's Nest is closed. Private party.
You didn't need to approach with your fucking mace. Let's just
me in.
remain with the direct approach.
Medusa will want to see me.
Uh-huh. And why would that be?
Because I'm the muse. And I'm willing to bet Medusa makes exceptions for idols.
And the idols +1. Who needs to stop with the mace?
Go on in. I'll send word to the boss you've arrived.
Thank you.
Oh, that was easy.
Sometimes the direct approach is the best approach.
Does appear like Freddy is not getting it.
She's got a fucking mace. Hookah lounge. So she, instead of turning people to stone, she just gets people stoned. Where's Theo when you need him?
Hello, who's that there? You've messed up my flow. Just get your drink, girl, and take your seat. It's the Mew. There are sacred bites, and then there's secret bites so wrong, so right. I'm really gonna hate myself tonight.
Before
Girl,
we
your
start
teeth
the
situation is
show,
concerning.
Pam said to say hello. That's what he said to say.
Well, any friend of Pan's is a friend of Pan's.
Okay. I hate to interrupt your
Kind of a, okay, where are we going with this moment between the two?
need to know. I wish there was another way.
Yes, you do. Now, look into me. Your body goes freely.
Bryce, you were warned about this.
I feel like, yeah, we really should have been prepared for this.
What'd you say, Grace? You okay, Grace? Where's the game face this time? You are currently experiencing something I like to call the preparation. Any questions or comments? That's right, it is widely known that I can turn folks to stone. But oh, I won't this time. Because this time I find dine that oozy musy blows my wine this time.
And if you want, fine, bitch.
She's looking away. Hey,
You flipped that hood. Then out came the snakes. You're so good. Finally, some stakes. Oh, the eyes thing. What a difference an actual monster makes. Athena made you like this.
she was mad at me. So,
Well, why was she mad?
she said I'd been bad.
Had you been?
No. Now look into me.
This is like, no one was fucking try the phone.
Medusa, look into your own eyes. Nope. Okay.
Okay, what's worth a shot?
Was worth a shot. You know you're not
Actually, maybe that worked.
hot. That's my opinion.
That's where you're going with this?
Don't look at me.
The snakes, sure they're snakes.
Grace. Noted monster fucker.
Like it's just a
I did not expect this to go into flirting with Medusa.
I think that you should try to see.
I accept this. I was trying to go towards being nice to her. But this was not the way I expected that to turn.
Not unhot girl is you. The monster's me.
You don't know, you don't know.
Do know that you didn't.
Kill Calliope. So you know that it's true that I didn't do it.
No.
Yes, you do know, you know. Does that mean Athena knows?
No. Fine grace and highly
To tell her you that I'm what? Bait? Not the feature show. Come on, try. Let's go.
You think that will hurt me, child? You have not done your homework.
Oh, sorry, just trying to get your attention. Yeah, I've been watching,
Very
and I'm
impressed.
willing to bet you can't turn me to stone before I burn your snakes off.
Hey, stand down, Freddy. Let's give Medusa some space.
Yeah, okay. I'm watching her, though.
Yeah, that's fair.
You ready to talk?
Oh, fine. Fine. What exactly is it that you want, pretty muse?
That wit, it's such a weird way.
You were at the reliquary the night Calliope was murdered. I want to know why.
Blast! This is why I didn't tell Lady Athena. I knew it would come back to haunt me. I only followed pretty Calliope to the reliquary. I never spoke to her, never even caught up to her. I swear it.
That's what Asterion told us, more or less.
But you were there that night.
Yes, yes, I admit it. Ugh, Lady Athena will have my head. She'll mount it on a pike.
Oh,
Whatever
you are the
might think of
non-immortal
me,
one.
I had no part in the muse's death. I did not even know she'd been attacked until I saw her fleeing.
Asterion said he caught up with you out in the fog. Is that right?
I thought he was the one who had attacked her. He is a great beast of a creature.
He killed
That's too
Hecate's
nice.
cat by accident. But this still seems hard to believe.
Yes, I only realized my mistake once I caught up to him, and by then the muse was gone.
And you never found her afterwards?
I thought she might flee to her pretty home, or to the sharp and prickly Persephone. But she did neither.
Yeah, she came to see me. You followed Calliope to the reliquary. Why were you shadowing her at all?
I am Lady Athena's spy master, yes.
We don't know that,
Calliope
but
has been
thank you for the info.
Trouble from time to time.
So you were spying on her?
I keep watch over every idol who no longer lives in Olympus, but especially Calliope.
Does that mean that all of them live
When
in
I
this singular
realized she
city?
was headed to the reliquary that eve, I followed. I had a duty to Athena.
Did you ever find out why Calliope went there?
I was never close enough to ask. When I drew near to the reliquary, that is when I saw the muse fleeing. She was frightened, bloodied, dying.
Let me guess, that made you hungry.
I gave chase, yes, but to discover the truth. I knew Lady Athena would wish to know.
That does make sense from your perspective.
I didn't learn the truth until later. And then it was far too late.
You haven't told Athena any of this?
Do I need to light things up again? 'Cause I'll do it.
Stand down,
I
Roddy.
told her Calliope was at the reliquary that night. I did not tell her I was also there.
Why not? Wouldn't Athena find
How-
out from Hecate and
How else would you have known?
I was not thinking clearly. I panicked. Lady Athena barely tolerates my presence as it is. If she thought I was involved in any way, if she even suspected.
Why should we believe you? You did just try to eat me, remember?
I am telling you the truth.
Right, and not at all trying to cover your own ass.
You presented an opportunity. Oh, to taste the sweet, sweet blood of a hero once again. It's a problem. I've been working on it, I really have.
Well, thank you for admitting
Uh-huh.
it. That's the first step.
What a plan! The only reason I knew Calliope was going to the reliquary is because he informed me.
So much for never lying to me.
What were the odds, honestly?
Let's put a pin in that for the moment, shall we?
I am a monster. It's true, I do not deny it. It's still, I did not kill the muse.
Yeah, kind of stabbing the muse and letting her go does not seem like Medusa's MO.
Okay, let's say we believe you. For the moment.
Whatever you do, pretty muse, I beg you. Do not tell Athena of my indiscretion. Show mercy. I know what I am horrifies you. It horrifies me as well. I cannot help what I am. I did not ask to be cursed like this.
Why would it?
Indiscretion, huh? That's quite the word for
Well,
it.
so long
I
as
cannot
it doesn't
apologize
come
for
up.
my hunger. I can only apologize that I am so very weak in the face of it.
I'll think about it.
I am a lost and cursed thing. No idol. If Lady Athena should learn the truth, I hope you find what you seek, pretty muse. And that we meet again someday. And sing a different song.
Channeled your inner Perseus into being a Gorgon.
Right from the start, Pan knew Calliope was there that night.
Yeah, and who could have foreseen that he was lying to you the entire time? Who, I ask you, a mystery even the Oracle couldn't have penetrated.
You don't know that.
It just doesn't make sense. Pan sent me to the reliquary. If he's involved, why would he do that?
I don't know. Guilt, maybe? Anyhow, you probably have a few
Not a bad
questions for
fucking way to
Mr.
do it.
Goat Man. I'll see you at home.
Would you really have tried to burn Medusa's face off? With an aerosol can?
Hell
So
yeah!
those are
one-handed
some
googly eyes and-
artifacted graffitis in the background.
What would I do without you?
You'll never need to answer that question, Grace.
Yeah, well, it looks like we are checking back in with Apollo before going to confront a Pan.
Oh, if it isn't, the lovely Grace?
You knew. Right from the start, you knew Calliope was there that night.
Well, yes. She asked for the key and I gave it to her, no questions asked. I told you I didn't know what happened to Calliope, and that's the truth. I did not. So I nudged you in the right direction.
So you were what? Just trying to be helpful? You still aren't telling me something.
What possible reason would I have to—
Tell me, right now.
Medusa learned that Calliope was going to the reliquary because I told her. Now, before you say anything, I had no idea of the fate awaiting our dear muse. And you yourself said Medusa was not responsible. I simply had to know if I'd inadvertently, rather innocently—
That's his guilt of a form.
Sold her out? She came to you for help, and you gave her whereabouts to the highest bidder.
I am
It's probably the
trying
highest
to
bidder.
help, Grace. In my way.
What do you mean, in my way? What way is that?
The way where I don't take all the blame.
What else will I discover, Pan? I'd rather learn it now than later.
I wish I could tell you, Grace. I truly do.
Off again. Day 5. Man, that timer's really clicking. Now let's go to Apollo first. Don't have a whole lot to update Freddy on. Whereas Apollo might have some information from the Oracle.
Grace, back again so soon. Did you find Medusa after all? You've been on my mind ever since you told me about her.
I did, and it was fine. I told you it would be. Okay, it almost wasn't fine, but it worked out. Nobody got hurt.
I see. Perhaps you'd best tell me what happened then.
3 hours later, It's the only possible reason for why we keep going through days so
That
fast.
sounds like quite the harrowing experience. One that could have gone very poorly indeed.
It could have, sure, but it didn't.
This time. Still, you learned a great deal.
It cleared Medusa, but Pan, not so much. Just the opposite.
Have you confronted him about it?
Even as opposed to the
selling
others,
out
there's
Calliope, but not to
even
kill
more
him.
reasons to avoid flirting
I don't know if I
with
can believe
Apollo.
him.
I've never
Considering
thought
he
of
clearly
Pan
had
as a
anything
liar
with
so much as
Calliope.
a manipulator. Still, he would do anything to protect himself. I'll have to give this some thought. I did tell you we could discuss your memories and the Eidolon more in depth after the party. Did you have any questions, or...?
How many times have you
Why
died?
would I have asked
Can I
that?
ask that?
Well, we call it passing on, meeting the Eidolon, and it's fine. I've passed on 12 times that I can recall.
So your name isn't really Apollo.
Plot
The
twist,
most
his name
recent one
actually
was
is
Lucas.
Paul.
Everyone Lucas ever knew is gone, however, so these days I prefer Apollo again.
Lucas? Seems
I
weird
had
to
a friend
think of
named
you as a
Lucas in
Lucas.
elementary school. He stole my bicycle.
It was weird for him, too. Much like yourself,
What do you
Lucas
mean he
becoming
stole
Apollo
it?
was somewhat of a
Yeah, we
surprise.
traded starter
Sounds like
Pokemon and
there's a
made
story
plans
there.
to trade him back after, but he never brought the game again to trade me back.
What a little shit. You should track him down.
That happened.
Get that Blaziken back.
Tell me about this Lucas. How did he become you? Or is it how you became Apollo?
Apollo had taken to surfing. He left the city without permission and roamed the
I'll
coast.
explain the
looking for-
surfing garb.
Well, I'm not sure now. Whatever it was, he found it one night when a giant wave took him down. He was drowning, and I thought, this is finally it. But it wasn't. Lucas saw Apollo struggling and swam out to save him. He pulled us ashore, but it was too late. It took a long time to realize what happened. I didn't return to the city until years later. By then, everyone thought I was Apollo's chosen successor.
Maybe they just ignored it
So
until
no
you
trial
fucking
for
showed
you,
back up?
huh?
It wasn't easy at first, without memories or anyone to guide me, but no, nothing like that.
So everyone just has a beef out for me specifically. Yay, thanks.
Wait, what would have happened if Lucas hadn't tried to rescue you? What if no one was there when you...
When I died, then the Eidolon of Apollo's line would have ended forever, I think.
You think?
There have been stories about Eidolons that survive for a time and go wandering. That's probably all they are, though. Stories.
I know if Zeus can
That's
turn
not
into a
something
swan,
much
can you pass the
opportunity to
Eidolon
study.
onto a fish?
Normally, death without passing on is how an idol really dies. Forever.
When all these memories start to return, will I feel different?
Well, let's see. It starts as dreams you'll have of places you've never been, people you've never met, fleeting images, feelings. Then they'll appear while you're awake. You'll be eating breakfast and suddenly recall when you last ate something similar in the 17th century. The only difficult part is that eventually it can be hard to differentiate between your life and all those other lives. They blend together.
It does sound confusing.
A little, yeah. And not all the memories will be good ones. It can take time to process.
You said it becomes hard to differentiate your life from the others. How hard, exactly? It'll still be me, right?
Grace, would you say that who you are is at least in part due to your experiences?
I guess so, sure.
Well, you'll have a lot more experiences. They won't feel like someone else's either. It will feel like you did all those things. They will shape who you are now, just as they shaped Calliope and all those who came before her. The good news is, you won't get all the memories. Each time we pass on, the older memories fade.
I mean, that wasn't brought up in the previous conversation when it came to passing things on, but yes, both a blessing and a curse.
Wait, how is it good that old memories start to fade?
We're many thousands of years old, Grace. If all of those memories returned with perfect clarity, you'd drown in them.
Yeah, but doesn't that mean you've all forgotten so much?
Tell me, how much do you remember from when you were a small child?
Bits and pieces, I guess. Not much.
It's the same for us. The further I try to think back, the more blurry it becomes. I remember the important bits, but little else. Some of the really old memories. There's so many mortal stories that get mixed up with them, things my previous selves learned as legends. It becomes hard to tell. It takes time, Grace. You'll remember all the lives you've led, but at a pace you can handle, and nothing more.
It's a lot to consider. Assuming I'll even have time to worry about it, what with the trial coming.
Hopefully this eases whatever concerns you might have had. Anything else you'd like to discuss while you're here?
I'd like to know a little more about the idols. I am one now, right?
You are. What would you like to know?
Well, what are we? Where did we come from? If an idol is a soul that moves from person to person, it must have started somewhere, right?
The short answer is, we don't know. If I think far enough back, I can remember bits and pieces. I remember my first Pythian games, the day the idols split in two over Troy, the day my first son died. But before that, nothing. None of us do. I vaguely recall the very first Apollo many thousands of years ago, but was he the original? Did he appear out of the ether? I couldn't tell you.
Psst. Isn't it strange to not know where you come from? For all you know, the idols could be aliens.
Interesting. The notion that there might be some other place far away where we're the norm is comforting. Sadly, our memories are filled with blanks. There was a war with beings we called the Titans.
I mean, considering the fact that there may be other pantheons goes unanswered, the fact that they simply cannot fucking remember, and there might just be other places of these, is a bit better, considering, well, who knows what creation myths are true.
Told us to prepare for battle. And then, in the blink of an eye, I was in the 16th century. What made us forget 1,000 years? What happened during that time? We don't know. Athena calls that period the gap.
It's an oddly specific amount of time for everyone to forget
you
without
mentioned.
any alleged
What
intervention.
was that like? Did you just wake up one day, or...
I know I was alive. I passed on my Eidolon who knows how many times, yet the moment I woke up, as you call it, all memory of that period was gone. It was Athena who found us. I was in France, I think. She came to my farm, and the moment I laid eyes on her, I just knew. It all came back. Did someone do that to us? Did we scatter to the winds for 1,000 years on purpose? It's a mystery.
What about Athena? I mean, she's the one who found you, right? She must have been aware.
Athena claims she awoke on her own and spent the next century locating the other idols. We've pieced together very little of the gap or of our origins. We simply live with it. Gods we may be, but I'm afraid we don't have all the answers.
I'd like to know a little more about you. all I know is you live in a dump, you have an oracle, and you...
I'm not sure what to tell you. One day has bled into the next for so long, I feel like I've been lost in the spaces in between.
Wow, that's a bit dramatic.
Yeah, well, it comes naturally. Music and the arts were once under my purview as a god.
How did that get decided? Did you have a big hat full of pieces of paper and you all picked at random?
No, we chose
Terribly
them for
far off
ourselves.
in some cases.
Some, at least. Others were given to us by our priests. We collected godly responsibilities like marbles.
People collect marbles?
Or whatever it is mortals collect these days.
I once collected business cards.
Perhaps. The point is, we took our godly duties very seriously.
You must have been very different back when you were a proper god.
I think most of us were. We saw ourselves as, I don't know, teachers. Mortals were our students, and we guided them. We thought we were special, infallible. I was as magnificent as the sun, and I surrounded myself with those who basked in my radiance.
That doesn't sound like you.
Yeah, I was arrogant. If there was a man or woman I desired, then I had to have them, or there would be consequences. You wouldn't have liked me. I wouldn't have liked me.
So what is Persephone's beef with you exactly? Is it just about what Hades did to her?
That's no small thing.
It seems more personal than that.
I mentioned how Persephone's kidnapping almost meant war between Olympus and Hades, yes? Well, while this was all going on, Persephone managed to escape the underworld, and I'm the one she encountered first.
Uh-oh.
Hades was hot on her heels, and I had a choice. Either do battle with Hades and start the war right then and there, or let him take her back.
These are the
Zeus
choices.
would have had my head if I had sparked a war. Yet all I still think of are Persephone's eyes as Hades smugly took back his prisoner. It's not my finest moment.
Have you ever tried therapy?
Apollo, have you ever tried, I don't know, talking to someone about how you feel?
I will
That's
never
not what he's
understand this
doing now.
modern fascination with
Yeah.
therapy and focusing on one's feelings.
It might help. You never know.
Yes, I've tried it. There was one I used to speak to. Hecate enchanted him never to reveal what I told him. I don't know that unburdening myself to the man helped. He wasn't exactly trained for this sort of problem.
Yeah, that's fair.
It is kind of hard to relate to a god, sure.
I do appreciate the thought. But I'm afraid muddling through is as good as it gets for us.
Tell me more about Calliope. You and her were good friends, right?
For centuries, we were far more. I was the god of the arts, and the muses were my constant companions. We went everywhere together. They had many names, but the three most common were Clio, Thalia, and Calliope. The sisters of beauty, I called them, though they weren't always women.
I never thought of that. Do idols change gender a lot?
Most of us seek out inheritors who are like us, I suppose, but not all. Calliope, in fact, was a man in our previous incarnation. Christoph, I think his name was. A poet Calliope adored. I was surprised when she made him a muse.
Who did Calliope become after that poet, Christoph?
You have to realize we're already into the period where Calliope and I weren't really speaking. She showed up one day in her new form, the one you met. An opera singer whose name she never revealed. We fought, as I recall. I told her she couldn't pass on every time she met an artist she fell in love with. Eventually she'd forget everything about who we were and where we came from. She said she'd rather forget than wallow in old memories like I or the other idols were doing. It was time to wake up and make the best of our situation. Calliope was an idealist without compromise. Always. She hated what we'd become. What I'd become. She wasn't wrong.
From how you describe it, you and Calliope fought a lot.
As often as we saw each other, which became less and less as time wore on. However, she fought with everyone.
It does sound
Calliope
equal parts
hated the
abrasive
idols
and
being kept
affectionate.
secret. She and Athena would get into screaming matches over the rules, and it got so I could no longer protect her.
Might explain
She moved out
part of why
Olympus
he
years
dislikes
ago.
loud things.
Kept to herself.
Mhm.
I just assumed she was wrapped up with some new artist when I got the news.
Do you regret not making up with her?
Every day I think about our last conversation and what I should have said or done differently. The problem with immortality is that you think you have all the time in the world.
It wasn't only fighting with Calliope, right? Surely there were good things too.
Is that how it sounds? No. She was marvelous. A force to be reckoned with if there ever was one. In the
Hey,
darkest
legacy, we
days
are
during the war,
certainly
it was
embracing.
her songs that gave us hope. She kept Aphrodite alive through sheer determination, I think. Calliope cared. About us, about art, about people she'd only just met. It was her greatest strength as well as her greatest weakness.
I wonder why she picked me. I don't feel like I'm any of those things.
You underestimate yourself, Grace. I see a lot of her in you. She chose well.
Earlier you mentioned your son dying. Did I hear that right? Can idols have children?
It was rare, but yes. Back in ancient times, some of them even became idols themselves.
Some of the idols are actually family then.
Not anymore. Most of our children met terrible ends. A gift of the fates, perhaps. I don't know. The ones who weren't idols.
Which begs the question, what the fuck are the fates?
Watching your children grow old and die. Never understanding why they can't have the same immortality.
Because you've got the gods / idols, and then there's just the fates off somewhere doing whatever the fuck they want to.
My first son.
I mean,
Is
they've
why
kind
I'm
of
not
always
permitted in
been their
Hades
own weird, slightly separate thing.
Let's simply say that most idols have stopped having children and maybe leave it at that.
Well, straight back to the war.
Tell me more about the war.
It
It seems to have had a huge effect on all of you.
I don't think we would have left the old world otherwise. It was home.
From Aphrodite's song, I know Ares betrayed everyone. What did you do?
I caused it.
How?
I foresaw what
You know,
was going to
well,
happen, so I
obviously,
tried to
by our standards, World War II was terrible, but the gods had seen so many different
figured if the god
conflicts.
of
I can't
war
imagine
couldn't
how it
stop
was
what was
just
to
so
come,
much worse than
And
any of them.
that's why he betrayed everyone.
He decided the
Yeah, there
idols
was
were
a sheer
lost
scale,
cause.
but that it did affect them more personally, considering the fact that they were specifically hunted down.
Yeah.
Surely it could have happened anyhow. It was a big war. The biggest.
Perhaps. We'll never know, will we? My time afterwards was spent helping the survivors, keeping us on the move. If Hephaestus hadn't intervened, we would have all been captured.
Did you consider going to the New World sooner?
Now we assume, like so many others.
Like, you got someone who can
Nothing more
teleport
than
between
refugees
doors.
from a war long over, Grace.
You've got a couple of pocket dimensions you could hide it. You have the underworld. Just write it out somewhere that's not near fucking Germany.
Was it hard for the idols to come?
Why
to
were
the
you
new
in
world?
Germany?
It's just a place like any other, isn't it?
I don't think it was the place so much as the condition we were in. Shell-shocked, one might say. Our entire world had been turned upside down.
Like, after World War One, you just all decide, yeah, this is a good place for us to stay, just in and around Germany.
The city. Some, like my sister Artemis,
Makes
couldn't
perfect
abide
sense.
it.
Yeah, I've
Hey,
heard the
Omen.
name.
How was the bolt?
Goddess of the hunt.
Hello,
The wild
Bolt.
thing herself. She left, I think. Faded away without a word. As many did in the early days here.
Good. Many headbats.
Later, Athena became even more strict. For our own good, of course, but it hasn't been easy. This city has never felt like home so much as a temporary shelter.
What happened to the other muses? You mentioned 2 others. Were they lost in the war?
Cleo perished centuries before. The victim of an obsessed writer she'd spurned. He kept her in a cage as his personal muse.
Ugh, that's pretty dark.
It was. By the time we found her, she was already... Well, it's enough to say her captor didn't survive her for long. Talia, however, was lost to us on the very last day of the war. We were about to leave on the ship, but she just never showed up.
Do you know what happened to her?
We never found out. I worried for years, even hired people to look, but as far as I can tell, she up and vanished into smoke that day. The war had ground her down. I was upset, but not surprised.
That's all I can think of for now.
That's the
I'll see you around.
process.
Of course. I look forward to it.
At least in relation to sheer relevance, I think there's just points of Athena's involvement in regards to gathering everyone up again and whatever the hell was up with the gap. Oh, hi, Hermes.
Hi, Grace. I can just call you Grace, right?
That's my name. Where's Freddy?
She went out to get snacks. We were gonna watch TV while we waited, but, well, here you are.
Will there be an idol here every time I come home? Just walking into my apartment, uninvited?
There's at least one time there wasn't.
Freddy said I could stay. I haven't touched anything, I swear.
Not really my point.
Anyway, I guess Athena wants to talk?
We got
I
2
can send
days.
us over to Olympus anytime, if you're free.
So this is what you do?
I mean, I feel we should let Freddy knows
Got
first.
Messengers, baby. Travelers, doorways, any kind of transition, really. The old Hermes said that the transition part made even more sense for me, which, you know, extra cool, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I
Yeah.
can connect any 2 doorways anywhere, just like that. So it's super easy to take people wherever. I don't mind.
Okay, why did you take a fucking ship out of Germany then? Go through a fucking door. Also, we established they knew the old Hermes.
You mentioned the old Hermes a lot. You knew him?
Yeah, I was homeless for a while. It wasn't a great time, and he took me in. Everyone's on the same journey, he used to say. Only the roads are different. And then he went on his journey. Man, I still miss him every day.
Wait, isn't he still inside you? Aren't you kind of the same person now?
Not yet. It's only been a year. Maybe I'll feel him again one day. That'd be nice.
Well,
You
hopefully
say
it
it's
doesn't get
easy,
to
but
the
do you
point of
like
Aphrodite.
doing all these errands?
Huh. Yeah, I never thought about it. It's nice to have a purpose. Athena is super sweet, and she has a big, important job. Why wouldn't I want to help her out?
You can't be this nice. Are you for real?
Oh, well, the old Hermes used to say that a willingness to serve is more important than a willingness to be served.
Do I have a choice about seeing Athena? I'm not in the habit of being at anyone's beck and call.
I mean, I guess you could say no, but I wouldn't. If Athena wants something, she's gonna get it eventually. She had that look in her eyes, like she really wants to talk to you.
She could always come here. Everyone else does.
Athena entered the mortal world? And now she doesn't do that ever. Can you imagine?
How does Athena manage never entering the mortal world?
She doesn't have to, I guess. Everyone brings her everything she needs. And that creepy owl of hers? Apollo says it's her eyes out in the world. It's everywhere. Watching.
So what, she just never leaves the building?
She'll go to the reliquary and places like that. Just never where mortals are.
The reliquary, you say?
She wears a toga and calls cars iron horses.
Gotta be already she was at the reliquary, but... I feel we should be telling Freddy first or waiting for Freddy, but hey, I literally don't have a choice about it.
There's no point in putting it off. Do your thing. Take me to Olympus.
Okay. Oh, when you see Freddy, tell her I'm sorry I couldn't stick around for the movie. And mind if I say
I
something?
mean, that would imply we're gonna have to fucking walk back here.
Sure.
You've changed. I mean, from the person I met when I first came here. When... you know. You got it together really quick.
Thanks, I guess.
Wonder what happens when someone walks in from the other side. Oh, we get a second trade now. You know what, if we're gonna be dealing with Athena, it's time to get a little clever.
There you are, Grace. Do have a seat.
Cool, wow, you got that?
Thanks.
As you like.
Is there any even
You've
chair
certainly
there?
been busy, haven't you? Everywhere I turn, there you are. Including the reliquary.
Oh.
I'm uncertain how you got access, but...
Take a seat
you must have
fucking where?
realized it's off limits. Particularly for your mortal friend.
Am I not supposed to be proving my innocence? Would you prefer I did nothing?
I'd prefer
Yeah, you
you
haven't
don't
really
break
told
any
us.
of the rules in the meantime.
Like, you've given us so
Such
few of the
as?
alleged rules.
Do you have a list I can read, or do you just make them up as you go?
You think our judgment was rash? It was. In truth, I worried that
And
giving
we're not
you
the only
time,
ones worried about the
letting us all get
upcoming
to know you
7-day timer.
make it harder in the end. I am sorry, Grace. You may not believe it, but I care deeply. I care about what happens to you and to all the idols.
Let's see all the idols part that I'm worried about.
Do you really? Let's explore where all that caring has gotten them, shall we? You're holding on with a grip so tight, your knuckles are turning white. But that's not enough, is it? Every idol I've met is either lost or broken, or both. They're all slipping through your fingers. If you actually cared about them, you'd do something about it instead of sitting up here worrying about your precious rules.
Feel a song coming on.
Zeus was the first to leave.
Not quite
King
yet,
of the
but at some point.
gods. And we don't even know what became of him.
Okay, I guess
Vanished
who's just
into
as
the
another who the fuck knows?
Poseidon was next. Walked out into the seas, never to be heard from again. Ares betrayed us. Hephaestus saved us. Hades was murdered, and by one of our own. The list goes on.
So you add to it. I show up and you kill me off because you can't be too careful.
We are dying, Grace. I don't mean diminishing or drifting apart. I mean, our immortality is disappearing. Very soon now, the idols will be no more. We are a legacy that spans millennia, dating back to the very dawn of humankind. So yes, I care. I will do anything and everything in my power to avoid that fate, even if it appears unfair.
Yeah, it's too bad. I've been an idol for 5 minutes, and I've been out there solving problems you've all wrestled with for how long now? I could have helped you, Athena. I could have helped all of you. But you don't see that, do you? You're so busy holding on to what you have.
Also, you kind of need to elaborate on that losing immortality thing, unless you're just talking about people getting offed or leaving in general.
I know we've put a great deal on your shoulders, Grace. I do. All I called you here to ask is that you please not make my job more difficult than it already is. If you have any other questions or concerns, now's the time to bring them up.
What do you know of Pan?
Pan? That's not a name I expected to hear. Been sniffing around you, has he?
I have some suspicions, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Pan lurks at the edges because he likes it there, seeking out whatever profit he thinks he can get away with. Avoid him, dear, or he'll stick to you like gum to the bottom of your shoe.
I'm going to avoid discussing Medusa as much as I can,
Who has
just because
access to
I
the
don't
reliquary?
want to
Is
get
it
her in trouble.
Anyone with a key, or...
Doesn't matter, you gained access, so clearly it is not difficult to get. Speaking of which, I don't suppose you'll tell me who gave you that key.
What do you mean, you don't already know everyone? Stuck between same way Calliope got it and I won't tell you.
The same person gave it to me, who gave it to Calliope.
And who gave it to Calliope then?
Guess you'll have to figure that out.
I see.
Speaking of the reliquary, you went there, right? Once Hecate told you what happened?
Yeah, I was not impressed by the delay.
If you had known about that, the night Calliope died, would it have made a difference?
The chances are exceedingly small that you attacked her there, it's true. Yet, Calliope was weakened, which made her more vulnerable prey for an enterprising mortal. One she knew. Perhaps the incidents are connected, perhaps not. I cannot afford the risk of uncertainty, Grace. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you don't like Pan much. I get that. But do you think he could kill someone?
We've all killed, my dear. I was once a warrior queen, feared by mortals and gods alike.
Another idol, I mean.
Is that where
What
your
about gods
investigation
alike?
has led you? To Pan?
Not quite.
Sort of. But I feel like I'm missing something important. Maybe the goddess of wisdom could help me out?
It would be helpful to know what Calliope was doing at the reliquary, but she's not available to ask. Not until you regain her memories, at least.
Why not put off the trial until then? Seems like a good way to solve all this.
Just keep us in a penthouse for a couple of months.
And trust what you decide to share? I think not.
I guess I'll get back to my investigation.
I am rooting for you, Grace. If there's another
I
way
would
to
like to
resolve
point out
this
that no
any
further
way
discussion
at
of the rules was
all, I will
had.
take it.
Will you? Really?
Good luck. Feel free to take a cookie on your way out.
No.
I mean, I'll take a cookie.
No.
Well, I can't say I'm surprised.
Why
Athena
not?
has always struggled in a crisis.
Well, that's a nice way of putting it.
Remember, she was a warrior. When pressed, she's always turned to that aspect, sought to maintain absolute control. It'd be hypocritical to say it's wrong of her. She's battled for me as much as for anyone.
Do you think she's telling the truth? About the idols dying out?
Yes, though I find it odd she chose to tell you.
Maybe Athena thought, who'd believe Grace if she blabbed about it anyway?
Sadly, while I'd prefer to stay in her good graces, I doubt that will be possible.
Uh-oh, what now?
You may not like this, but you need to go back to the reliquary.
Ah, good. Has Hecate called for us?
You know, Athena said something to me. That it'd be nice to know what Calliope was doing there in the first place.
As usual, you're way ahead of me.
It's the only piece of the puzzle we're missing. Calliope went there because she had a plan. But what plan?
I wonder if we'll gain the third trade at the end of this or in the DLC.
That's a really good question.
Remember how I told you it'd be years before you got Calliope's memories back? Well, it's true, but not entirely.
Elaborate.
Okay.
Those memories are inside you. You go somewhere important to Calliope or touch something special to her, you will get flashes, feelings.
Touch all the things. Got it.
Grace to go to the reliquary so she can
Maybe we
have
should just
deja
touch all the
vu?
suspects.
Whatever happened to Calliope there?
It's better than messing around with Apollo's
All we
Jamais
need to do
moves.
is uncover those memories.
Last time Freddy and I were there, Hecate wouldn't let us into the reliquary. Not without Athena's permission.
Okay. Do you want to ask Athena for permission?
It just seems like a radical step. For you.
A week ago, I would have said that.
I don't know, do we still have the key? Did we give the key back to Pam? Did we give the key to Athena after she asked?
My stance on a lot of things has changed. If you have
We kind of just showed up, opened a cargo container, and bam.
What about the alarms? I'm not eager to have Asterion chasing me through the fog.
Calliope snuck in without setting off any alarms. At least at first.
Well, I'll be following in Calliope's footsteps, won't I? What if I follow the wrong footstep and set them off?
Then the alarms bring Asterion and Hecate, and all three of us do a great deal of apologizing.
Let's just hope that's all those alarms do.
Are you sure about this? You want me to wander around hoping something comes to me?
Look, we're down to the last 2 days.
No. No, I'm not.
Oh, that's comforting.
What if Medusa is lying? What about Pan? We could look into him some more, couldn't we?
Oh, well, do you have a way we could look into those things without encountering even more lies?
Deja vu it is.
Let's say I do this. What am I hoping to
Initial
find?
D intensifies.
Some memory of what happened to Calliope, even a flash. Anything that gives us something to work with.
And if that doesn't happen?
Make it happen, Grace. As if your life depends on it.
I can
Because it
really
does.
see why the idols call you the cheery one.
I'm sorry, but why is she here again?
She lives here. And also she's a romance option. And also our childhood friend. Our question is, who let you in? I feel we keep having just
really
these
no other
giant
way.
skips in
This seems a
time.
bit desperate.
Where it's just, well, if we're here
I think
now.
that's kind of the point, Grace.
There isn't much time left, and I'm out of ideas that won't take more time than we have.
Well, there's always running, right? Grace leaves the city, goes on a world tour, becomes rich and famous.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll work.
It's just me. Okay then.
Right then. Back to the reliquary it is.
Any idea how you
Yeah,
want to do
just
this,
run
Grace?
from the gods.
'Cause
I'm
I'm
sure that'll
game to
work out.
help.
Cool. I'm sure we can figure
Just live in
something out.
Germany from now on. Maybe they'll have too much PTSD to go back there.
I can't go into the reliquary with you.
A
Not without tipping off Hecate.
valid idea.
But I won't be far. If anything goes wrong, I will come running. But even so, Grace, please be careful.
You know me. I'm always careful.
Come on, the time for adventure. is
Freddy, you
now.
should not be coming along for this.
Be safe. Both of you.
Back into fucking cargo, Fox. Hmm. I feel like the top option is the worst option to go with. What do you think? Well, Omen, thanks, Blep. Okay. Very solid input.
Very valid. I mean, I would like to be honest, but I feel like that's not actually gonna work out here.
Now let's take it the back way.
Sneak in the back way is surely what Calliope did, right? And we know that eventually failed.
Yeah, because she fucked with stuff. Plus, if we are trying to retrace steps, well then.
Yeah, but we need to touch stuff, so won't we be fucking with stuff?
We'll just have to touch stuff
Are you
really
sure
quickly.
this is right? Was that the right door?
You're asking me like I'm
Sure.
supposed to know?
It just feels like we're back outside again. Maybe that was some kind of portal or...
I don't know, this appears to be a vast library, so...
Or maybe we're right where we're supposed to be.
Then we should be careful. Remember what the Minotaur said?
He has a name!
Magical defenses.
None of which killed Calliope, we think. But sure, I hear you.
How do we avoid getting lost? It's like a labyrinth.
Oh, it is a labyrinth, but I've never had any trouble finding my way around.
Oh, hi, how are you doing?
Hey, easy. Whoa, whoa, whoa. All right, no need to freak out. I'm a guardian, sure, but I'm not a monster. But, yeah, you know you're not supposed to be in here, right?
I have permission.
I need this, Asterion. I have to figure out what Calliope did here. Please, can't you just let us look around?
Oh, it's just... Kate would be so mad.
She knows you're the sweetest, most thoughtful bullman there is.
How many of those
She'd
are there?
understand.
I want to, but...
I'd really appreciate it.
I need to bring you back to Kate. I'm so sorry.
And off we go.
Hence to romance Asterion, isn't it?
Oi, come back!
Why do you... Okay. Well, I guess going after the actual human is better.
Okay. I don't hear anything. I think I'm alright. I hope Freddy's okay.
You're also probably
She
hopelessly
better be.
lost.
First things first, how do I do this? Where do I even start? Calliope must have been here. She could have stood in this very spot. Maybe if I just... focus.
Clearly seems like a slightly more specific place to come to,
Yeah,
as
it's
opposed
weird.
to
Like,
a bookshelf
I've
upon
definitely been here
bookshelf.
before.
Yes. Looks like some fancy stuff.
Egg. So Poseidon just kind of buggered off by left his trident.
You know.
So I'd like to point out this mirror does not appear to be an option.
Snack egg.
I don't
Just what we
get
need
any
in these trying
feeling
times.
from that. Will I know it when I see it? Is that a weapon? A musical instrument? Maybe it's
Why would
both.
why would you think it's a weapon? Have you seen a trumpet?
It's like a horn of some sort. Yeah.
It's like it's.
What did Freddy say about mazes? Was it always go left? Or go left and then go right?
What does this have to do with a mask? Okay.
Is this an armory too?
It holds things.
Freddy, are you out there? Can you hear me?
Right, some of these are just straight up ignoring these
What am I
things to
doing?
make a random
All that'll
call.
do is tell everyone where I am.
Good. Now we can inspect the mirror, but I'll save that for last.
They should really charge for tours. It's kind of amazing. I don't even know what language that is.
I know it's all Greek to me.
Boo.
Shouldn't that be in a museum somewhere? This is it. Calliope was here. She was standing right here. And she...
Well, time to set off an alarm.
Uh-oh. Hello? Do you work for Hecate? Are you guardians or something?
Well, given the very brief symbolism of the mirror. Very brief. I've got to sing at them. Perhaps they're the Fates. I don't know, but they've got knives. Actually, yeah, they might be the moves.
What's happening? Why didn't it work?
I mean, the image in the mirror made me think of the Fates, but these don't necessarily.
Well, there are 3 of them with cutting influence.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Freddy.
Grace? Freddy! We've got to run. My powers don't work on them. They just keep coming.
That is quite a bit. Thank you very much for continuing the sponsorship, Bowman. Freddy? No. No.
No, I won't let you.
Oh, God.
What was your plan?
Surely they wouldn't just kill your romance option.
And off they fuck. Well, if they just show up and stab whoever touches the mirror, then theoretically that is what happened to Calliope.
Oh, God. Oh, God, Freddy.
Oh no.
You summoned the Furies.
What?
Those beings were the
Okay.
Furies. Beyond all our laws. Not idols, but the embodiment of retribution. How did you draw them here?
I didn't. There was a big mirror, but I didn't even touch it.
There is only one mirror of which you could be speaking. That used by the goddess Nyx to contact the Fates. Using the mirror would not have brought the
And
Furies
so
down
it
upon
was
you.
them in the
Not
mirror.
unless the Fates themselves decreed it.
I didn't talk to any Fates.
Maybe let's worry about Freddy first.
Figures in the mirror, but they vanished when the Furies got there.
This was no defense or spell of the reliquaries. I do not have the power to summon the Furies, and I know none who do. You should consider yourself fortunate, Grace. They do not desist until retribution has been exacted.
Okay, they just
But now is when you
decide
leave.
to fuck off after
Pray the knowledge you obtained was
stabbing
worth
Grit.
the price.
I'm not leaving Freddy. Not like this. All this magic. There has to be something. Don't tell me there's no
All
way
they
I'll
did
do
was
this.
stab her once.
We have to
I
leave.
mean, it could have been a
We have
magic
to
knife.
leave now.
Well, great.
Okay, we're just leaving her now.
Grace, I'm sorry. I know what Freddy meant to you.
It should have been me, not her. This was my fight, my problem. I'm already slated to die if anyone paid the price.
And repeat history? Would you rather have died there, passing your Eidolon onto Freddy instead? Freddy gave you a chance. Grace, is that what happened to Calliope? Was she attacked by the Furies as you were?
Yeah.
There's a very strong possibility.
She meant to use the mirror, but she never had the chance before they came.
The Furies. Sent by the same person, I imagine.
Who could send the Furies after me? Even Hecate had no idea who possessed that kind of power.
Even in our prime, none of the idols had the Furies at our beck and call. Perhaps Zeus, but he's long gone. I honestly didn't know the Furies still existed.
These are the quite
Maybe
many
someone can do it.
questions.
I mean, unless they weren't sent, unless they were responding to something else, something you'd done unwittingly. I'm sorry, I'm afraid your guess is as good as mine.
What are the Furies? They didn't seem like people.
They're not. Hecate called them embodiments of retribution, and I suppose that's the
They
best
don't
description.
sing. Even worse.
They go back to, well, the time before my memory. I was once told they were created to enforce the most ancient laws.
There are ancient laws now?
Decrees one couldn't break, written in blood. Laws even idols abided by in the days of old Olympus. But those surely died with Zeus. Even if they hadn't, you can't have broken any. They're not easy to overlook.
More so since they just decided to fuck off after stabbing Freddy for no real reason.
I know Calliope was there to use the mirror, but it was just feeling. I still don't understand why.
Well, apparently she wanted to speak to the Fates.
Yeah, okay, but why?
The Fates are primordial beings, like the Furies. They're said to control destiny. Perhaps Calliope wished to know her destiny. Or change it. I'm not sure.
Well, it's certainly changed, one way or another.
Can these fates really control the future?
They're tied into fate, as I am. Perhaps they're even where my power stems from, or how Hecate's books are written.
So someone really didn't want Calliope messing with them.
Or you, apparently.
Could it have been the fates? Maybe they don't like being called on now for anything.
I doubt it. If they didn't want to answer the mayor, I'm certain they simply wouldn't.
If the Furies are so powerful, why did they stop? They just stabbed Freddy and left.
They're not assassins, Grace. They're enforcers of the old laws. I imagine they decided the debt was paid, whatever it was, when blood was spilled. The blood didn't have to be yours.
So if Freddy hadn't interfered...
Then they would have come after you. And they wouldn't have stopped until they were through. Not ever.
I don't know what to do. We still have no idea why Calliope wanted to talk to the Fates.
Why not ask them? You too have caused quite the stir. Hecate is beside herself, and Athena
Another
is
god
out
ends
of
up in
her
our
mind.
apartment.
Well done.
How long have you been listening?
Long enough to know that you need another way to speak to the Fates, unless you're planning on trying the reliquary again.
Yeah, that seems unlikely at the moment.
Not a chance. We'll find the truth on our own, Persephone.
If you sent Grace to wander about looking for Calliope's memories, you're already out of options.
What do you have in mind?
Wait, what's this about some other way? What are you talking about, Persephone?
May I explain it to Grace, or do you have another option, Apollo? If so, now's the time. I thought not. The Fates will respond to the ruler of Hades, the true underworld and realm of the dead. What I propose is that we go there and take back the throne that was stripped from me.
Which, again, raises the question, who the hell got put in charge?
How do we get to Hades? Do we need a key, like the reliquary?
Athena took my key, and the entrance at Lake Avernus was sealed long ago, which leaves only Hermes.
They won't take you.
They might, if you ask them to. So your promise to help Grace was an empty one? Step up, for once, and do what she needs
He
you to
has
do.
been helping.
Get us there. I'll lead us to the throne, and Grace can speak with the Fates. It's simple.
It's not that simple, but hey.
Is that something we can do? Just go to the land of the dead and, overthrow it?
Truth be told, there isn't much to overthrow. Few mortals still believe in Hades, and thus its halls have been nearly empty for eons.
So how do you...
The throne itself is the key, both symbolically and literally. Claim it, and Hades is yours.
But you can't claim it because you're barred from Hades.
By a rule that we would need to break were
Also,
we to do
cue
this,
Land of
yes.
the Dead by Voltaire somewhat.
So if we go to Hades and, find your throne, how much trouble would that get us into, exactly?
A great deal.
You don't say.
It's not as if Athena could execute Grace a second time.
Also
But
fair.
she's already been warned about breaking more rules.
The responsibility of this will be mine. Let Athena try to take my throne again.
Is there really no other way to talk to these Fates? Do we have to take the nuclear option?
Do you want to try going back to the reliquary?
No. No, hell no.
The only other person with a direct connection to the Fates is Apollo here.
You know it doesn't work like that.
Then it's the throne or nothing, isn't it?
Is Apollo right? Is this something you planned all along, Persephone?
Meaning what? What, that I knew what would occur at the reliquary? Perhaps you think I'm the one who unleashed the Furies upon you.
You've waited for this opportunity for over a century.
Waited, yes. Bided my time. And the moment has arrived.
But you came here to help, right?
And I came here to help.
Was another crazy plan, right?
Grace,
I know, but
This very much feels like she's got to try and
point in
stab us in the
stopping now,
back,
is
but
there?
hey, we don't have really any other leads, so.
can't. I'm sorry, but this is a step too far.
And consider this, Apollo. Grace's mortal friend was slain by the Furies. According to the old laws.
Her soul is in Hades.
Of course.
Hold on, wait. What does that mean? If her soul is in Hades, then...
It means the ruler of Hades can release her.
Just be sure not to
That's
look back at her
assuming
when you let her out.
everything remained as it was. Fine,
That was a
I'll give you an
specific
80s.
condition.
but I'm not going with you.
It's not always the case.
If that's what you prefer.
Do a better job at not looking at her than you did at not looking at Medusa.
Get this over with.
I don't know, bring about fucking Blindwell or something. Oh, hi, Hermes.
Shall I wait here, or...
No. I'm not gonna lie to them. Hermes has always treated me fairly.
Oh, hey, if it isn't Apollo and Grace and, Persephone. Wow, the whole gang, huh?
I'm afraid I have to call in that
Quickly
favor.
realizing that he's about to take
I
a
need
deep
you to take
shit
Grace
step.
and Persephone to Hades.
Oh, man, I don't know. Athena specifically said I wasn't supposed to take anyone, you know? No matter what.
What you gotta do, kill
You're
everyone?
never gonna help us, Apollo.
Can I ask what's going on? Nobody ever tells me anything, and you want me to get in huge trouble, but for what?
This is not the answer. Both of these are the answer. This is one of those cases where I really wish you weren't locked into specific singular options and could just lay everything out.
Yeah.
But let's stick true to our roots of the green.
When did that happen?
She was killed by the Furies. That means she's in Hades. Probably. I have to try to find her there. You're her friend too. I know you wouldn't want to abandon her.
Okay.
Going in through the fucking car truck.
Signal when you need to come back.
How?
You sure?
Yeah, feels like the right thing.
Be careful, Grace. And remember, the underworld doesn't give up its shades without a price.
I think I can tell her the rules, Apollo. Let's go.
So exactly how, pray tell, is it empty if everyone went there before modern times? Would it still have everyone from ye olden times who did believe in Hades?
Welcome to the real underworld.
Wow. It feels so empty. So lonely.
It's not completely empty. Neither is the throne, for that matter. A bitter shade named Orpheus has been squatting on it since my exile. I fully expect he'll be waiting for us.
Well, given that he's mentioned in the DLC. Who knows how that will go.
Who is this Orpheus? The name sounds familiar.
It should.
Perhaps you've heard the
This is a popular
can-can.
tale among mortals regarding how he once came to the underworld to retrieve his love, Eurydice, and left with nothing. Hades tricked him, you see, and with Hades dead, the blame has evidently fallen to me.
So he's not a fan of yours?
He is not a fan, no. Not that it matters.
You didn't think to mention earlier that the throne was occupied?
It was kind of
Because it's
implied.
irrelevant. Orpheus isn't an idol. He's just an angry little man clinging to an existence that doesn't want him any longer.
And what are we supposed to do? Organize an armed resistance? Challenge him to a duel?
That's what you're here for.
I'm gonna fight him?
Oh, you'll see.
What is your plan?
Okay, so there's an angry ghost sitting on your throne. Anything else about this trip you've neglected to
Don't
mention?
fucking eat anything.
Come. It's time to cross the Styx.
No, no. Do not eat anything in the underworld. It is how you get stuck in the underworld, among other things.
The ferryman will come soon. As we are not dead, you will need to convince him you are worthy of passage. State your case clearly and with determination.
So I hope you have some pocket change. Oh, ha.
Big.
I am Persephone, also known as Despoina and Kore Sotiera, once queen of the underworld, and shall be again. No, Corone, I did not bring you any cards. I am not here to entertain you.
I do not eat anything in the underworld.
Hey there. I'm Grace, idol and last of the muses.
Well, in regards to
Is-
name and title, at least, we still need the rest of it.
Of course she's a muse. Why would she lie about such a thing? He says he's always liked the muses and that you're very pretty.
Thanks. Oh, look at he's
No, she
he's
didn't.
shy.
Neither of us brought games to play with you, Corone. Stop asking.
Maybe next time. Corone's kind of.
So, Charon, have you heard about Commander?
Oh, I'm sure we can come up with something to
I
amuse
have a deck
him.
I can loan you.
See? You don't even need to interpret that for me.
He's adorable.
Yes, what fun. Thank you for encouraging him.
He's so happy. He must be
Let's get
so
underway,
fucking
Corone.
bored down
It's
here.
a long ride to the throne.
I mean, no kidding. Given, I guess, only souls that believe in Hades come here, so he can't be getting a lot of business nowadays.
What does he even do with the money that people give him?
Buy board games. He's got like 18 editions of Catan.
I wouldn't touch that.
Ah, good. This is how we'll entertain him.
Way too much for you. Overload you. Blow a fuse. Every story. Every memory winds up here in the water. I used to dream that this river would rise, swallow the anger, tears in my eyes. Then suddenly I was found alone. I destroyed Hades, but was denied his throne.
Really is dead here, isn't it?
You don't fucking say.
Everything here is fading away. She needs her queen.
We're here for Freddy, too.
I killed the king fair and square. They had no right to take it from me.
It wasn't your fault. There was no right or wrong. It wasn't your fault. You didn't belong. If my life was stolen, I wouldn't know where to turn. Candle isn't finished. It's a slow burn.
There's music floating through. Someone's coming. And it has me singing too.
Thank you for acknowledging it.
We have visitors. I think we all know what to do. To the throne room. This bard's about to meet a muse.
There's someone singing with us.
That would be Orpheus.
Is he a muse?
Oh, he's so much more than that.
Someone's
I didn't belong here.
A wolf is waiting in the
But
tree.
that throne belongs to me. No one deserves
I
it.
can feel them howling.
Definitely a good moment for us. Injecting of a pump-up beat.
There's a name here that reeks of an enemy. Someone's coming. It's about time, Persephone.
Orpheus, I've been. What happened to the music?
You could have gone on acapella.
I have been waiting for you, Persephone, for so long.
The usurper's trying to usurp again.
And you brought a muse. Hi. Lovely tune, by the way. Can't remember the last time I collaborated with someone so talented. No offense, Benny. Welcome to my
Alright, now we have to stand, Benny.
Let me treat you to a song.
No disrespect, Benny.
I have the floor.
He's trying his best.
After all.
Do we know Benny?
Any
No.
requests?
Okay.
Questions?
Are you really that good?
Down, down, loop it. I wouldn't say that I'm good. I wouldn't say that I'm
Oh my god.
I wouldn't say that my timing's perfect. I wouldn't say that I'm late. But you can say that he's the best that's ever been. The best you've ever seen. The best you've ever heard. And I haven't even really sung a single word.
I think I chose poorly.
I mean, that's just not accurate.
Not your thing? Try again. Another request?
That was not top tier, I've got to say.
What's your problem with Persephone?
Do, 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 loop it.
Hi there. Glorious. This is just what's happening now, and I'm with
I was
it.
told, didn't know that it was all a game. I didn't think that he would do it. Then Eurydice was gone. And Persephone, you stood right beside him and said, what a shame. He was always gonna kill her and you knew it. And I never got to have my revenge. My pain never ends. I see you now.
I mean, isn't she somewhere in there?
I mean, presumably.
It's like you were the king
She
of the
didn't, like,
underworld.
get erased. She just stayed here.
It wasn't your fault. How are you to react? It wasn't your fault. Now there's no turning
Attaboy, Benny.
If my love was taken,
Killing it, Benny.
nowhere to turn. Your candle isn't finished. It's a slow burn.
This tete-a-tete is over. If he's the victim, what am I?
It's also fucking
Let's
victim.
not lose our composure. The muse understands.
Well, I won't comply. I'd rather die.
Corpses in crowns, tangled and trapped. Eyes full of cobwebs, only looking back. Don't you see what I see? Looks all dead to me, you're both the same.
So those are some big fucking shackles.
What you're doing, Muse, but I thought
Or
you'd be
per,
on my side.
or perhaps collars.
God is to blame for the hell that he's been in.
Persephone, you're the reason I'm here. I'm not here to give in.
Oh, you think I will?
Can I get this through both of your heads? You're fighting over something that's dead. I mean, you should
I believe she was speaking to us both?
Correct, sir.
Certainly wish I'd seen you coming. It isn't your fault. Hades broke you both down.
Unite through shared trauma.
This is a little ghost town. But you're forgetting Freddy.
I mean, it kind of always was.
Oh. Yeah, that'd be great. Feel free to post in the main server.
You didn't do what you were told, but you won't face the fact that you're to blame. Persephone, you blew it. You must understand each other by now. All of this is getting kinda old. What a shame. There's the door, walk through it.
But I never got to have my revenge.
What is your plan for revenge, Rito?
Our pain never ends. Our pain never ends. Orpheus, I promise you now. Belatedly, I won't turn my back. I won't turn my back on you again.
But we have been fools.
You're right. Yet, what about the throne? We can't just leave it empty, can we?
Well, if you've already posted, let me go ahead and pull that up real quick. Or at least take a look at it.
I like that a potential option is just take over Hades.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is not an option that we can take. Dino head and a paw print for nice dress for head. It even has a little plaque. Nice.
Neat. Well, that's cool.
Very cool. I feel like there should have been a third option where, why don't you just share the throne?
So you can fight over a chair.
How exactly do we have the power to destroy the throne?
I do not know.
What gives you the right to interfere in this manner? That throne was not yours to break.
And yet somehow we did.
Well, it was literally the only option at that point.
Look around you, Persephone. Hades is empty. That chair you wanted so badly, it doesn't matter anymore.
It mattered to me. I paid for that throne with tears and blood, Grace. With years of humiliation you know nothing about. I thought we could help each other, but no, you would rather lecture me. So what's your plan now, Grace? I assume you must have one after that big demonstration.
My plan? It's exactly the same as it was before.
You've lost me.
Come on, Persephone. Do you really expect me to believe you just showed up at my apartment eager to help?
It's not
You
quite where I
wanted
was
to do
going with this, but hey.
But you couldn't. You needed to convince me, to convince Apollo, to convince Hermes to help you. And for that, you'd say anything, right? You'd tell us there was a way to contact the Fates.
Which there never was. You're correct.
And Freddy?
If the throne alone could bring somebody back from the dead, surely even Orpheus would have figured it out.
That's it then. We came here for nothing.
I doubt the Fates would have responded even to the mirror, Grace. And the boundaries of death cannot be commanded away. Not even by the ruler of Hades.
Then what is this throne good for?
I
Just a
mean, he
fancy
was
chair?
apparently able to let
Bragging rights?
Eurydice go. It
Eh.
just didn't work out.
At the very least, I had hoped we might find your friend's spirit.
Why? We can't bring her back.
Not without great sacrifice, no. No, the rules of death are clear. Yet, you might have spoken to her. I know what it's like not to get the chance to say goodbye.
Hey.
Oh, okay.
This fucking walks up. Hey.
Freddy, you're here.
Yeah. Yeah, I've actually been watching you since you arrived. It's not like there's much else going on.
Fred,
No, don't even start, Grace. I made my decision. I don't regret it one bit.
You shouldn't even have been there. I never should have gotten you involved.
Hey, no. You didn't get me involved. I got myself involved.
Yeah, and look what happened.
I got to be the hero of the story. Just for one shining moment. How cool is that?
This isn't a story, Fred.
Huh? You're wrong. It is a story. And you need to finish it. Without me. Hey, no.
I guess this is it, huh?
Almost. I found someone while I was down here. Someone you really need to meet.
Well, okay, that's convenient.
Calliope? This... You can't be real. Your soul is inside Grace.
My
Idols don't...
Eidolon is inside Grace. The rest of me... I'm here.
It's raises several questions.
Persephone.
This is real.
I don't get it. I thought the Eidolon was Calliope's soul.
Well, the fraction of
that's
it, we would
true,
know where it is.
then-
The Eidolon is what makes us an idol, but it's not our soul. Each of us adds a piece to it as it passes on.
You know, like
But
one
what
for all.
about the memories?
The memories are but a reflection. And after the Eidolon is passed on, old memories become a reflection of a reflection. It's why the idols have forgotten so much. You knew this truth once, Persephone. Long ago.
I guess you two were better acquainted than you said. Huh, Persephone?
Which also theoretically means that there's just a number of gods wandering around in the underworld.
I'd take them now.
Yeah?
I miss them.
No, you don't. Think about how bitterly we argued at the end. Don't blame yourself. Not when there are so many fond memories to cherish instead.
We need to know what happened to you, Calliope. How did you die?
Why didn't you come to me? If you were in trouble, I would have protected you.
I know you would have. But I couldn't let you be drawn into Apollo's prophecy as well.
Apollo's prophecy?
Why did you turn to
He didn't tell
Calaeros?
you? No. I don't suppose he could have. It's a long story.
Well, for one, the fact that she knew Apollo's
You
prophecy
don't mean
means
to
she
say
was
that
tied for it.
Apollo is responsible for your death, right? But his prophecy is.
Yes. It said I needed to die.
Someone else knew about the prophecy. Athena.
No.
Then she sent the Furies after me when I went to the reliquary. I barely escaped. I fled back to the mortal world. To you.
Why did you go to the reliquary? We know about the mirror, but...
You wanted to annul the prophecy.
And the Fates are the only ones who could, if they would even help me. I doubted it, but I was desperate. I never got the chance to ask. Someone told Athena where I was going, and she must have realized what I meant to do.
But how did she get the Furies to attack you? They aren't pets. You didn't break any of the old laws.
Maybe she made
I
some
don't
new
know.
old laws?
Maybe it's something the ruler of the idols can do. But you'd have to ask Athena.
You went to Pan for the key to the reliquary, right?
Yes. He's the reason I knew about Nyx's mirror, actually. He told me about it long ago.
He told Medusa where you went. She, I expect, told Athena.
Oh. Pan couldn't have known what it would mean. I didn't explain.
That's it.
I will say
Just
the
like that.
the
I'm
voices
sure he
randomly
feels
getting cut off now and
guilty
again is the one thing, but it's much more noticeable when this happens with the reverb.
I don't know if I've really noticed them getting cut off.
Yeah, there's been a number of times where the very end of voice lines cut off, sometimes just a little more than just the very end. But it's much more noticeable since the echoing reverb effect of the ghosts just gets chopped when it moves on from that line.
Why
Yeah,
come to me?
fair enough.
Of all the places you could have run to, why come to my apartment?
Because I was dying.
But I couldn't save you. I barely even knew you.
I was wandering the streets that night, wondering if I should go to the reliquary or just flee. And I heard you singing. I followed you home after to see where you lived. I didn't know what would happen to me, but I thought, just in case, I knew I had to hold out until I reached you.
And you made it. For what it's worth, thank you.
You're thanking me?
You gave me a gift, Calliope. Everything that happened afterwards, it wasn't your fault.
Thank you for saying that, Grace. Truly.
Apollo hates using his power. Why would he have given a prophecy to Athena?
Because she demanded it.
Of
She was
course.
desperate.
How did you even find out?
Apollo was horrified after he delivered the prophecy, and he refused to stay silent. And he came to warn me. He was torn. Telling me meant I was locked into it. I still think he did the right thing. Though I expect he disagrees.
What did him do?
What was the prophecy? Surely I need to hear it.
If I tell you, you'll be locked into it, just like me.
But the prophecy doesn't just say you have to die. There's more to it, right? They always require interpretation.
Apollo told Athena that. He begged her not to jump to conclusions, but maybe she was right.
It doesn't just involve you, does it? It involves me. It must, or you wouldn't hesitate.
Athena wanted to know if there was a way to save the idols. The answer was this. The idols cannot continue so long as the last muse lives.
And I'm the last muse.
And now you know the prophecy.
Great.
That's it then. Now we know the whole truth.
We need to confront Athena. Apollo, too, for not telling us what she'd done.
If he had, Grace would have been locked into the same fate as Calliope.
We don't know that.
there was no real option there to not learn the prophecy, right?
Yeah,
No
no.
idea what will happen.
At least not as far as I
None
could
of
tell.
this seems real.
So many years of history, fights, the highs, the miseries. I'm so proud of you, but it's time to go. I never truly saw before how trapped we were, so far from shore. Great at the time, but it's time to go. It's time to go. Will I know where to go without you to guide the way across the storming seas? I've had a compass bright and clear. Listen to me when I say, whatever path from which you think you strayed, you will find your way. But it's time to go. It's time to go. If I could bring you back, I would give it all to you, my best friend. If I could choose a muse,
You would give up godhood to bring.
It depends. Is this gotta kill us? I guess we haven't entirely fused with the thing, but oh no, this would probably kill us.
please stay.
Grace, no. It's time.
Decisions.
Yeah. It's a real tough choice.
It at least partly depends on whether or not this will actually kill us or not. Or if it's just giving up God. And I mean, especially the way Persephone phrased it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Who knows what comes next? But I will face it beside you.
So it's at minimum. This is a problem we kind of dragged Freddy into.
You've returned.
Yes.
Oh, good, we're
Oh,
live.
I
Certainly
did.
expect this to have
You
consequences.
actually brought me back from the dead.
Of course I did.
So does this mean that Freddy's gonna start having some of your memories?
Did you get a chance to speak to the Fates?
No.
Then what happened?
Well, for starters.
Then we found Calliope.
Calliope, but her Eidolon is inside you.
Well, about
How
that.
It doesn't work like that. The Eidolon is only a part of an idol. The rest just...
Calliope told us what happened. The prophecy. How you warned her. How you've been lying to us. You knew.
So does this also mean there's, like, for example, just like 12 other iterations
Even
of
when you
Apollo
said you were
wandering around the
helping Grace.
underworld?
Yes. Yes, I did.
You were trying to protect me, right? You didn't want me to share Calliope's fate?
I thought I could nudge you in the right direction. Help you find the truth without learning about the prophecy.
Well, you failed. We know it now.
Well, then it's done. You're locked into it, as is Freddy. Athena will want her dead, too.
How do you know that?
You're
We
right.
didn't tell her. We didn't tell you that.
I actually hadn't considered that part.
I'm so sorry, Grace. I never meant for this to happen.
That's right. Leave. It's what you're best at.
Not helping.
I don't know how this will affect your trial. We could tell them what we've learned. Even without proof, it makes enough sense that Athena couldn't just brush it off. You're not the last muse any longer. After all, your Freddy isn't on trial. Yet if Athena believes you both need to die in order to save the idols, she'll find a way.
Well, technically speaking, the last muse has died. Just that she came back.
Look, about what happened in Hades.
Which part? The part where you denied me the throne, or the part where I lied to you so I could use you?
Look, there was literally the one option.
And I won't say I didn't have it coming. It's freeing, in a way.
Considering we went with the attack above the route, I really thought it would go with it. Maybe you should share the throne. Nope.
Calliope would approve.
But what about...
Just so you understand, our chances aren't good. I suggest you do whatever necessary to prepare.
Great.
Well. First for business. Let's get right back.
Pan? Are you here? Pan! All right then. Guess I'll just head off.
I thought you didn't want to see me anymore. You're not here to yell at me, are you?
No, I, wanted to apologize.
Apologize? To me? Well...
For thinking you might be behind Calliope's murder. Turns out that's not the case.
Oh, then you've learned something, haven't you? Something not exactly pleasant. I see. Isn't that always the way?
So it goes.
Tell you what, Grace. Let's indulge in one last transaction. Relay what you've learned, and I'll see if I have any advice to offer.
Well, it's all gonna come out to trial anyways. So I like trust him a fair bit more than Athena.
Where do I begin?
3 hours
Well,
later.
of course it was Athena.
Wait, you knew?
No, how could I?
So what now?
Let the prophecy play out.
Huh?
Let it play out. It doesn't say the last muse will die. Just that she must for the idols to continue. Perhaps the idols shouldn't continue. Seems reasonable enough.
Yeah.
I doubt Athena would agree. Or many of the other idols, for that matter.
Yes, well, if history says anything about the idols, it's that we're a bunch of reactionaries who make poor decisions. Frankly, change is long overdue. Continuing on as we have been isn't appealing, and I doubt I'm the only one who thinks so. I'm rather looking forward to the trial now. How exciting.
The face to hold on for a moment.
Oh, it's you. Paul comes in, mopier than his usual mopey self, and won't say a word about why. But of course, it's you.
Why do you seem particularly angry at me?
Look, I know you care about Apollo. I'm not here to hurt him.
Uh-huh, yeah. And, why should I believe you?
Because I know he did what he did with the best of intentions.
That does sound like him, yeah. I guess I can go ask him if he wants to talk to you. Don't be surprised if he says no, though.
It's all right, Oracle.
Uh-huh.
I think Grace and I need a moment alone, if you please.
Oh, sure. Don't mind me. It's not like I was in the middle of anything.
The Python Pit Pub, as opposed to the Viper's Pit.
I didn't mean for it to end up this way.
I know. It's okay, Apollo. You have to stop torturing yourself over this.
I wanted you to find out about Athena without learning the prophecy. Yeah, it was difficult to help without helping too much. Even pointing you at Pan. I was hoping he could be pressured into assisting more.
I mean, he did a fair amount of assistance.
When I first became Apollo, I was so sure I could help people. Help the world. I ignored the warnings. You have no idea how many lives I ruined before I stopped. I never should have given in to Athena. This one time, I thought that maybe it will be different.
You don't know everything, Apollo. Half the problem is that you and every other idol thinks they do.
What do you mean?
Trying to prevent the prophecy is what's making it come true.
Yeah, that's generally
So
how
you
prophecies
want
work
to,
in Greek
what,
mythos.
Stop trying?
Maybe.
I hope you can forgive me, Grace.
There's nothing to forgive, Apollo. You did what you could for a friend. You didn't owe me anything.
I guess all that remains is the trial. Whatever happens, Grace, I'll be standing right there by you.
Thank you.
I guess it's not a pod plant. It was just a really weird positioning in an early scene.
Did you forget something, Grace?
It felt like we hadn't quite finished our conversation.
It seemed pretty finished to me. What more is there to discuss?
Why didn't you tell me about you and Calliope?
What, tell you I loved her so you and Apollo could pick apart our relationship and then cast me as the murderer? Tell you I spent 2 years hoping she would return, only to find out that that was never gonna happen? Tell all of that to the one she was now a part of, who would one day remember everything we were? Calliope would not have approved of the way I acted. But then she seldom did. It was so good to see her in Hades, to have her say she forgives me. I just wish it were as easy to forgive myself.
You could apologize, you know. We could start over, from square one.
You shatter my throne without so much as a by your leave, and I'm the one who apologizes?
Oh, look, I had the one choice.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too, believe it or not. Is that better?
Yes.
It's a start.
Do you regret it? Surrendering your Eidolon?
Not yet, but we'll see what happens at the trial.
I wonder if I could have done as much for anyone. You do realize you may have brought your friend back, only to doom her to a quick death.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
You gave her your new life, and you get to walk away as if nothing ever happened.
Only if we survive.
I was gonna say, assuming we
the
don't.
prophecy,
walk away.
the prophecy was that the last muse has to die, and now she's the last muse, and she was already dead. So
yeah,
surely that's some kind of loophole.
And I mean, the last muse did die and then passed it on to us. So really, there's like 3 or 4 different layers of the last muse has died. We could go through.
Yes. The prophecy is fulfilled.
Maybe you misheard her. Maybe she just need to dye her hair.
Freddy, can we talk? Freddy, please. Whatever I did, I need to make it right. Talk to me. Hey. Freddy, are you okay?
No. No, I'm really not. Why did you do it, Grace? You brought me back. You made me the muse.
Man, what's giving up immortality for your best friend in the entire universe?
No, I'm serious.
And I'm not. Freddy, I'd do anything for you. Just like you'd do anything for me.
Grace, I told you that I was at peace with my decision. I've watched the struggles you've had as the muse, and now you've thrown them all on me. You didn't even ask.
You don't wish you were still dead, do you? Did I screw up?
I don't know.
Ah, no, Gray. His headphones died and won't turn back on.
What was that?
Gray's headphones
Oh.
died and they won't turn back on.
Oh, interesting.
Not good. What a bun. Not a good time for that to happen.
R.I.P. Bun. He will be remembered.
Do you want us to pause while you figure out an alternative? Do you even hear us, or are you just putting this in unable to hear us? If you're able to hear me in some fashion, type 2. Detect Psycho. Okay. I had asked if you need us to... Well, firstly, I had asked you to press 2, to just type 2 if you could hear us. Secondly, I want to know if you want us to pause while you get the headset figured out before we continue on. Wouldn't mind taking a quick bathroom break and grabbing a soda or something. Okay, in which case we shall take a quick 3-ish minute break. I will use the restroom and grab a soda and maybe a Pop-Tart, and Gray will hopefully maybe get stuff fixed on his end. He will be with us one way or another, in spirit, in PNG, and in text. And also we have this
If all
cute
else
movie you
fails,
can look at.
Bun shall be Bun. Do not look at Bun.
Receive the moo.
No.
Love the moo. At the moo.
No.
Such a good girl.
No.
And as per usual, 3-minute ad, back in the view. 6:41, so we will resume at 6:44. Yeah, protect a few seconds.
Man.
Let's just go to stand and stretch a little bit. Okay, I return with a Pop-Tart that is far too hot to eat at the moment, as well as a Citrus Rush. How goes?
Welcome.
Thank
There
you.
has been no noise from the bun yet.
Oh no. Is the bun present with us now?
You must perform a seance for the bun.
Yeah.
He exists, apparently.
Well, text form is better than no form, so that's a good start.
It's true.
I understand what you're going through. It'll be okay. Trust me.
No, you really don't. I came back from the dead. And I was actually dead. And I'm not the same now. I've changed. And it's not just being the muse. I'm different and so are you, and nothing between us can ever be the same again.
Of course it'll be the same. Why wouldn't it?
Grace, I sacrificed myself because I love you. I'm in love with you. And I have been for a really long time.
Are you saying you... I can only assume this exclamation mark is either react now or you can fuck off, so it's a very good thing I turned off the timer. But are you saying that if you weren't in love with us, you wouldn't have sacrificed yourself for us? Because you also could have just been a really good friend.
I mean, yeah, probably.
Well, that's ironic.
What is?
I, feel the same way. I always have.
Processing.
Why do you think I joined your band?
Ready is
After
loaded.
college, we started drifting apart.
Why do you think I started the band?
You started an entire band as an excuse to date her?
Neither of us said anything.
There's been worse reasons to start a band, I'm sure.
I never said anything because I didn't want to lose my best friend. I still don't.
You still might. The trial's tomorrow. Athena doesn't know about me. Once she does, I'm the last muse. She's gonna want me dead, isn't she?
We can still get through this, Fred.
Yeah, but even if we do, I'll keep changing. And when I start becoming Calliope, will I still love you?
I don't know.
You know, theoretically, could we give it back to Calliope?
What if you just trade it back and forth so the memories never take over?
So many books I've read, and still not a word of anything could reveal how this feels. Only if we could have been brave on time, knowing how we should have been loving all this time. I would prefer that we were late then, never together again. What you don't get is death. I died. You and I
And it got better.
are the same people who we once knew. Only if we could have been brave on
just escape to Mars. I'll always love you, Grace. But is it too late? Too late?
We'll certainly see. So I was going to comment on something in relation to something I'd randomly remembered. There are actually 3 soundtracks for this game, technically 4.
Mm-hmm.
There is Stray Gods Red Edition, Stray Gods Blue Edition, and Stray Gods Green Edition.
Interesting.
This is the soundtrack for if you play through the entire thing, charming, clever, or kick-ass.
Ah, okay.
And the Pantheon edition is, to quote, this album contains an eclectic sample playthrough of each song, mixing the traits to represent one possible way to roleplay Grace. It also contains excerpts from the underscore that bridge to songs in-game. Each of them are $5.
Fair enough.
Although there is a ultimate setlist bundle where you can get them half off. Half tempted to get that. For now, back to the game. Back where it all began.
So this is it. You're back where you started, with nothing to show for it. Tomorrow we head to the trial. And who knows what'll happen.
Like a boat lost at sea, with no sails, not a breeze. I am drifting cold waters, no star to be seen. All my life I have been carried through. At the mercy of tides I lay unproved. But now I stand oar in hand, hoping my choices won't sink me. What can I do? If I'm a boat lost at sea, can I build sails, find a breeze, own my own destiny?
Yeah. Certainly going on.
Okay, here we go.
Where'd you go?
Hello?
Oh, Grace, there you are. Everyone is already waiting for you on Olympus.
I was gonna say, are we going to the actual fucking Olympus for some reason?
I thought this was Olympus.
Not this office building. My word, no. Welcome to Old Olympus, dear.
Ah, there's Al.
Just chilling.
A real
Being it out.
place?
It's the memory of a real place, which for us is the same thing.
How's that work, Bridgel?
Let's begin, shall we? Brothers, sisters, everyone, look around you. We few who remain fled to this new land to escape the war, but we are not out of danger. I waited to tell you until I was certain, and now I am. The idols are dying. It will not be long before even our immortality deserts us. The time for extreme measures has arrived.
And you'll be the one deciding which of those extreme measures is implemented, right? You and no one else.
When has there ever been anyone else? Each of you is here because I brought you here. I protected
I mean,
you.
you certainly did
carved
start
out
out
this
in
space
charge.
in a strange land so we could survive.
By all means, please carve
I'm
out
at
your own
this
grave.
trial to tell you that, as always, I will look out for you. I will save you.
At least she's
Trust in
prepared
me,
for the fact that
Pallas
we are
Athena,
not the only one
daughter
on
of Zeus and
trial.
leader of the chorus, and I will do anything it takes to keep you all alive.
Anything, huh?
Oh, hey, Freddy. I know it's someone in a hat earlier.
And who might you be, my dear?
Go on, tell her.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Hi. For those of you who haven't met me, I'm Freddy. Just came back from the dead. And I'm the new muse.
Fast turnaround on muses these days.
Do you think us fools? Grace is standing right here, alive and well.
Yeah, you see, Grace gave up her Eidolon to bring me back from Hades. Seems that's a thing you can do. Don't suppose that changes your plans for the trial at all, does it?
The Eidolon was not Grace's to pass on.
I
So,
don't think that's her choice.
I'm afraid you'll have to share her fate, Freddy.
What you really mean is that she has to die because she's the last muse. And there can't be a last muse, can there?
I don't know what you're talking about, dear.
That is such a lie.
Tell them about the prophecy Apollo gave you, and how you've interpreted it. The idols cannot continue so long as the last muse lives. Isn't that how it goes?
It's true.
We spoke to Calliope in Hades. She told us how you sent the Furies after her.
You couldn't have.
Yes.
Apparently,
she
no one's
could.
just fucking been to
Just
Hades in the
like
last
she
eternity.
gave up her Eidolon.
Granted, someone
me.
did seal up the entrance to Hades.
Maybe you even knew that once, but you've forgotten it. Just like all the idols have. You don't know everything, Athena.
No. I do not accept this. You are lying.
You're the one who's been lying. Or would you like to explain to the idols how you murdered Calliope based on a vague prophecy? Tell them.
Yes, it's me. It's me. Of course, it's me. The one who gets it done.
Weren't they only singing because of our muse powers, which we don't have anymore?
No, but Freddy's there.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, they can see she's glowing right now.
Once it's on the dish, that's how
Fair.
we do this. Yes, we. Yes, you and me. I have always cared for you. I'll always do all these things for you. All these things that you are not prepared to do. All I ever did, all the sacrifice, all I ever hid, trying to be nice, everything for you. But in any case, I always knew you'd throw it in my face. You're so controlling. Sorry, little bird, time to ring your deck. If only you knew that you can't force the future. Only if only.
I wonder if we're going to get a little drop in from everyone.
That would be nice.
I would hope.
I lived in a quaint little pond like you. Only if I could just lie there, and any time I moved, I'd tremble a reed or two. Yes, there's a lot at stake. But remember, when the idols came to this new world, it was the right call for you to make. The right chance to take. None of you see. So it's down to me. It's fine. I'll take all the blame. I'll take all the pain. Think you see it all, you just see a scrap. You wanna make the call, you need to hold the map. You cloistered children. It's time for you and all who stand with you. Yes, you too.
It just outright summoning the fucking Furies on it.
Time to follow through. In case you're considering some gallant thing, listen to me. I need you to cool it, no taking a bullet. I won't let you be that kind of a guy.
Partially bringing back something from Aphrodite's at least. Or so with the stained glass symbolism.
Help the crops to grow. Oh no, death is not the only way to go. I'm okay dying again if it's with you. You're the only place to be.
This is such a...
I mean,
why?
These
Why?
are all true, probably.
I'm terribly confused as to why these are the options.
Maybe you'll just choose them one by one.
Maybe. I guess let's start with Aphrodite. Aphrodite.
I was so low, I nearly withdrew.
Yep.
Hey, that makes sense.
Athena, here's one more you'll need to cut through.
Or you gotta do fucking kill all of us.
Possibly.
It's fucking Lighthouse, dude. Well, I guess we get to at least.
Of course, it's me.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them all. That's a shame.
This prophecy would come to be. My Olympus is gone, and you're all looking on at her stranger wearing my face. My Olympus is gone. Now I'm some other one. Just how long has she been in place? You set off hoping you could get to somewhere right, but it's been too many years since the mainland was in sight. There was a voice in me that shouted, Athena, you be strong. Be strong. No cost is great enough. It was wrong. I was wrong. I was wrong, and now I don't know what the right.
I'm sure she deserves it.
No. Incredible, but clearly not the right option.
We're not doing that. The Undertale genocider moment. Get them to when they're out there most vulnerable and open and fucking punch them. No. No, no. No.
A monster. I've met monsters who weren't monsters. I'm a monster to me. I'm sorry, Grace. I'm sorry, all of you. I wish Calliope could know it too. She does. She hears you.
Well, that went well, at least.
Yeah.
finished? You've been talking forever.
We're done, yes.
And? So you're in charge now, I'm guessing.
I am, though I'll admit, the victory seems rather hollow.
Well, you're in charge of something now.
The idols could still be dying. If that's so,
I mean,
then
it's a nicer
I'll
throne
simply
than
be
the one in
presiding
hell.
over our final days.
Well, I mean, that's better than passing on a brief, quantifiable eternity onto the next person. Repeatedly.
Is there some way to fix it? Athena obviously didn't know everything, no matter how wise she was.
I don't know. Where would we even begin?
Such an effort could prove futile. We might have to accept the possibility that the idols can't be saved.
Perhaps what the idols need most is change. I don't know if I have any say in this, but have you considered rejoining the real world? Stop hiding in the shadows, get rid of the chorus and all its rules, and just help each other instead.
It's like, what? Okay, and then what? Are they just hiding amongst humanity? What is the grand plan here?
Freddie, are you sure about that?
I
Can you
don't
imagine
know,
what
but
people would do if they
Hey, the
found out
Greek
about
gods are
the
real.
idols?
Here they
I
are,
need to imagine.
doing crazy
We
shit.
know what they did during the war.
Maybe I was the only one listening to Grace's song. Surviving is what's been killing you. We need to do something new.
She's right.
I should know better than anyone the futility of doing the same thing over and over again to no result.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Heavens help me. But yes.
I didn't really want this chair anyhow. I agree. Let's do it.
Let's bring another chair.
What about Athena?
Throws
There's
the
no
chair
way
out the
she'll be
window.
okay with this.
She won't fight it. She said, and I quote, "Whatever your decision, I will abide by it."
Then you improved meek, Athena?
The fight's just not in her anymore. She was so certain she was doing the right thing.
Well, we'll see how long this new Athena lasts.
Just like that? You're sure about this? I was expecting more argument.
So was I. Usually we can't even order breakfast without arguing.
Yeah, I was not expecting you to just run with it like that.
We've all been thinking about it for years. It's what Calliope fought for, in fact.
Of course.
I wish she could have been here to see this day.
They did well.
She is.
If there's no chorus, does that mean idols just do whatever they want?
As much as anyone can.
And Medusa? She's off the leash, as it were?
Medusa has offered to live in the reliquary. Frankly, I think she's relieved.
As for the rest of us, we'll be subject to mortal authorities and their laws.
These authorities. Do you think we could ask them about Hephaestus?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes,
sure,
I
but
imagine
who
we
the
could.
fuck would know?
I
I have
mean,
a few thoughts
somebody
as to how you could
probably
go
does.
about revealing yourselves.
He went to help out humans.
You'll need to give any idols who don't agree time to hide, right? That means you can prepare a campaign.
Something online, maybe.
The idols would be stars before you know it.
Ah,
If you're famous enough, there's only so much that can be done to you.
That sounds like a good idea. We'll need your help with that, Grace.
You're all
I
going
didn't
to
say I was
become
going anywhere,
VTuber.
right?
Well, we have a lot of anxious idols to inform, shall we?
If it's okay, could we catch up with you? I'd just like to talk to Grace for a minute.
I can imagine Apollo just coming to Grace, go,
We'll be outside.
Grace, I found out about all these idols over in Japan. How could I have missed this?
So, well, that was pretty wild, huh? You did it.
Oracle's just at her
You've
wits'
got to
end
your
begging
trial
Grace to help her
unscathed.
explain things. She's been struggling all day.
We fulfilled the prophecy too while we were at it.
Meanwhile,
Fulfilled
Apollo is
it.
like, look at their
I
commitment
think we
to sing,
prevented it.
song, and dance.
I was
Clearly,
the
they
last
carry
muse,
on in
and
my
then you
name.
were. We were on trial, and now what's happening with the idols?
They're not continuing.
Not like before, no. If only Athena could have understood there were possibilities beyond mere survival.
I know things were pretty intense before the trial. I still don't know how I feel about us, about everything. And I understand if you wanted to get as far away from me and the idols as you could. Especially now that things are about to get weird.
You need me. The idols need me.
But we'll get by. Probably. What I'm saying is, you don't need to feel obligated.
I like being needed.
Oh, thank God. I was so sure that you were gonna leave. I mean, you're free to go now, right?
And miss being high priestess to the goddess of late night lattes? Absolutely not.
I still need some time to figure us out.
Yeah, take all the time you need. We have that now.
Okay then. Ready to go out there?
I mean, Grace
Face
isn't
the
immortal,
music?
right?
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Always.
Right, if one of you could take care of that, please.
Wow.
Mods.
Yeah, I saw it. Grace is way quicker than him.
Good play.
The fastest bud in the West.
It's just fucking happening.
Of course you're all here. Why
Oh,
would
so it's gone from fridge weird to weird fridge.
They just showed up. I didn't think you'd mind too much.
How does it feel to be the idol spokesperson appearing on every newscast, reputable and otherwise?
I'm exhausted.
The Oracle has been keenly following
Really
your
irritating
progress.
fact is this is
Sure,
still
it's
going to
okay
end up
with
at the
every
bottom by virtue of
interview.
the fact that it's going to awkwardly
She
just
may be your
hang
biggest
in
fan.
The way she
Chat.
talks, you'd think she never doubted who you were.
Well, at least she's been of great help to your online campaign.
A lot's been going on here, too. You want to hear the goss?
I mean, aside from that, you've just taken pictures of everyone.
Is there any word yet on Aphrodite and Eros? They left the city a while ago.
Eros sent word, yes. Aphrodite has started a spiritual retreat in the mountains.
Let's call it a cult.
Great.
Whatever it is, he says it's been helping her. Being the goddess of love to the world once more has at last brought her peace.
Isn't she
Such
at
a-
all
such a good
concerned
mom.
about, being captured by mortals again?
Hence why she surrounded herself with only those who shower her with adoration.
Clearly,
As I recall,
she needs to
sister,
learn the
you
term
also
Aphrodite.
had
She needs to learn the
several
term
cults across the centuries.
The
Yandere.
Eleusinian mysteries weren't about shoring up my ego, Apollo.
What about Venus?
Of course,
Did she know
Gray
about-
likes the white-haired girl.
The mortal.
Almost
She's so
immediately.
short, but
Something
she's
about the
good.
white hair and a different
She
attitude, you know.
opened a gallery. Aphrodite's become her patron.
Venus has painted most of the idols. I sat for her last week, in fact. It's made her rather successful.
What about Hecate and Asterion? Are they still at the reliquary?
Asterion is not, currently. He's going to appear on the next season of that television dating show.
What?
What? I thought that was just a rumor.
No. He is really doing it.
Asterion's rather thrilled at all the attention.
He
Last I
deserves
spoke
love.
to him.
I don't
He is pure.
understand the appeal.
Of a giant bull man? Clearly, you have not been
Ah,
anywhere
very
on
nice.
the internet.
As for Hecate,
It's a very good point.
there's little chance of her leaving the reliquary. I assume
I actually
she's
had
the same
gotten
as
there
always.
too.
She is. Hecate enjoys the
There's for
solitude.
everyone.
At any rate, she claims everything will change for us soon enough.
It is written, I'm guessing.
Naturally.
And Medusa? I take it she's no longer at the reliquary.
She was. For a few months.
There was an incident involving Hecate's new cat.
Oh no.
Oh no, not Sherbert.
Medusa was beside herself with apologies,
She's had a
but
bad run
needless to
with
say,
cats.
she moved on rather quickly.
Maybe Hecate should try a
there.
dog.
You're saying Medusa is out there on the loose?
Not quite.
Medusa believed she might not be able to control her appetite, so she asked us to
She
put
did
her in
what?
contact with the mortal government. They took her somewhere. It was her decision.
Well, that
The
seems
government is
concerning.
grateful. They even suggested we might
Okay,
see
sure.
Hephaestus again.
Aphrodite's husband? He's alive?
So it appears. Who knows what he's been doing for the mortals since the war?
He's
but
been in Area 51 for the
it
past who
warms
knows how
all
long.
our spirits to see him again.
Yeah, possibly.
Athena could have just fucking uncursed Medusa or whatever.
Has anyone heard about Athena? It's been a while.
Probably. Who knows?
She left the city as she felt uncomfortable with all the attention on the idols.
Yes, Grace is also nice.
Terrified, you mean?
It was more that mortals expected the goddess of
And
wisdom
also
to
we
have
stand Millie.
sage advice, and she no longer trusts her judgment.
Nor should she.
Really
You
don't
don't
have
still
many feelings
worry
on
about
Billy,
her,
but I
brother,
did skip
after
all
all
the
she's done?
cutscenes, so
I
How dare you skip Billy's cutscenes?
I know.
I think of her off in the far north, living alone in the wilderness, punishing herself until the end of her days. I know it's her own choosing, but it seems like such a waste.
Is Hermes still around? I'm surprised they're not here with the rest of you.
Well, we've barely seen them of late.
I see them online all the time. They're a big hit. Their videos are hilarious.
Hermes has been busy. They've become a social media darling, or so the Oracle tells
That
me.
makes sense.
The truly amusing part is that they're not even trying to be famous. They simply can't help it.
Hermes likes to people please, it's true.
And they get a lot of free shoes and concert tickets.
Hopefully it won't backfire on them. Fame is a double-edged sword.
Hermes lives a charmed life. Never fear.
Well, it's odd seeing their face on so many billboards, but I agree. Let Hermes have their fun.
What about Pan? I haven't seen him since the trial.
No one's seen him.
Should we be worried? It is Pan, and what he does will reflect on us all.
He's probably off fleecing widows out of their pensions as we speak.
That's
Pan
mean.
is harmless.
Mostly harmless.
That
As
is
far as I
harsh.
can
She
tell,
helped
he
out.
did regret his involvement in Calliope's death. He'll lay low. At least for a time.
He'll be back with some new scheme to make us all groan.
You're not wrong.
All he did was fucking give her the key.
I'd like to know what you've been up to, Freddy.
You mean other than incessantly talking about you?
I don't talk about Grace that much. Do I?
I think it's rather commendable how you've taken the remaining idols at Olympus under your wing.
Well, someone has to do it. Just yesterday, I was teaching Athena how to ride a bus.
So,
She was so
do you
mortified.
know where
All this while
Athena
preparing for your
is?
next big venture. Busy is our new muse.
I
Well,
feel there may have
the
been some
text
disconnect.
said last
Supposed to
month,
be a
but then the voice said
Wait, what's this?
yesterday. So
Well, I
There's-
figured
there's
once
some
you were done with all
disconnects
the
here.
promotional tours, you might want to, I don't know, come with me. I mean, I thought maybe you missed being the muse. A little. So, we could try the band again.
Oh yeah, we're gonna band back together
On
again.
tour.
hell yeah.
Muse teams up with former Muse to spread music to the world.
I guess. Maybe.
That's awesome. I love it.
Well, call the
Good,
band Muse.
Because I've been
No,
arranging dates
wait,
at
I
clubs
think
across
that's
the
thinking.
country. You two only need to give me the word.
What about you, Apollo? Still planning on leaving the city?
Not immediately. There's so much to wrap up here, and I want to ensure the Oracle will be fine on her own.
You're not responsible for the child, Apollo.
I believe I am. I need to be confident that both she and the idols won't suffer for my absence.
And after that?
I don't know. was thinking of traveling for a time. Despite my age, there are so many places I haven't been.
What he means is he hates all the public attention on his abs.
It is a bit disconcerting. The photographers
You
following
could
me
cover
around, the
them up
letters
if you were
addressed
that
to the
concerned.
sun god. I don't know what to do with it all. Even so, I'm not running away. I'll be back. I simply think it's time to see the world again with my own eyes.
How about you, Persephone? Any big changes?
Not yet, though I may be selling the club very soon.
The underworld? Why?
I don't need a substitute for the real thing. That's all it ever was, and I'm fine with having neither. That said, I've been itching for a change. I believe it's time to move on to something else.
Do we get to know what that something else is?
No, you don't. I came by to give you all my regards, such as they are. After this, you likely won't see me for quite some time.
You will be missed, sister. More than you'll ever believe.
I still can't believe it's all over.
Oh, it's scarcely over, Grace. Now that you've toppled the castle, it's barely just begun.
Oh, I didn't do that.
Come on, Grace, we both did. And it was amazing.
Perhaps we should leave you alone, Grace. You must be tired from your trip.
Perhaps a round of drinks at the underworld, in Calliope's honor.
I'd like that, actually.
If you both don't mind, could Grace and I catch up?
Don't take too long, you two, or we'll start drinking without you.
Okay, so I have been doing some thinking, and I have something to say. The way I obsessed over you all those years, it wasn't healthy, was it? And maybe our relationship changing is a good thing. I'm an adult now. We need to do this over and do it right.
Does that mean you forgive me?
Is that a yes?
Within me there will always be something left behind in shadow. I'm tethered to you, I'm free. I've known, I've loved you before. We were grown, never alone. Only, if only, we can be brave this time. Finally, Grace, you and me. It wasn't too late, it was fate. I've spent so long yearning, observing, seeking the light of your eyes. Now I return, nothing left in reserve. Your eyes, a sunrise. Only, if only, we can be brave this time. Finally, Grace, you and me. It wasn't too late. It was fate.
No.
Finally. So cute and good.
And that was Stray Gods, or at least one of the handful of paths that you might theoretically take, including apparently just punching out Athena.
Much as I would have liked to see that, it did not seem appropriate.
No. That's not a kick-ass move, that's just an ass move at that point. Especially since you got to that point by kinda wearing her down.
Well, that was delightful. What a wonderful concept for a game.
I'm very happy to have avoided spoilers for all this. I quite enjoyed it, even if this was an excessively long stream.
Yes, it certainly was,
At
but
least
it was
compared
worth
to my normal
it.
streams. Yes.
We have a Cobalt Tail lag of agreement.
Hey, Pat Circle. Theoretically, if need be, I can give the DLC Orpheus a shot come next week. Or we can come back
I
to
mean,
that.
I'd
some other
certainly like to see it.
At a quick glance, it appears to largely focus on, Orpheus and Hermes.
I mean, I would expect Orpheus at the very least.
There's also a delightful image here of Orpheus playing chess with Charon.
Excellent. I'm so glad Charon has someone to play games with.
He was adorable.
He truly was.
Thanks for not actually copying down the URL of the screenshot, Steve.
That's fine, I see it here.
Steve won the fresh Discord, what did you do to this?
It looks like the only issues anyone really had with it was that it was pretty short.
Yeah. I mean, the main game, at least, for... how much was it? I mean, I think I got for free whole. I see it's $30.
I think that seems like a perfectly reasonable price.
Yeah, I mean, let me just... I mean, Tales from the Borderland is $15. The Walking Dead, at least the first season, is $15, and the Definitive Experience is $50. Considering the replayability of these, even if you might not want to replay it, is more than definitely worth the price, I'd say.
It's like this is the only game the Dev Studio has actually done, or at least the only one on Steam. Love to see more from them if it's more like this.
At the moment, all I'm seeing is them just talking about Stray Gods, although it is basically their first project.
Yeah, they have nothing else on their website or anything, so... I'm sure they're probably working on something.
And yes, there is quite a bit of musical, and that was musical stuff you had seen, you missing a few bits. I did like the fact that, I wouldn't exactly call it halfway through, but somewhere between halfway and 2/3, we also unlocked the second of the third options to mess around with.
Uh-huh.
It is a shame that they don't have a telltale ask, this is the decision that people made for each of these, but it's fine. Interestingly, there is an achievement for listening to every song, and we listened to 14 of 23. Being there are apparently 9 more songs out there, I guess it would depend on exactly what you went with. There's also presumably songs based on who you went with love-wise.
Yeah, I am going to need to play this at some point in Romance Persephone.
There's also a Heartbreaker achievement for presumably choosing the Heartbreak option for everyone.
It's kind of fucked up.
And aside from Virtuoso, there's also something called Maestro, Music is Now Your Province, which is labeled at 15 out of 44. I have several questions. Although apparently only 15% of people actually got to the point where they could say they loved Freddy. Wonder how that goes in regards to the player base's choices, or just only, I say only, just shy of 1/5 of the players made the sacrifice to get Freddy back.
I mean, I would expect the Freddy romance to be the most common choice, but...
Oh yeah. Yeah, Virtuoso is listening to all songs. Maestro is listening to all variations of songs. Oh boy. Anyway. My thanks to everyone round who stuck it out. Everyone who popped in from the raid, even though most of you seem to have gradually fallen off. And everyone watching this past, present, future. And, of course, to both Gray and Lily, who also hung in there, despite this being 7.5 hours straight.
It was certainly far longer than I expected to be staying, but I was enjoying it too much to leave.
Yeah. It's like, we're getting close to the end, we're about halfway, and we can probably push forward, and okay, we're this far now. About an hour. Hey. But now it is well in time to crash.
Most definitely.
Again, as far as announcements goes, firstly, again, there is the sponsorship that ends today at 3:30 Central Time, so about 8 hours from now. So the details are below, and obviously there's the link. It should theoretically only take you about 2 hours to get through them. Really just spread through them in like an hour or so, by skipping all the cutscenes, although it might take you an hour to download the thing anyways, especially the recent update.
It can be very quick if all you care about is getting through the requirements to help.
I will be trying to stream on Friday night. Again, it'll probably be a shorter stream though, just between everything else. I will probably just finish the boss that I'm facing up against, and maybe try and get to the next boss. And then we'll continue on per norm next week. For now, good night, everybody.
Good night.